Yo, what is going on, Papa Fam? Welcome to the Amazon 2.0 clone. Today, you're going to build a full Amazon-like experience in 6 hours. It's going to be a big one. It's one of the biggest builds we've done on this channel. So this build has everything you expect in the e-commerce app. You're going to be able to list out items in a beautiful, responsive website. You're going to be able to add items to your basket supported by Redux state management. You're going to have a basket page where you can go ahead and change the quantities, and it's actually going to go ahead and show and group together the items with the same ID and show their quantities. So I'm going to show you lots of different JavaScript fundamentals in this build. We're going to have Google authentication using NextAuth.js. You're going to have to log in and log out using Google. Once you're happy with your order, you're actually going to be able to pay for your order using the Stripe payment processor. In fact, we're going to be teaching you how to create a Stripe checkout session so that your users can enjoy a smooth and seamless payment experience. Once your order has gone through, it's going to go ahead and hit a webhook online, which is actually going to go ahead and update your backend database, which leads your users to the My Orders screen. Your users will be able to see all of the orders that they placed, the items which are located inside. All of this data will be stored in the Firebase Firestore database. And finally, I'm going to teach you how to go ahead and deploy this over to Vercel, the Next.js platform. So let's give a quick rundown of today's tech stack. One of the biggest features you're going to learn today is how to interact with webhooks. In particular, when a user's order is placed, when it is confirmed from Stripe's end, we're going to go ahead and connect to that webhook and update our database accordingly. This means that even if the user on the website was to escape the website for whatever reason, the order will still get updated in your database. This is the video if you want to polish your skill set with reactjs, as we're going to be using the Next.js framework. In particular, you're going to be benefiting from the server-side rendering capabilities of Next.js. We're going to be using Tailwind CSS to build the responsive, beautiful UI and UX experience. You're going to learn how to use Redux to handle the state management inside of your app. Stripe checkout will be used to go ahead and support all the payment processing in today's video. Next authentication is what's going to be powering our Google authentications. It's going to be powered through the NextAuth authentication API. We're going to use Firebase to support the backend with the Firestore database. The fake store API is going to be used to populate the items inside of our Amazon clone build. Without further ado, Papa Fam, if you enjoy this, like, comment, and subscribe. As always, hit the bell notification icon so you don't miss any more of these builds, and enjoy the video. Let's dive straight into it. We have a fully functional Amazon clone. All of the data that you're seeing right here is being pulled through on fake store API. Now you can see over here, we can go ahead and resize, and guys, look at this CSS grid coming in clutch. Look, we can go ahead and continue to resize, and boom, it just works. Completely mobile. You still have the advert pop in. Absolutely incredible build. All right, we have a moving carousel at the top. This is crazy stuff, right? This is crazy stuff. Now let's go ahead and sign out. And I'm going to go ahead and show you guys NextAuth authentication. Okay, so I'm going to click sign in, and then we're using NextAuth. So I'm going to sign in with Google, and then we get the nice little sign up page. And then I'm going to go ahead and sign into my Google account. Now what this will do is it'll use my Google credentials, log me in. And on the top right, we're going to go ahead and see, look, hello, Sunny Sanga. So it knows I'm logged in. Now, you guys want to see the next part, right? So I told you we're going to be using Redux today. So look, we're going to go ahead and click add to basket, add to basket. And guys, look at that, even Amazon Prime delivery. We're going to click on men's cotton jacket, and then we're going to click my basket. So let's go ahead and check out the basket page. Boom. We get a beautiful, responsive basket page, right? So you can continue to add products here, remove them from your basket. We can go ahead and resize. And guys, check this out. Even on the phone, it responds the way we expect it to, okay? Now, guys, what I am going to do next is I'm going to go ahead and proceed to checkout, okay? So I'm going to show you guys what we have on this build is Stripe integrated with this, with a Stripe checkout. Now, this is damn clean, right? Look at this, guys. That is absolutely clean as hell. Right now, you tell me if you're not impressed by that. But look at this, guys. We have our description and items on the left. We even have shipping. Right? And guys, if you have Apple Pay, it will pop up on here. You can use Google Pay. Everything works, right? And then here you can go ahead and do some dummy information. So I'm just going to say abc@abc.com. And then here you can do anything you want. So ABC Lane. Let's just say 123 Dev Avenue, right? And let's just go ahead and click that one. Right, there we go. And the card information here, you just want to do 4242. This is the demo card that you use with Stripe, right? And then we're going to go ahead and hit CV4242, right? That's perfect. It looks great. It works. And let's go ahead and just fill out the next line. So city, let's just go ahead and just say US. Oops. And yes, there we go. Now I'm going to click pay, right? Let's go ahead and see if our order goes through. So I'm processing a payment right now through Stripe. Okay. Let's go ahead and see if it works. Wait for it, guys. Wait for it. Aye, there we go. And then it will redirect me to a success page. Boom, your order has been confirmed, right? Now that's clean. And it didn't just finish there, guys. Your boy took it even further. Okay, I'm going to click on go to my orders. Now check this out, right? We're going to have a bunch of orders that have been placed. This is just, I mean, come on, guys, right? I think it's damn clean. I think it is nice as hell. And guys, what you didn't see was as soon as that payment went through, it triggered and hit something called a webhook. What that webhook did was it went ahead and connected to our Firestore database and it shifted our order contents over there. So now we can go ahead and pull it through. But the beautiful part is that we're actually linking the best of both worlds here. I have information stored in Firebase, and then what I'm doing is I'm connecting to the Stripe API, and that's going to go ahead and pull in the relevant information like the items inside of my order. This again is completely responsive. So guys, are you guys ready for this build, right? Completely responsive, fully functional Redux Amazon build, right? First thing you want to do when you run this application now, Command J, you're going to start your listener for your Stripe webhooks. So it's getting ready. We have our webhook listener. We have our application running. All right. And then we're going to go ahead to our application. We are logged in, so everything is good on that front. Great stuff. And then we're going to go ahead and add a few items to the basket. Oh, it's getting me shivers right now. All right. And then we're going to click on proceed to checkout. Okay. So we can see 3 items in here. Okay. So if I proceed to checkout, 148. Okay. Now it's 148 with $6.99 shipping. That's why it's 155. Everything has come through perfectly. I'm going to go ahead and add in the details. 42424242 for the card details. Okay. Right. Let's do this, guys. Pay. Boy. Oh, is it gonna work, guys? I'm not even gonna check the server logs. Okay. And if we see the order right now. Nice. That is so goddamn cool. Look at that, guys. That worked like, that was perfect. That was so perfect. That was a full run through. And the app is working. I thought that was amazing. Lots of you said you had difficulty, said you couldn't get started, there were errors. So I made your life super, super simple. And all you have to do is actually go ahead and use the starter template. Okay, so the starter template, guys, is actually an incredible, easy solution for you. It's the 3rd link in the description. So all you have to do is go ahead and hit the 3rd link in the description. You'll reach this GitHub page. Okay, so it's a public GitHub and it is my GitHub. Feel free to star it if you'd like. But basically, we have this nice little starter pack. Now, this already has Tailwind CSS, Redux, all the good stuff going ahead and being used and set up inside of this. So this, to go ahead and get started, all you need to do, click code, copy this HTTPS link. Okay, so click the copy button and you want to go ahead and open up a terminal. Okay, so this is how we go ahead, and guys, we're starting right now. Okay, so get ready. We're going to go ahead and I'm going to show you how you can use the starter pack that I've gone ahead and created for you to get up and running with this Amazon build as soon as possible, right? Without any headaches or anything like that. So to get started, we're just going to go ahead and type in git clone, and then we're going to paste that link, okay? And then you should be able to see cloning into Amazon starter pack, right? So now what we need to do is we need to go ahead and say cd Amazon, Amazon, and then starter pack, and then we're going to go into it, right? So now that we're inside the directory, what we want to do, I'm going to make that a little bit bigger for you guys so you can all see that. We're going to hit code plus, code dot, okay? And this is going to open up my VS Code in the directory. Now I have it open already, So I'm going to go ahead and resume from here, right? So that's going to be your steps to going ahead and getting started with the starter pack. Now I will show you what you need to do once that is gone ahead and opened up. Okay, so heading over to our code. Once this is open, what you need to do is go ahead, and I'm using yarn. So there are instructions inside, but all you need to go ahead and do is type in yarn and hit enter. Okay, this will go ahead, and all you to bring up the terminal, you just go ahead and do Command J. Okay, you can do yarn or you can do npm install. Now I've already done this step, so I'm not going to do that, but all you need to do is hit yarn, and this will go ahead and install the required dependencies to get started. Okay, so that's all you need to do to go ahead and get started in today's build, guys. Now what are we going to be using inside this build? We are going to be using Tailwind CSS. So in order to get all of this working, we had to do quite a few things, right? So I'm going to open up Screen Brush quickly. We had to do quite a few amazing little tweaks to get this all working, right? So where's my Screen Brush right now? There we go, there it is. All right, so we have our beautiful Tailwind CSS. We have Heroicons, which is going to allow us to have all of these basket components and this beautiful stuff, and even the star icon right here. And then we're going to be using Tailwind to make it fully responsive. Okay, so all of this responsiveness that you're going to be seeing as the page shrinks, that's all going to be achieved using Tailwind CSS. And guys, just look how clean that is. Right, so it's honestly extremely simple to go ahead and do this. First thing we're going to do to get this up and running, you're going to go ahead and do yarn run dev. Okay, now this will go ahead and spin up your app on your local server 3000. Okay, and what you should see at this point, let's wait for it. What you should see at this point is a Tailwind configuration message. But in this case, if you don't see it, you need to go into your Tailwind config and save the file. Okay, so if you do not see the Tailwind, if you do not see this message, you go into your Tailwind config and hit save. Okay, and then you should see you have enabled the JIT engine, which is currently in preview. That's all you have to do to get it up and running. Okay, so once we've got that up and running, I'm going to go ahead and open up our localhost 3000. Okay, and this is what you should see. Right, so this is basically what we want to get to, and then I'm going to go ahead and actually pop this open into our screen over here, so that way it makes it a little bit easier for you guys to follow along, because I know you guys like to go ahead and do this screen side by side. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look at this. This is going to be your starter template. Like I said, Next.js, Tailwind, Redux, Firebase, NextAuth, all set up and ready to go. So first step, let's go ahead and review our code. Okay, so let's have a look at what we've got in the starter template. Inside the source folder is where the magic happens. Okay, so we click on source, and here you can see we've got a bunch of different folders. So inside of app, we basically have things. This is all to set up Redux. Okay, so we will be explaining this in day 2, right? But this is how we've set up Redux, and slices in Redux. This actually represents a basket, right? So I'm going to be going ahead and explaining all of this in day 2 for the Redux portion of the build. Okay, day 3, sorry. And then in styles, we have our Tailwind being imported as it requires to get started. Okay, we've got a Tailwind configuration outside. We don't need that anymore. But the main difference is that if you set this up from the template from absolutely scratch, right, the only difference that we have is that inside of the purge folder, everything is referencing the files inside of source. Okay, so if you were doing it by yourself, just make sure you apply that change. Right now, I have added in the Amazon colors inside of our theme. So we do have the Amazon blue, we have a light variant and a default variant. Okay, we're going to go ahead and open up pages, and in Next.js, the way the pages work, guys, is we have a file-based routing, which means that index.js represents our homepage. Okay, so index.js simply represents a /. Now, if I was to write search, okay, if I do this, it will say 404. Okay, but inside of Next.js, if I want a page which resembles search, all I need to go ahead and do is add a page here called search.js, and that is how we will go ahead and get started, right? If we want to go ahead and have page routing. So it's just something important to get to remind yourself with. Okay, so we're going to go back to our homepage right now, and we're going to go ahead and get started with this build. So in today's portion, what we're going to be doing is I'm going to go ahead and resize accordingly. Oops. And there we go. That makes it a little bit easier for you guys. So to start off, I want you to go ahead and grab everything inside of the center, right? So you see everything inside the comments. You're going to go ahead and delete that. Okay, so it's extremely easy to go ahead and get started with this build, right? Then we're going to go ahead and type in a H1, and oh, my Emmet isn't working. Okay, so I've actually gone ahead and set up a new computer, so that's fine. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to go ahead and type in hello. Oh, let's just say, hey, Papa Fam. Right, let's do this. And then we should see on the right hand side, hey, Papa Fam. Okay, so this is where you want to be when you get started off. Right, so what we're going to do is we're first going to build out the header portion. So this is actually the portion that we see up here. And I'm going to try and keep the pace at a moderate pace today, okay? Because I know that some of you say it goes a bit quick at times. So right now we're building out this header portion over here, okay? So there's two things to be noticed about this header portion. The first thing is that we actually have this bottom container as well. Okay, so we have two containers here. We have the bottom section and the top section, right? The top section is this one over here. And then we have the bottom section underneath it. And in the top section, we have the Amazon logo on the left. We have this custom search input field, right? So this one that you're seeing right here, this is a custom input field. Oops, not now. How do I get rid of that? Don't ask again. There we go. Right, so we have this custom search input field. And then we have the right section over here, okay? So we're gonna go ahead and build this out first. So the way we do this is we're going to create a component that's going to resemble this. This is going to be our header component, okay? So we're going to have the header component first. And then underneath this, the goal would be to introduce a banner and then a product feed, okay? So the product feed is all of this stuff. The banner is this scrollable banner. Okay, so if you didn't realize already, it's a scrollable banner, okay? So let's go ahead and firstly start off with the header. So you're going to open up your folder structure. And then the first thing we're going to do inside of here is I'm going to click on source and I'm going to click on the add folder. So this will add a folder inside of source and I'm going to create a folder called components. Okay. So once this is open, this is going to hold all of our reusable components. So inside of here, I'm going to create new file and I'm going to say header.js. Okay. Header.js like so. Okay, now for some of you, for example, like me right now, this is actually, I had to restart my computer. Your Emmet may not work, right? So Emmet is the shortcuts that you typically see me use. So I'm going to show you how to actually enable that shortcut right now. So if you press Command Q, it will open up your settings, right? Type in Emmet and this will go ahead and pop up. And now you can see you've got Emmet include languages. So this is the line that I actually need. So I'm going to copy this JavaScript React, and I'm going to click add item. Okay. Now here, I'm going to type in JavaScript and I'm going to go ahead and type in JavaScript React. And I'm going to go ahead and hit OK. Now, once this is done, this will enable Emmet on my system. So now if I go ahead and save, and now if I type in H1, you can see now I have Emmet, okay? So I think that might actually be very handy for quite a few of you to go ahead and get started with Emmet if you don't know how to use it already, right? So what we're gonna be doing now is we're gonna go ahead and open up our header component, right? So inside of header, we're gonna be using our ES7 snippets extension. So here, I'm gonna go ahead and you make sure you have installed this extension right here, ES7 React Redux GraphQL. Okay, so we're going to need this extension to get started. You just need to go to your settings, and where you have the include languages, you can simply go ahead and add in where it says item JavaScript and value JavaScript React. Okay, I sometimes forget about the small tricks and tips because I've kind of, you know, gone ahead and set it up, but I'm going to go ahead and actually remind you of all the little tips and tricks because I think you guys really love that, right? So I'm gonna make sure I don't miss out those little sneak peeks and tricks, okay? So once we've got this extension installed, what I'm gonna do is do _RFCE. Okay, and this will create a React functional component. Now inside of here, I'm gonna type in an H1 and I'm gonna say I am a header. Hit save. And if I go back to my index.js, I'm gonna go ahead and actually pull in this header, right? So the way I do that is I simply go ahead and I type in header. Okay, and you see here, it pulls in an autocomplete for me. Otherwise, I have to write this in manually. That actually happens by default with VS Code. I didn't do any magic to get that working. As soon as I hit save, it says I am a header, right? So now we've got our header component being put into the component right now. Pranav says RAFCE is better. Yeah, that makes an arrow functional component. It's okay. It's whatever you want to do. That's completely up to you, right? It's down to preference. However you want to do it, that's all good, man. Right now, also notice, guys, that the header is actually a sticky header, which means it actually sticks to the top, right? So it actually sticks to the top. So we're going to show you how to do that as well today, right? So I'm going to click into header .js, and the first thing I'm going to do inside of it is, remember I said we have 3 different sections, okay? So the first thing I'm going to do is actually change this div to a header div. And can you see how I have to change both of these brackets, right? Now there is a handy extension, auto rename tag. So make sure you get this extension. This is an awesome extension. Click install. And once this is installed, now look at this, guys. If I go ahead and type in a tag, you see how that changed, right? So you see how it changes the corresponding tag. That's a game changer for me, right? That's honestly a wicked little tip, right? So make sure you do that, and that will save you a ton of time, okay? So first thing we're gonna have, right, is we're gonna have a div container. Remember I said we have 2 different containers here, okay? So we have this first container, which is this one over here, right? And then we have a second container underneath it. Okay, so in order to structure that in my code, I'm going to represent that by having 2 divs. Okay, so I'm going to have my div, and I'm going to have another div. And this is going to represent the, let's just say the bottom nav, and this is going to represent the top nav. Okay, so for the top nav, what we're going to do is we have an image, we have a custom input, and then we have the right-hand side. Okay, so inside of here, I'm going to have firstly a div, right? So inside this div, I'm going to have my image. Right, so for the image right now, I'm not going to be just using a basic, a normal image tag. I'm going to be using the Next.js image tag. This is because it optimizes the image, right? So it makes the image incredibly compressed, right? And it doesn't lose the quality. It uses the new WebP image format. Doesn't matter what image you give it to it. I'll show you how to do it. But once you actually go ahead and set this up, it will actually beautifully serve those images in the most optimized way. Okay, so really does help you out. Another interesting one everyone's saying is bracket pair colorizer 2. I personally don't use this extension, but I know a lot of people do. So if you want to use it, go ahead and feel free to use it. Okay, if that helps you guys out, feel free to go ahead and add that into your arsenal. So what we're going to do right now is import image from next image. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and pop this in like so. Now I'm going to go ahead and go to my image tag. And inside of here, I'm going to pop in a source. Now for the source here, I'm going to go ahead, and I've actually made the links incredibly easy for you guys. I've actually shrinked all of them down. So the first one is going to be https://links.papareact.com f90. Okay, so hopefully this should be easier for you guys to follow. Now I'm going to say a width, right? I'm going to go ahead and change the width to 150, the height to 40. Okay, this will be the height to 40. Hit save, and now you can see this error will pop up. It'll say hostname links.papareact.com is not configured under the images, right, in your next config. So what we have to do here is whenever we use this special image tag, we have to set up Next.js so that way it knows that we are using the special image tag, right, for that domain. Right, so we have to actually kind of whitelist the sort of, where we're going to pull these images from. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is click on package.json, so I'm at this level, click add new file. I'm going to do next.config.js. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and create a configuration file for our next setup. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go ahead and type in module.exports equals, and it's going to be an object. And inside of here, all I need to say is images and an object. And inside of here, I say it's domains. And this actually takes an array of domains. Okay, now I need to go ahead and put in the domains that I'm going to whitelist, where basically I'm telling Next.js that I'm going to pull these images from. Now, if none of you have used Next.js before, or you're new to Next.js, put it simply, it's just a framework for React, which allows us to go ahead and sort of layer onto React and sort of, supercharge your app with server-side rendering, static site generation, and loads of good stuff like that. So the domains that we're going to be whitelisting today are actually going to be links.papareact.com and the fake store API. Okay, so as I mentioned before, we're going to be pulling data from the fake store. Now let me go ahead and give you a little demonstration of what the fake store actually is. Okay, so if I type in fake store, so let's go ahead and say fake store API, here you'll be able to see, let me go ahead and click agree. And then here you can see now, check this out guys, fake store API, this goes ahead and just pulls in a bunch of dummy data items. Okay, so you can see they have a bunch of items being served from a third-party API, and this is what we're going to be using to pull in all the information inside the store for today. Okay, so let's carry on guys. So now you can see we've added this next configuration. Make sure you save it, and when we hit Command J, what we need to make sure we do is we need to go ahead and actually cut the server. So Control C and then rerun it. Okay, this is because we changed the configuration file. Okay, so there we go. Nice. Now this is what we want. Now guys, if you're not getting these folders, that's completely fine. These are just hidden folders. It may be on your computer that your computer doesn't show you hidden folders. I just have it enabled. Don't worry if you don't see these. It's all good. Okay. Right. So now what we're going to be doing is we're going to go ahead and see if it pulled in. Perfect. Right. We get the little Amazon logo. Nice. Right. So now what we're going to do, go back to our header.js file. Okay. So now this is working the way that we need it to and the way we want to. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to go ahead and add another attribute called object fit contain. This means it will keep the aspect ratio. So you see how it slightly resized itself. Okay, so believe it or not, this is actually an Amazon logo. Can you see that? It's just on a white background. Okay, so object contain means we keep the aspect ratio that we were after in the beginning. Okay, so it's not going to distort the image at all. Then what we're going to do is add a class name, cursor pointer, because right now when I hover over it, my cursor is a normal cursor. Right. So again, as I mentioned, we're going to be using Tailwind CSS. Now, Tailwind CSS, guys, is a amazing CSS framework library that introduces something called utility classes into our build, right? So what this means is it stays very close to the regular CSS we know and love. But these utility classes are basically these shorthand sort of strings that we can put into a class name and it just powers up our app, right? So it makes writing CSS incredibly easy for responsive apps, and we never have to leave the file. So you guys are going to get an absolute, you guys are going to fall in love with this right now, okay? So check this out. We have cursor pointer, and if I go ahead and do this now, you should see that my cursor pointer should now go ahead and work in the way that we expect it to. Okay, so if it doesn't, then what you need to do, so you know when we started the server, you see how whenever you start your server, we didn't get the Tailwind warning. Okay, if you do not get the Tailwind warning, make sure you go to your Tailwind config file and you hit save. Right, so sometimes this issue can happen. Okay, so when you're using Tailwind, make sure you go ahead and save it. We have our div up here. Now for this div, right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and actually the surrounding div. Okay, so this div where we essentially have the top navigation, I'm going to go ahead and give it a bunch of class names. So firstly, I'm going to say it's a flex box. Okay, and then I want to go ahead and say all of the items should be aligned in the center. So you can see these utility classes make it extremely easy. Now you're not going to see the difference right now, but it will make sense in a sec. Then we're going to say BG. And as I mentioned before, in our Tailwind configuration file, I added our own custom theme. So I added Amazon Blue, Light, and Default. Right, so what I'm going to be doing here is typing in BG Amazon, right? So I'm going to go ahead and do BG Amazon _ blue. And if I go ahead and hit save, oops, what have I done? Amazon Blue. There you go. That looks pretty clean, right? So this is looking pretty good if you ask me, right? This is looking pretty nice at the moment. Then what we're going to do is we're going to do a padding of 1. So that way it's not touching too much. And then we're going to say the top container should grow. So we're going to say flex grow. And I want to give a little bit more padding on the y-axis of 2. Okay. So you should be at this point right now. The second div, we're going to go ahead and style it, right? So we're going to go ahead and say class name. I've also made the font a lot bigger for you guys now, so you guys should be able to see a lot easier. I'm going to say MT2 flex. So this means a margin top of 2, and this container should be a flex container. Again, for this one, I'm going to center the image. So item center, I want to make this a flex grow container. And what we can do is we can say when this container, right, there's going to be a sort of responsive element to this. On the mobile view, it's not going to do anything. But once it sort of breaks a mobile view and it gets past the small screen size, I want to make sure that it doesn't grow anymore. Right, so this will make sense in a bit. If it doesn't make sense right now, do not worry. It will once you get used to a little bit of Tailwind CSS. Okay, so that's what we're going to do right there. Okay, so now we actually have the top element done. So the next section that we're going to do is actually go ahead and implement the search bar. Okay, the next section, we're going to go ahead and build the custom search element. Right, so this is the custom search bar that you see at the top. Okay, really, really nice stuff. Now, we're going to go ahead and build that right now. So for the top search bar, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and say that this is a div, right? And inside this div, we have an input field. Okay. So if I go ahead and hit save now, you can see, look at this, an input field comes in. Now, remember, I set this to flex grow in the beginning, and then once it breaks that small, right? So right now, can you see how this one is flex grow by default? And then when it hits past a small screen size, remember, this is mobile first, right? So right now it's taking up as much room as possible with flex grow. Once it hits past a small screen breakpoint, boom, it no longer does flex grow because we apply flex grow 0. That's why that's happening right there, okay? We want that to happen. So now it goes, we have the input field over here, okay? So the next thing you want to do is we need the search icon. Now the icons, let me just double check if I've actually installed it inside the starter pack. So inside package.json, okay, we do not have the Heroicons installed. So we need to go ahead and install Heroicons. So Heroicons are responsible for the icons that we're going to be using. For example, the basket icon, the search icon, and all this amazing stuff. And it also works very nicely with Tailwind CSS. So I'm going to go ahead and type in Heroicons into Google, and then you guys should be able to see heroicons.com pop up. Okay, so if you are ever wondering how did Sunny find his icon, I go to the search bar, I type in search, and then you can see you get a solid variant and an outline variant. This is how I'm able to find the icons, and it works perfectly with Tailwind CSS. So we're going to go ahead and click on documentation, and this will introduce us to the installation step. Okay, so if you're using npm, you can do npm install. I'm going to go ahead and use yarn. So I'm going to copy this, jump over back to my terminal, hit Command J, and instead of cutting my current server, I'm just going to split a terminal to have a second terminal over on this side. Okay, so this is the way I like to work. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say yarn add Heroicons. This will go ahead and install it. Remember, if you're using npm, you can do npm install Heroicons and it will work. Okay, so that's going to be really, really simple to go ahead and do. Now that we've got this done, Command J to hide that, and then we now have access to those beautiful icons that we saw previously. Okay, so let's go ahead and pull up our, we can close that one. Let's go ahead and pull up our code right here. So I'm going to go ahead and import the search icon into the app. And what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to pull in a few more things than just that icon, because I'm going to need 3 more icons throughout this portion of the build. So I'm going to go ahead and import the menu icon, the search icon, and the shopping cart icon from Heroicons React Outline. Because remember, I said there were 2 variants, outline and solid. Okay, so make sure you go ahead and follow that when you're doing this. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go down here and we're going to go ahead and say search icon. And remember guys, if it doesn't work, yeah, you don't just quit. Yeah, if you quit, you're never going to be a developer, right? The whole point of, if you see when I'm building this stuff, I get stuck all the time. Okay, so I'm going to see the numbers naturally drop off. If you're a quitter, then development isn't for you, right? Perseverance is how you become the best of the best, and it's why developers get paid like a huge amount. Okay, so this is what you need to remember when you get stuck in those debugging situations. Stay positive, use a community, and this is how you go ahead and do it. Okay, so we've added in the search icon. I'm going to go ahead and give it a height of 12 and a padding of 4. Remember, these are Tailwind utility classes, and now you can see it's here, but it's just a little bit hidden. Okay, so how do I get that to show itself? It's actually easier than we think, right? So I'm going to go ahead and give this a background color. Okay, so I'm going to go to my div, and I'm going to give this a background color, a class name, and here I'm going to say BG yellow, background color of yellow. And in Tailwind CSS, you have shades of color, right? So here you can see pretty much we have a shade of yellow here. And I'm going to go ahead and explain to you quickly in Tailwind CSS, so that way throughout the builds as we go on, this will make a little bit more sense. But Tailwind CSS introduces a beautiful color palette. Okay, so as you sort of type in these utility classes, you can see everything just kind of, gets applied to your coding, right, environment. So you can see for the colors, you get a nice little color palette. So you see 50 all the way to 900, and that will give you a sort of color which is matched against over here. Okay, and then you also get like shadows and all this other good stuff. So remember, it's really beautiful what you can do with this, right? Okay, so now we have that at the top, and obviously that's not really what we want to get to, right? So we're going to go ahead and also add in this hover effect. So right now I do want to have it so when I hover over it, can you see how it changes the color? Right, so you see how it changes the color whenever I'm over there, right? So the way I do that is I say hover colon, and I say BG yellow 500. So it will change the shade now when I hover over it. Incredibly, incredibly simple. Okay. Now for this div, let's go ahead and style it out. Now by default on the mobile, I actually want this hidden. Okay. So if it ever gets to a point where it's too small, I want it hidden. So you can see that right now it's hidden. Okay. Now, once it reaches a screen which is bigger than the small breakpoint, then I want it to become a flex box. Okay. So you can see on a small screen, it's not visible. On a big screen, it pops in. That's how we go ahead and introduce that, because I don't want the search bar on the small screen. And you can see this in practice on the final build. Okay, so you can see on the small screen it's not there, and on the big screen it is there. Right now you can go ahead and customize it and make a small little search icon, but this is how you go ahead and do it. Okay, awesome stuff. So we have the small flex box being applied over here. We're going to go ahead and say items center. Right, I'm going to give this a height of 10. Okay, and then for the border, because you guys can't see this right now, I'm actually going to go ahead and make this a bit smaller. There we go. We have a height of 10. Okay, then I'm going to say rounded MD. Okay, so you can see the corners just became rounded. Okay, so that gave it a nice rounded effect. Okay, then what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and see what else we need to apply. So I'm going to say this should be flex grow by default, because I want this to take up as much room as it possibly can to begin with. Okay, and this will make sense. Trust me, it will come together. Now, when I hover over this, my cursor is wrong at the moment. Right, so how do I change that? I simply write in cursor pointer, and now I get a pointer when I hover over this. Right, so this is looking really, really clean. So the next step, right, is to fix this input box. Okay, so what we need to do is go to our input, hit class name, and then start typing in. Okay, so for the input box over here, I'm going to say a padding of 2. All right, so a padding of 2, and you can see that goes ahead and pads it out a little bit. Now I want to make the height full, so we're going to use up the full variant of the sort of available height. The width should be 6. Okay, now we will fix this, don't worry. And I want to make it a flex grow container. Okay, so this will go ahead and use up the majority of the room that we have. Okay, now you can see the left hand side hasn't got a rounded corner, so we're going to fix that in just a second as well. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go ahead and type in rounded, and what I actually want to do is I'm going to do flex shrink, because I do want to make this be able to shrink if needed, when it's needed, like if there is available space. So I'm going to go ahead and say rounded left side medium, and watch this left side get rounded off when I apply this. Right, so now what I'm going to do is when I focus over this, right, I want to get rid of this blue outline. It's very subtle, but can you guys see that there is actually a blue outline when I hover over that, right? So this is called the focused state. So I click focus, I type in focus, and I do colon, and I just simply type in outline none. And now when I hover, when I sort of click into it, there's no blue outline. So after we've done with that, I'm going to apply some padding on the x-axis of 4. Okay, and that means that inside we're not going to then be constricted by the available space. So I'm actually going to go ahead and pull this into the middle right now, and what I will do is I'll make the font a little bit smaller. There we go. Okay, nice. Now you can see we can type into our bar, and it doesn't matter how much we get, you see it still pretty much fits it in. Okay, so we've made our custom sort of search box over here, right? So the next section is this right section over here. Okay, so we're going to build this right hand side corner over here. So that includes this section over here. Okay, I'm going to be building the right hand side of the screen. So here I'm going to type in right. Okay, nice. Now inside this right hand side, we're going to have a div, because naturally we need a container to contain all this stuff. Okay, and what we're going to have is 3 divs. We're going to have a div for the following things. So firstly, we have the surrounding div. Okay, and then we have the first div, which is going to contain all this stuff, the second div, which is going to contain this, and the third div, which is going to contain the basket. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this. All right, so you're going to say div, and I'm going to have a second div, and I'm going to have a third div. Okay, so we've got 3 divs. Right, now for the first div, I'm going to have a p tag. Right, and this p tag is just going to start off by saying hello Sunny Sanga. Right, or you can make it say whatever you want. Right, don't worry, do your thing. Right, and to make this a bit easier to read, on the top div, I'm going to go ahead and say the text should be white. Oops, text should be dash white. And then there we go. Then we can start seeing our sort of content come out. Okay, so you've got hello Sunny Sanga, and don't worry, we're going to make that dynamic if you're logged in. So do not worry, and this will be working. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and say, I'm going to do it again. And I'm going to go ahead and say this one should actually be account and lists, right? So what we want to see is account and lists. Okay, account and lists, right? Now we're gonna go ahead and continue with the remaining divs. Okay, so this one's gonna have a p tag, and inside of here I'm gonna say it returns, and you can see how Emmet is so useful, right? So here we're gonna have and orders. Okay, so I'm just saying and orders. Okay, and then you can see, look at this, it's kind of squeezing it in, because remember, by default everything is kind of block, which means it stacks up on top of each other, right? We've got the third div, and this one we'll go ahead and have a basket. Right, so for this one, what I'm actually going to do is I'm actually going to have a shopping cart icon. So we've actually imported it at the top, so I'm going to go ahead and just say shopping cart icon, and then this one is going to have a class name, and we're going to say height of 10, because we have to give these elements a class name. The reason why that went white in the beginning is going to go ahead is because it will go ahead and it's actually represented as text as well. Okay, so it actually goes under that rule. And then we're going to add a p tag and say basket. Okay, and there we go. Okay, so we have everything over here working pretty nicely at the moment. Okay, so what we're going to be doing is we're going to go to our top div at the top, right? So we have our sort of, where it says text white, and then we're going to say flex, and you can see everything goes into a row. Now everything isn't aligned in the center, right? So I'm going to say items dash center, and this will pull it all into the center, right? And right now the text is too big. So I'm going to say text becomes extra small. And there you go. It looks a little bit nicer. And what's really nice about this is you can go ahead and actually say, I want to have spacing between all the elements on the x-axis of a certain amount. So here I can say space x 6. So it's things like this that make this Tailwind CSS so much better, okay? So this is so much better in my opinion than writing just regular boring CSS. I love Tailwind, okay? Like I will preach Tailwind now because it is so damn useful, right? And I've been a developer for over 10 years. Tailwind is bloody good, okay? So like use it, right? It's my opinion, use it, right? And we're gonna go ahead and apply a margin to the x-axis of 6 because right now it's touching this corner and this too much. So if I go ahead and hit save, you can see now it works so nicely, right? Everything looks really nice. Now we are going to apply one more rule here because I don't want things to wrap around if they get too long. So I'm going to say white space, no wrap. Okay. Now, if you're not getting the little IntelliSense pop-ups, do not worry. In order to get that, all you need to do is go ahead and install the Tailwind. And I recommend you definitely do this. Install the Tailwind CSS IntelliSense extension. Right, so this is what you definitely need if you're using it, okay? Right, and for anyone who says Tailwind CSS is like, but like how much I need to learn regular CSS, you're actually gonna learn it still. Trust me when I say that, right? So it's incredibly powerful and it stays so close to the regular CSS that it's just, honestly, you're gonna learn while you're using it, even though you're doing Tailwind CSS. So it's just worth it, guys. It's worth it in every way, okay? So let's continue on strong. Okay. If you want to, for example, somebody just says, how do we justify content? So here you could just type in justify and you see all these options. It's that simple. Okay. Well, I'm not going to justify here. Right. Let's carry on. So we've got the div done for that one. Okay. So the second thing I want to do is I want all of these ones, all of these links to be a pointer type. Okay. So I want to have the cursor pointer applied to all of these. So I'm going to go ahead and use multi-cursor. Now to do multi-cursor, you click somewhere and then you click option on Mac. And then you click the div and you click the div there. And you can see now I've got 3 cursors being applied. So now I can go ahead and say class name equals, and I'm going to say cursor pointer. So I'm going to say cursor pointer. And that's how you code really quick. little hack for you guys, okay? So I like to give these little, these little sort of tricks and tips. And guys, I don't know if we're at 600 yet, but let's keep pushing to 600 because I think we're almost there, okay? We're almost there. Right, someone let me know how many likes we're at right now. This incredible stuff. Right, so you can see now we've got the cursor pointer. Great. Now I do want to apply. Right now I do want to apply a bunch of different like class names to this right now, but I don't want to repeat. I just want to be able to say that this is a link, this is a link, and this is a link. Okay, right. So how do I create my own custom utility class, right? How does that happen, right? So what I want to do is if you want to create your own custom utility class in Tailwind CSS, all you actually need to do is go to your Tailwind config, your global styles. So right now, if we go to our styles, globals.css, inside of here, we type in @layer and we type in components, right? Oh, oops. We type in components. And what this is doing is it's injecting a custom utility class into the components layer. And that's where all the other utility classes are pretty much sitting, right? Or it's kind of above it, if anything, right? So now what we're going to say is we're going to create our own custom link class. And to write Tailwind CSS in this CSS file, I just have to type in apply. And that's a little sort of trick, and it goes ahead and helps us for it. Now, for the link, okay, I have applied it to the three things. So we've got link, 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 right? So now as we sort of apply these things, we should see it update, okay? So what I want to happen is I want to have each of these be a cursor pointer, so I can actually remove that from here. So a little trick for you guys, if you've got the same text, Command D makes you have the cursor again, so you can go ahead and delete like so, right? Hit save, and that's a very nice little trick, right? So now what we're going to do is we're going to go back, and then we're going to go ahead and say hover. When we hover over it, I want to do an underline. Okay, so now can you see when I hover over it? Perfect. We get the underline on all three. So we've just created our first custom utility class. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is head back over to our header class, and then we're going to go ahead and style out the rest of our components. Okay, so we can see right this and orders and basket is actually bold. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and get to those p tag elements. And again, you could create a custom utility here, but I'm going to go ahead and do this. I'm going to go ahead and say class name, and it's applying to all three because we're using multi-cursor. And I'm going to go ahead and say font, right, extra bold, right? Font extra bold. If I hit save, you can see it goes ahead and pops in. And we're also going to go ahead and add in. So we're going to say once we hit the medium screens, right? So on mobile, remember it's mobile first. So by default, it's going to be text extra small because the parent is extra small. But on the medium screens and above, we're going to go ahead and do a colon. So we're going to do medium, and I'm going to go ahead and say text should become small, right, on the medium screens. Right, so it's actually going to get a bit bigger. So if you see, when we reach the small screen, it's actually a little bit smaller, and then when we reach a bigger screen, you see it's very subtle, but can you see how our counts and lists changes to be a bit bigger? Right, awesome stuff. We've got this looking pretty nice. Now the basket is not where I want it to be right now. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and make that look a bit cleaner right now. Okay, so we got the pop fam coming in. Right, let's check this out. Right, so for the number, right, so I want to have like a little number represented at the top. Right, it's like a little circle with a 0 inside of it. So in order to do that, we're going to go ahead and do the following. So I'm going to have the div, and instead of the class name here, I'm going to go ahead and say, so firstly, we're going to make this parent relative because that little circle is going to be absolutely positioned inside of the basket div over there, right? We've got the relative. Then we're going to go ahead and say link because we're going to apply all our link stuff. And I want this to be a flex container. Now you should see everything go into a nice little row over here, right? Awesome stuff. And then what we're going to do is position everything in the center. So item center, hit save, and you can see it pops in, right? Now what we're going to do is we're going to say we've already got cursor pointer being applied. So that's pretty good, to be honest, right? So that looks very good, very close to what we have over here, right? So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go to my p tag with the basket in, and then I'm going to start applying a little bit more styles over here. So on a mobile view, I actually want to hide that basket, right? Because we might not have the capacity to show it. So you see that? I want to hide the basket on the mobile view. Okay. So how do I do that? What I need to do is go over to my basket and say, by default, I want it to be hidden. So remember, it's mobile first, right? Which means it's hidden by default, but only show it once we reach a medium screen or above, right? So once we reach a medium screen, I want to make it inline, right? So you see now, when we do it, it's hidden by default. When we reach a medium screen, boom, it pops in. Very clean, very nice. Okay, really, really nice stuff. So now what we're going to have is we've got hidden MD inline, looking pretty good. We've got the extra bold being applied, and the final step to this is we're going to give a margin top of 2. Okay, hit save, and then you can see a little, it pops down slightly, gives us room for that circle to be pushed in right above it. Okay, so now what I'm going to do for that little circle, you guys are going to see a little nice trick inside of Tailwind CSS right now, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to go ahead and put it on mobile view. So that's completely fine. Actually, we'll keep it on the, keep it half, right? But above the shopping cart, I'm going to go ahead and do a span tag. Okay, so I'm going to have a span tag. And what I'm going to have here is actually a number will eventually pull from Redux. Okay, so I'm actually going to restart the Papafam playlist. I think we actually went through, right? So I'm going to have a number here. So this will actually eventually connect to our Redux store. But for now, I'm just going to say, let's just say we had like 4 items in the basket. Okay, so you see right now, it just says a hard 4 like so. Okay, well, let's just begin with 0 items in the basket. Okay, because you haven't added anything, I guess. So the way we're going to get this looking crisp is I'm going to do an absolute positioning on it. Now, absolute positioning without the parent being relative means it's absolute to the entire page. Okay, so it's going to be a bit horrible when you do that, but you don't want to do that. Okay, you want to make sure the parent is relative. I'm going to go ahead and say right now, absolute, right? So absolute, as soon as I hit absolute, we're going to go ahead and you see it kind of gets a bit close to it, right? So I'm going to say top should be 0 and the right should be 0 as well. Now you can see it goes to the right hand side. Okay, now on the, again, by default, I want it to be 0 because on the mobile view, this makes sense because it will be in that position, okay? Which will actually look really great on mobile, but on the medium view, I want to kind of push it a bit more over to the right. So on the medium view, I want to say right of, let's give it a value of 10, and that will go next to the basket, okay? Which looks a lot cleaner, okay? So now what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to say, I'm going to go ahead and do height of 4 and a width of 4. Okay, height of 4 and a width of 4. And then I'm going to say BG yellow 400. Okay, and that will go ahead and give me a nice little yellow container. Okay, so what we're going to do next is we're going to go ahead and style this one out. So BG yellow 400. I'm going to say text should go in the center of the element. So you can see the center will now get popped in. I'm going to say rounded full to make it a circle. And I'm going to make the text black. Okay, and then the final step is to go ahead and say font bold. And now you guys can see that. Look how clean that looks. Okay, and when it goes into the mobile view, check that out. Nice. Luke says, you mean GitHub? I don't know what else I said, dude, but that looks perfect. Look at that. Nice. Fully responsive. Looks amazing. Okay, so we've just done with the header portion. Let's keep on going, guys. Awesome stuff, right? Now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and create the bottom portion, right? So the bottom portion is this one over here. So you see it's a light sort of color over here, okay? So underneath right now, we've got the bottom navigation, right? So inside of here, we're going to have a bunch of different P tags, right? Now each of these P tags are going to, the first one is going to have this sort of menu icon with all next to it, okay? So this one is going to be a P tag and it's going to have all, but then it's also going to have a menu icon before it. So what I'm going to say here is menu icon, and then I've already imported this at the top, so you can see it, right? We're going to do class name, and then here I'm going to go ahead and say that this should be, the menu icon should be a height of 6 and margin right of 1, okay? Now you can see, look, it gets over there to the top right, okay? Now what I do want to do is I want to style that bottom navigation bar, okay? So firstly, I'm going to go ahead and say class name should become a flex box. I want everything to be itemed center, okay? So you should see like, you know, a little bit of a difference. You won't see it yet, I guess, right? Now, what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to say BG Amazon, right? So I want to be Amazon blue, but light variant. Okay, then we should see the light blue variant come onto it. Okay, now I want all of the text inside to be text white, and I want the text to be small. Okay, so now you can see everything pop in like so. Okay, and then what we're going to do is for the P tag over here, I'm going to say this is going to be a class name and it's going to be a link. So remember our custom link, it's going to be a flex with item center, so that way the icon goes in line with the all. Okay, so that looks damn clean. Right, that looks pretty nice at the moment. Okay, the second one I'm going to do is put a P tag in with prime video. Okay, this is going to have a class name of, let's go ahead and say link. Okay, and you can see right now they're kind of stuck together. Okay, so nice little trick you can do whenever you deal with, whenever you run into this headache, is you go to your parent, which has the flex box, and you say space. Oops, oh god, what happened there? We say space x Elon, space x 3, and now you can see it should push the elements 3 apart. And I'm also going to give it a padding of 2 all around, and then I'm going to override the left hand side, so padding left of 6, and then you see we get a nice spacing being applied. Okay, that's looking damn clean, right? Damn clean, guys. So I'm going to go ahead and paste in a few more things right here. Okay, that's nice. Now on a mobile view, that's all I want to see, right? I don't want to see any more links, but when it gets to a bigger screen, I have room for some more links. Okay, so what I can actually do is I can go ahead and add in a p tag, and let's go ahead and have electronics, right? So electronics, and then for this one, I want to hide it on the mobile. Okay, so by default, it's going to be a link, but it's going to be hidden by default. Okay, so by default, we won't see it unless we reach a large screen. Okay, so if we hit a large screen breakpoint, I want it to become an inline flex item. Okay, so you now notice how on the large screens, so once I go a little bit larger, you notice how it comes in, right? So but on a medium and small screen, it's not going to be there. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and use the same principle for a few different lines over here. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and copy and paste this. You can feel free to pause the video to catch up with that part here. So if I hit save now, you see on the mobile view, we only have a few small selections over here. And then once we go up, boom, right? Looks really pretty cool right now. Okay, so you can see how we have this perfect responsiveness being applied right now. Okay, so that's looking pretty good, guys. Okay, so with that said, we just finished the header component. Okay, we're going to be implementing the banner, this lovely, beautiful banner with the gradient. I don't know if you guys noticed it, but look at this little gradient that fades in. And then we have all these product items where we're going to be using CSS grid and the fake store API. Okay, so let's go ahead and go back to our index.js. Right now, inside of our index.js, what we're first going to do is actually introduce a main container. So it's similar to a div, except it has a bit more of a useful property. Okay, so main over here, and then what we're going to have inside is, firstly, we're going to have a banner, and then we're also going to have the product feed. Now, I like to always, you know how I do it. I always like to comment things out so that way we have a kind of game plan for what we're going to build. Okay. Now, as you can see, what we have is also a max width being applied. So notice how on a small screen or medium screen, you see how the banner is kind of stretching, right? But the overall container never goes past a certain width. This is how Amazon do it. And what it does is it actually allows your users to concentrate their vision a little bit easier, right? So this is how you should be seeing your websites. And it shouldn't be kind of, you know, crazily zoomed out. I'm just trying to see if I'm completely zoomed out. There we go. All right, so you can see this looks pretty nice, okay? Does anyone know the shortcut for it? There we go. I think it's that one right there. Okay, perfect stuff. Go ahead and firstly build out the banner, okay? But like I said, to incorporate that max width, yeah, the way we do it is we simply go ahead, add a class name, and here we say max width, and this is when the screen hits a 2XL, okay? And if we hover over it, it simply translates to a screen with max width 1500. And like we said, guys, when you're doing this regular CSS, we kind of have to find the value, right? We don't want to find these values. We just want to go ahead and actually do a shortcut for, you know, having a standard for what medium, small, large is, right? I know for a fact I don't like to go ahead and deal with that. So this makes it a lot easier to have standards when you're doing this. Now, when you do that, the problem is that you actually are going to have, you want to center your element as well. So what we do is we apply a margin X, right? So I'm going to say MX, and then I'm going to say auto. Okay, and now this will actually go ahead and auto center us with everything inside of it. Okay, so this is looking pretty good right now. Okay, guys, let's go ahead and do banner, and we're going to go ahead and code up this banner element. Okay, so I'm going to hit save, and obviously it's going to freak out because we don't have a banner component. So I'm going to open up my banner, my components, and I'm going to add in banner.js _ RFCE to go ahead and create our functional component. And then once we're inside of here, we're actually going to use a really nice library called React Responsive Carousel. Okay, so this is actually going to be React Responsive Carousel that we're using. And then this is the one that we're using, React Responsive Carousel, like this. Okay, so This is what we're going to be using. You can see it's got a very good weekly download. That's the number that I typically go to and see what we're going to be having, if it's any good or not. Okay, so they've got some great docs, but I'm going to make it super simple for you guys to go ahead and get using with this app, right? So firstly, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to go ahead and import it in my index.js so we stop getting the error. So there we go. Banner is being imported now. We can get rid of that and we don't get the error. Now I'm going to go into my banner, and the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to install that dependency. So I need to type in yarn add React responsive carousel. Okay, and that will go ahead and install that dependency into the project. I can hide that with Command J, and now I have my banner on the screen. And then we're going to go ahead and then pull in this carousel component. Now the carousel component is this beautiful component. Once again, I'll just give you a little glimpse. Is this component here. Okay, so we're going to use that when we're building this out. So the first thing we're going to do is have a class name. Okay, this class name is going to be relative, right? Because again, we're going to have something absolutely positioned inside of this container. Okay, so we have to make the container relative, otherwise it's going to just fly to the top of the screen somewhere, right? So what we're going to do now is we're going to say the carousel. We're going to pull in our carousel component. Right? So the carousel component works in a pretty cool way, right? So they already have a few different attributes that we can go ahead and add to the component that we're pulling in. The first one that I want to do is autoplay, right? This is going to allow us to have this autoplay functionality where it just starts scrolling by itself. Okay, so if you notice when we're on this page, after a certain point, I mean, it's not doing it right now, but after a certain point, it will start scrolling over. If you go to sunnysanga.com, you'll see it automatically starts playing. Okay, then what we want to do is infinite loop. This means when it reaches the third carousel, it just loops back around. Okay, so it just keeps on going ahead and doing that over and over and over again. Okay, so that's going to help you out. The final one I'll do is show status. This will go ahead and hide a little status bar, but you can feel free to, play around with that. I'm going to do something called show indicators false. These are like the three little dots that you typically see on these carousels. I don't want to see that. I want to kind of hit it, hide it, and then we're going to get rid of show thumbnails, because by default, it actually shows these small little thumbnails of the carousels that you can go through. And then the final thing you can do is set an interval. By default, it's 3 seconds, but we're going to set it to 5,000 milliseconds, which is 5 seconds. Okay. Now to get this working, it's pretty simple. We simply add in 3 divs. Okay. So these are going to represent each of the carousels that we're going to see on the page. Okay. So these are the 3 divs that we're going to see. Right. So 1, 2, 3. Okay, right now inside of here, we're going to have an image tag. Now this image tag is going to have, let's go to our source, and these, I've made them super easy for you. So I'm going to go ahead and pop in the source for the first one. And then it's very important you do loading lazy, right? So what this will do is it will go ahead and actually make the loading for that component lazy loaded by default, which is incredibly important, guys. I can't stress this enough. Very important to do that. Okay, extremely important to do that, and it means that it doesn't, slow down your user's experience. I'm then going to go ahead and copy and paste this into the same port, and I'm going to change these ones. So the second one is 6FF. Oops, 6FF, and then the final link is actually going to be 7MA. Okay, so now we've got our 3 links. Now obviously you can't see anything, right? So you can't see anything inside the screen right now. So how do we get it on the screen, right? You see there's a little flicker, but we're not seeing everything, right? The reason why this is working is we haven't actually set up the thing as we need to completely yet. Let's just double check something quickly. So you can see right now it's kind of getting squashed over here, right? There's some strange stuff happening over here right now. So we need to go ahead and actually check out what's happening. So the first thing I want to do is we've got a relative. We've got, let's just double check that we've done it all correctly. We've got our banner. And then what we want to do is go back into our index. Just double check that we've got all of this being applied correctly. We've got a max width screen MX Auto. Awesome stuff. Okay, so the final thing you want to do, guys, is actually import the CSS right into the component, right? So if you check out the page that we used, so if we go into the header, where's it gone? Banner, right? So right now, the final step that we're actually missing is if we go to React Responsive Carousel, the site, I'll show you guys an important step that you should not miss because it results in this booky looking design, right? So we forgot to do one step. So we go ahead and we need to do this import over here. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this. And now inside, you see like it's there, but it's not there. Right? And the reason being is because the styling is simply not there. So I go into my banner, I simply paste it. And now we have, boom, look at that. That's awesome. Look how clean that is, guys. That is amazing right there, right? And look at that, it just perfectly responds. And then remember that max width that we set earlier with the margin X auto on index.js just cleanly comes into play. Okay, so this is looking really good right now. Now I want to have this nice little transition and gradient that goes from, you know, the solid color down to the white. Okay, so how do we go ahead and do that? Well, the first thing I want to do is actually change the background to the gray color of Amazon. So I'm going to go into my div in index.js, and here I'm going to say BG gray 100. Okay, and this will go ahead and actually make the background. We can't see it fully right now, but if I make the height of the screen here, screen, you're going to see it then. So then it turns to the slight gray, but we don't need that. Okay, we don't actually need that. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go back into our banner component. So I'm going to go ahead and have a div. Okay, so inside of the banner right here, I'm going to go ahead and have another div. So I'm going to have a div like so, and then we're going to have this is going to be a self-closing div. Okay, now this is a nice little trick, and you're going to probably find this one very useful. Somebody says I talk really fast, but I'm trying my best to kind of slow down, right? But hopefully, you know, it helps you guys out. And remember, these videos do get uploaded with subtitles, so it should help you out when you're watching this back. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this absolute, okay? But I'm going to make it width of full. So what we're doing here is we're going to basically put an imaginary sort of, you know, hidden container, which is of a gradient from gray to transparent, which will overlay it, and then it should be able to create this transition effect for us. Okay, got a height of 32 for that imaginary gradient, and here I'm going to say BG, and this is how easy it is to do gradient inside of Tailwind CSS. We see BG gradient to T, right? This means to the top, so from the bottom to the top. And all you need to do is specify two colors. So the first one from color is going to be gray. Now guys, how many likes are we sitting at right now? Tell me, shout it out. From gray 100. Okay, so if I do that right now, you're going to see from gray, and then we're going to say to transparent, because I want to go from gray to transparent. Okay, and then the final step I need to do is say bottom 0. Okay, we're going to say to transparent bottom 0, and then Z20, which means it comes above. Z index is basically where it gets layered on the page. So as soon as we do that, boom, can you see that nice little gradient, right? So that looks clean right now, guys. And the reason why it probably doesn't look like it's doing it correctly, if I do it from white, you'll see the difference, right? You see how it perfectly does it with white. The difference is because we haven't got any content underneath right now. So right now it doesn't look like it's working, but it is working, right? It will go into the gray once we have the content being on the screen. But look how clean that is, guys. A beautiful looking gradient right now. There, right? Amazing stuff. Right, so what we're going to do now is we're going to go ahead and go to our index, and let's go ahead and create the actual product feed. Okay, so very important step right now. We're going to create the product feed component. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and hit this one, and obviously we'll get an error because we need to create the product feed. So we're going to go into our components, add product feed.js. Okay, and now I'm going to do underscore RFCE. Nice. Okay, so we're going to go to our product feed component. Now, for this component, how do we make this one work, right? How do we get this thing happening? So firstly, I'm just going to say products here, ... right? And we're done. I'm joking. We're not done yet. Right? I'm going to go back to my index.js, and I'm going to go ahead and import it like that. Okay, then we got products here. So you can see this is where the rest of the page is going to get rendered right now. Okay, so the way that we get this working is we're going to be using something called server-side rendering to fetch all of the products from that fake store API. Okay, so if I go over to fake store API right now, you're going to see, check this out, you're going to see the fake store API. Now this is a REST API, so if you've been wanting to a REST API, then it's going to be crazy stuff. You're going to be able to see this. Rashi, it says playlist If you want the playlist, sign up to a newsletter. You'll get the playlist automatically. Incredible, right? It's so much. we thought of everything, guys. Okay, and this is an example of how we do a fetch. Okay, so guys, remember, we are using Next.js, right? Which means that it's not just a basic React app. The difference with Next.js is, let's say Sunny visits google.com, and let's say Google is a Next.js website, right? Usually with a typical React app, Sunny just hits google.com and then everything loads on, you know, Sunny's browser, right? Everything kind of comes up on the browser. But with Next.js, think of a server sitting in the middle, right? So Sunny makes a request to Google. It hits this middle server first, right? Then everything can get calculated on the server. The server can build the page out and then it gets sent to Sunny's browser, right? Which means that the browser doesn't actually have to do any work and doesn't have to fetch any information. The information is being fetched on the server, hence server-side rendering, and then the page gets delivered. So on the server, our mission right now is to fetch the data from Fakestore API, render the page out, and then deliver it to Sunny, right? So whoever comes to the web page. So that's going to be incredibly, it's actually pretty simple to do when we're using Next.js, okay? But this is really powerful stuff. So pay attention right now. It's going to get really interesting right now, okay? Is whenever we want to do a server-side render. So whenever we want to do anything, you know, in the server render, you want to go ahead and do export async, and you need to go ahead and say function get server side props, okay? And this is basically, it gives you something called a context. Oops, and then we go ahead and do this. Now, just by having this function in this file tells Next.js that this is no longer a static page. It needs to have that middle server step, right? So we're going to basically, we're saying, please calculate something on the server first, render out the page, and then deliver it to the user on the page, rather than just sending the entire site to the user, okay? So this is what we have when we do get server-side props. And then what we're gonna say now is we're gonna say const products, because I wanna fetch the products from this API. And the way we do it is we say await, right? And then if we check out the endpoints, right? So they have a bunch of different endpoints here. And let's look at the one I'm interested in, this get endpoint called products. If I click it, you see, look, it gives me a JSON file with all these products inside of it, okay? So this is simply an API endpoint. So it's https://fakestoreapi.com/products. Okay. So right now I'm going to go ahead and hit copy on that. So we've actually got the API endpoint, right? And the API endpoint, I'm just going to paste it in a comment down here. So this is literally the API endpoint. We're going to make a get request to this endpoint and fetch the products. Okay. So here I say await fetch, and fetch is a built-in function, and it's await because it's going to be an asynchronous call, right? So now what I'm going to say, const products. So make sure you guys copy this one out very cleverly, okay? Very like sort of slowly so you don't make any mistakes. Now we've got the products. So what we're going to do next is we're going to go ahead and return it. So how do we now, once we've done the server-side render, how do we pass that data along to the actual component, right? So it's simple. It literally comes from the server to the browser as literally something like a prop, okay? So all I need to do here is we simply return it as props, right? And then inside the props, we simply just put in anything we want. So here I'm going to say products. Now ES6 allows us to, rather than saying products, key, and the value, I can simply go ahead, and if it's the same name, you can shorthand it as products. So now we're returning props, and these props get passed in just as we expect it normally to happen in a React component. So React components can take in, you know, they can take in some props. So here ES6, we can destructure and pull out the products inside. So now if we want to go ahead, and I can get rid of this comment, right? So now what we've actually done is fetched it. So to test that everything looks good and works, we can go ahead and actually go ahead and right click, or where's my inspect? Oh, I haven't actually got, oh, silly thing. Right, so what I could do actually to show you guys, I'm not gonna open up Chrome because it's annoying. I haven't actually enabled my developer tools here. But what we can do is I can type in a P tag underneath the product feed just to show you, and I can type in products, right? And then we should be able to see, if we refresh, React child, okay, don't worry about that. Right, I'll prove it to you. It'll make sense, don't worry. I'll enable that for tomorrow. Right, so the products have come through as a JSON API, right? So now we have a JSON object, a massive JSON object, which looks something like this. This is now being stored inside of our product. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pass that through to the products here, Okay, I'm going to pass that through over here. I'm going to hit save. Okay, now I'm going to say product equals the products that come through here. And remember guys, the deadline for the homework, as long as you get it done before day 5, that's when you're going to go ahead and get the points. Okay, so there we go. And now we come to our product feed component where we get props come through. We can do destructuring and pull through the products, right? And now we can render out the products. Okay, so how do I now, get those products in the way that I want it, right? So how do I actually go ahead and show that product information? So the way that we do this is actually pretty cool, right? So what I can do is I'm just going to show you an example that the products are actually here, and I'll prove it by saying products.map. For every single product, I'm going to iterate through. I'm just going to go ahead and return a p tag, and let's just go ahead and say something like the title. So this was actually a prop that gets returned. Product.title, sorry. Right, now you should be able to see, look at this. All the products are coming through, guys. That's incredible, right? Really, really clean stuff, right? We're gonna go ahead and render out all of the products now. This is destructuring over here, right, that we just did. So I'm actually going to go ahead and create a reusable product component to make that happen in a really clean, sleek way. And we are so close to wrapping up on today's build, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to create a product component that will actually contain all of the information that we have here. So when I actually iterate through, there's a bunch of different values that we get from this product. So rather than just saying product.title, product.something else, what I'm going to do is destructure it. I'm going to destructure here, and I'm going to go ahead and grab the following information from it. This means I no longer need to say product.title. I can just do the following. So this gives me all of these values, which comes back from that response that I showed you earlier. Okay, so this is how we're going to go ahead and actually render through. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is create a reusable component, and I'm going to call this one product.js. Okay, underscore RFCE, and now we have our product component. Now this is where we sort of accept our props in this component, and this is going to follow the same similar structure that we had previously. Okay, so this product over here is actually going to follow the structure that I showed you. So it's going to go ahead and take in props of this nature. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and hit save now, get rid of our banner. We've got our product feed. So how do I render out the product that the way that we need it? Okay, so instead of rendering a p tag here, I'm going to render a product. I'm going to import my product, and then I'm going to go ahead and have a self-enclosing tag. And then all I need to do now is, remember, whenever you do any mapping in React, it's critical that you include a key. This tells React, when it maps through those values, that it basically then React knows which element is different from another element. If you don't include a key, it's not going to be able to re-render that list efficiently. It just goes ahead and re-renders the entire list, which is very bad for performance. So the key is the ID in this case. Okay, the rest of the props are going to be as follows. So they literally are as their names are. Okay, so ID, title, price, and everything like that. This comes through as props over here. Okay, so this is really clean, right? It looks really, really good right now. And then what we're going to be doing next is we're going to go ahead and have we're going to go ahead and actually style out our first product. Okay, so stick with me, guys. Almost done, right? So for the div, we're going to have a few things. So the div that you're going to be creating right now is this element over here. Okay, so this element that you see right over here. So let me go ahead and get my little brush. This element over here is what we're going to be building. So we've got this beautiful image. We've got the add to basket button, men's clothing, and all that good stuff. I'm going to show you how you can go ahead and do this. And what I've actually done, guys, is I've randomized the sort of stars and if it has prime delivery or not based on every time you re-render. This is because it's a demo. Okay, so if I go ahead and refresh, you'll notice that the number of likes and the has prime is just going to be random, just to go ahead and show you a little bit of random stuff like that you can have on the build. And remember, it is a demo. So for the product, right, what we're going to do is we have the outer div. We have inside the we're going to have a p tag, and this is going to resemble the category. Right, so the first thing, we're going to resemble the category. So you can see men's clothing, jewelry. So every item has some kind of category. Okay, so Ben says cannot read property map of undefined. You probably haven't passed it through as a prop, dude. So remember, you just make sure you go through this code very carefully, and you're probably not passing through your props in the correct sense. Okay, otherwise you will get that issue. So we have to pass it down as a prop and then it will render out. Okay, otherwise, and remember, you can use a Facebook group to go ahead and get help. So right now, so we're going to also be using the image tag to show those images off. So this is not the normal image tag. We're going to be using the next image tag. Okay, so image, and I'm going to go ahead and pop in the source, right? And I've already whitelisted this. Do you remember we did it earlier? This is going to take the image prop as the source, the height and width in this case. So height is going to be 200, and the width as well is also going to be 200. So let's go ahead and pop this in. And then we're going to give object fit contain, object fit contain as our prop. Okay, and that's going to allow us to keep the aspect ratio. So our images are starting to come in, right? Looking very good right now, guys. Looking awesome stuff. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we've got the image already showing. I am now going to have the title. We're going to have a H4 for the title because it's going to be better for SEO purposes. Hit that button. There we go. And the title pops in. Okay, so you can see things are starting to come in. Right now, for those stars, right, like I said, I'm going to have a random number for everything for the star generation. Okay, so for the rating, to very simply put, right, I'm going to go ahead and have a piece of state. A piece of state is like a short-term memory per component. Okay, here we're going to create a piece of state, and this is going to have rating. Typically we say set rating, but I'm not going to have any setter after this, right? So I'm just going to go ahead and you know, set this value. We're going to go ahead and create a piece of state here. So we're going to import it from React. Now for the initial value, right, if I give this a rating of 2, I'll show you what happens there. Okay, so what we're going to do is I'm actually going to firstly import the star icon from Heroicons. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and import star icon like so. And if I was to go ahead and just simply pop it on the screen, what you're going to see is, you know, a basic star. A basic star icon. So if I was to simply do this with a class name of like H5, you're going to see a star pop on the screen. Okay, so that's the kind of star that we're after. But I want to do a little bit more than that, right? Let's say we have 3 in here, right? I want to go ahead and map through it and then render it out. So little trick you're going to learn right now. If you have a div, right, with, so we're going to have a div surrounding it, sorry. But right now what I'm going to do is have a map. Okay, so I'm going to say array, and I'm going to create an array. This is a very nice little trick. An array of 3, okay? And then I'm going to fill it with empty values, and then I'm going to map through. Okay, so I'm going to map through those values, and then what is going to happen here, I'm simply going to go ahead and map through, and then what we can do is this gives us 2 values in here. We can just do underscore, we don't care about the first one, and you get the second one is an index. So just don't worry too much if you don't understand what happened there, but we're creating an empty array, filling it with empty default values. We don't care about the initial value, we just care about the index. And I'm going to go ahead and push the star icon in now. So if I have 3 there, we should see 3 things being popped in, right? But instead, what I need to do first is the class name of flex. And then if I hit save now, we should see we've done a slight, let's have a look. Oh yeah, so the slight issue that you might run into, rather than using curly braces, you need to use a regular sort of parentheses to do a return. Okay, and then boom, we get 3 stars. Now if I change this number to 4, you can see 2, 5, even 6. You see how it works, guys. Looks very clean. Okay, so extremely nice little trick that you can use. But I want to randomize that number for every single item, so you can use this little mathematic formula right now. The mathematic formula goes like this. We're going to say math.floor, right? And then we basically go ahead and do the following formula. Okay, so I'm actually going to go ahead and actually copy something out, and you guys can feel free to use it as you wish. Okay, so this code right here will generate a number between a maximum rating, which we need to set, and a minimum rating. Okay, so all this is doing is if max rating is 5 and min rating is 1, it will generate a number between 1 and 5. Okay, so in order to get this to work, we need to create 2 variables, one called max rating and one called min rating. And you can just change these numbers, and now we have a perfectly working randomized function. There you go, look at that. Everything has its own random star value. And if you want to upgrade this, you can obviously pull in the value from the database, right? The rating, the value, or it could come through from the API. In this case, it didn't come with a value, so I just went ahead and randomized the rating. Okay, so the fill literally just created an array with empty values in. Okay, so it's a very nice little trick. Okay, so we've got our stars in there now, right? I'm also going to do the same thing for if it has prime or not. Okay, so you can see here some of them have prime, and this is based on a random action. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and create another piece of state called const has prime, and again this is going to say use state. Okay, and this, the way we do this is we just need a Boolean value of just true or false. So nice little trick here, I can go ahead and say math.random, the British is coming out there. And then we just say if it's less than 0.5, because math.random generates a number between 0 and 1. And we're just randomly saying if it's below 0.5, then it has prime delivery. If not, it's going to not have prime delivery. Okay. And the way that we show that is, I will show you, we can use that in a sec, right? But if I want to go ahead and prove it, I could just say has prime and p tag of, let's just say p tag of has prime delivery. So now you can see some of them have prime delivery, some of them don't. Okay, but we're not going to have that just for yet, so we're going to get rid of that. Okay, so we've got the stars in place, we've got the prime delivery set up. The next thing I'm going to have is the description, so I'm going to pop in the description over here. Okay, now you can see nice, we get a little bit of description popping in, and then we're going to go ahead and pop in a div. Right, now for this div, we're going to be using a currency. Okay, so we're going to have a number value here. Now when you're dealing with currencies, right, we're going to be using an external package. This external package is called React Currency Formatter. So in order to install this, all you need to do is pop up your terminal and go ahead and do the following, guys. You want to hit in yarn add or npm install React Currency Formatter. Okay, this will go ahead and install the dependency that you're after. Once that's done, you can go to the top of your file and import currency as seen at the top, right? So we're going to go ahead and copy that, and we're going to go to the bottom where we have under our description, we just introduced a div, and here I'm going to go ahead and pop in the currency. Okay, now this very unique, like very kind of handy little component takes a quantity prop. The quantity in this case is the price, and the currency by default is US dollars, but I want to go ahead and change it to GBP because, you know, representing Britain. Okay, there we go. Now you can see we've got the pricing coming through as well. 55, 22, 109.95. This is a very handy package, by the way, the currency one. Okay, now what I'm going to do is introduce the prime. So here I'll say if you have prime, only then should you render what I'm about to say now. So we're going to have a div, right? Here we're going to have an image tag. For this image tag, we're going to have the source is going to be simply a prime logo. Okay, so I'm going to just go ahead and pop this in like so. So we've got an image being rendered in now, which is going to, if I go ahead and hit save, we should see the ones that have prime delivery, you can see they get a little prime tick. And we're going to go ahead and it won't even take long, guys. We're going to change this into this. Believe it or not, this is going to become this very quick. Okay, so trust me on this. It's going to happen extremely quick. Get ready. Don't even blink. All right, we're going to go ahead and say free next day delivery. Free. We're just going to say it's next day delivery, and I'll show you how to. We're even going to set this up in Stripe. Oh God, I love this music. It's such a vibe, honestly. We want a fitness vid. I actually just came back from the gym. I will do that afterwards. Okay, I'm going to introduce a button afterwards, and it's going to say add to basket. Okay, nice. So now we have a button at the end of it as well. Okay, so we have our product being shown, but I need to now make it look like the way we expected it to. Okay, so let's go ahead and start from the top and style out our button. Okay, so what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm going to have a div, and the first one I'm going to say class name, right? Add the class name relative. This is going to be a flex box. It's going to be a flex column because everything should take up the maximum width. Margin of 5. Oh, oops. Let's go ahead and check this out there. Margin of 5. BG is going to be white. Okay, so background of white. All right, let's go ahead and check this in there. And then let's go ahead and say Z index of 30. Right, Z index of 30 and a padding of 10 because we want to pad the inner contents. So already, it's already got a glow up. Okay, already got a nice little glow up right now. Okay, so now what we're going to do is style the category. So the category, remember, the parent is relative, so we can now do an absolute positioning on this to make our life a little bit easier. We're going to say absolute top 2, right? So it's going to stick to the top a little bit of 2. There we go. And then we're going to say right of 2 as well. Okay, so right 2. There we go. We're going to do an extra small italic, right? Let's go ahead and pop that in. You can see already looking pretty good, guys. And we're going to say text of gray 400. We've got the class name here. We're going to do my of 3. And this will go ahead and apply a little bit of, spacing between the title and the image. And then the next thing we're going to do is actually make those stars, that little Amazon color. So text yellow. And we're going to do a 500 hit. Now we've got the little, yellow stars looking great. Okay. Go to the description, and here I'm going to go ahead and do a class name. You guys can see why I love Tailwind, right? Text extra small here. I'm going to go ahead and do a margin top of 2, margin bottom of 2. So actually we can shorthand this one when you do that to margin Y of 2, right? So that's actually a very nice little trick if you didn't know it. And then we're going to do a very nice little thing here, because you see how some of the descriptions are very long. In the Tailwind config, you can see I've added in a plugin called line clamp. So what we actually, and I actually had that in the starter pack already, so you don't have to worry about installing it. Here we just do line clamp, and I can just say, okay, after 2 lines, we're going to clamp it. Which means now, you see after 2 lines, it goes ahead and truncates it. That looks clean, right? That looks really clean when we do that. We're going to go to the currency on over here, the div, and we're going to say margin margin bottom of 5 to make it a little bit more clean. Okay. And then the prime. Okay, so where we've got prime popping up, I want this to look a little bit nicer right now. So this div, I'm going to go ahead and hit this div and say flex. I want it to be item center. Space on the x-axis of 2, so that way everything kind of spaces out between itself. And I want a minus margin top, minus margin top of 5. Okay, because I kind of want to bring it a little bit higher into its element. Okay, then we've got the image. The image itself, I'm actually going to go ahead and style this one to say it should be a width of 12. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and hit save. It's a lot more smaller then, doesn't obstruct the view so much. The p tag here, I'm going to go ahead and say class name. Yes, anyone asking, this is Tailwind, 100% Tailwind. Text extra small. And I'm going to also say the text should be gray with 500. Oh, oops, grew. What is that? Gray 500. Boom, look at that. This is looking so sick, right? Now, the final one that we're going to do is have the class name for the button, okay? So what I'm actually going to say is I'm going to have and already right now, you see it's looking pretty good, right? We're going to have a class name. Now, first thing I'm going to do is say margin top of auto, and this will make sure that all of the containers are the correct height. And then I'm going to actually give this a button class. Now, the button class doesn't exist, right? But remember earlier, I showed you how to create your own custom utility class in Tailwind CSS. So I'm going to show you how to do that right now. Let's transition over. You see how smooth that is? I love doing that sometimes, just throwing that in. So we're going to create a new button class, and that's going to get applied all over the place. So I'm going to go to my globals.css, and then here I'll say dot button. So wait for it, dot button. And then at apply to apply, our Tailwind styles, because remember in a CSS class, you have to do that, right? And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to make that Amazon button that we love, this one. And I'm even going to include that when you click it, you see that nice little effect, right? I'm actually going to have that nice clickable effect, right? P-2 to give it a padding of 2. And then we're going to go ahead and say text should be extra small. Now, guys, smash the thumbs up button as this button gets built out, right? It's going to be incredible. When we hit the medium size screen, I want the text to get a little bit bigger and it should become text small. I want the background to be a gradient. Okay, so BG gradient to bottom. Okay, then I'm going to say go from a yellow. Okay, so go from a yellow of 200 to a yellow, right? To a yellow of 400. Okay, and then if I hit save, boom. Oh, look at that, guys. Clean, looking nice, right? And then I'm going to say, okay, we should have a border. By default, the border is like this, little kind of gray color. You see that, right? So I'm going to give the border a bit more of a nicer color here. I'm going to say the border should be a yellow. So let's go ahead and say border is a yellow, and the border is a yellow 300. Nice, save. So we're going to say rounded SM. It's going to be a Stripe checkout session. Rounded SM, and then we're going to say, okay. So if I do that now, you can see, look at this, looking beautiful, guys. Right now I want the clickable hover functionalities. When I hover over it, I want to get that, right? Now, so I'm going to type in focus. First thing I'm going to do focus outline none. And then what we do is we say focus ring 2, right? And this will give me a little ring, because if you notice when I click it, there's an actual little ring there. It might be hard to see it, but there is a little ring there that gets applied, right? The focus ring is going to have focus. It's going to say ring, yellow, and this one is going to be 500, yellow, 500. Okay, cool. And then I'm going to change the active, right? So when I click it, right, the active state is going to go from yellow is going to change to a 500. So a few things that we applied there, and all together when that gets combined, click, boom. Because look at the from color is changing from a yellow to a 500. Look at that. It just changes the from, which looks clean. So now what we're going to do is go back to the product feed. Okay. Product feed. This is where the rest of the magic is going to happen for today. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and say in the outer div, we're going to get rid of the H1, which says product here. I'm going to say class name, and then I'm going to say grid. Okay. And this is going to be grid, flow, row, dense. Now, I'm not going to explain what this one is too much, but I'll show you how it gets applied once grid, flow, row, dense works. But you can check out the Tailwind demo of that one. But right now, you can see once we've done grid, you can see that it goes ahead and actually pops in like a little bit more spacing in there is being applied, right? So it's looking pretty clean right now, but right now it's just a grid of a single column by default. That's how grid works, okay? So we've got that. Now I'm gonna say, okay, when we hit the medium, so this is the interesting part with grid, right? You see how right now it's one column, okay? But when I hit a medium screen, I want it to split into grid, like 2 columns. So I say grid columns 2. Now, check this out. If I go into a medium, it goes into 2 columns, but after that, it doesn't split, okay? So you see how it goes from a small to a medium screen, and then everything after that is still 2 because we haven't said anything else, right? So that's how we're going to do 2 columns. And when we hit the larger screen, I want to go a step further. I want to say grid columns 3. Okay, so now check this out. Look, 2 columns should pop in on the middle breakpoint, 3 columns pops in at that point, and then it just keeps growing. Okay, so that's looking pretty clean. And then the final thing is extra large, right? So once we get to that massive sort of screen, I want to go into a grid columns 4. Okay. And this is looking pretty good. All right, let's go ahead and make it big. Now you can see, look, on the extra large 4 columns. So this is an absolutely incredible demo of how you can apply CSS grid in a responsive manner so it grows. All right, incredible, incredible stuff. Now you can see here, right, this looks great on a mobile view, but on the bigger view, I want to push this into the banner and get this kind of, you know, stacked look. But on the mobile screen, I don't want to have it. But on the middle and above, I want to have this kind of, you know, it goes into the banner sort of look and feel. Right now, we don't have that. How do I get that to achieve in that manner, right? So firstly, I'm going to go into my medium screen. So I'm going to half and half. And then here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the div in product feed, go to the end of the class names, and I'm going to add something. I'm going to say after the medium screen, I'm going to apply a negative margin top of like negative 52. And you can see now, look at that. On the smaller sort of medium screens and above, it will go ahead and apply so on the mobile, we don't obviously want it, but on the medium screens and above, of course we want it. It looks clean, right? Look at that, guys. This is looking goddamn beautiful right now. Okay. So look at that. Amazing, amazing stuff. Okay. And I don't know, man, I'm loving this build. Even I've done it, I'm doing it a second time and I'm enjoying it so much. So MD minus, there we go. And then the final thing, I'm gonna say MX auto, just to make sure that everything is centered correctly. Okay, so this looks great right now, right? We have everything stacked up like this, okay? But what I wanna do now is the final step to making this look crisp, right, is I'm gonna split this up and show you a few little tricks so that you can take this, right, so it's just, rather than just everything in a 4 column, to something like this, where we have an advert, something which takes up a 2 column, and then you see so forth, right, and then it continues on. But you can see I want to go ahead and introduce a little bit of variation to this, and even on the medium screens, you can notice how every single size element actually has a little bit of a different responsive look to it, right? So even, and then we go to a 2 screen. Let's go to a 2 screen, and then you can see, look, we've got a slightly different variant where this takes up the full width. I'm going to show you how you can do that, and it's honestly easier than you think. That's just a little bit of a lag right now, but it's working pretty damn good. Okay, so let's go ahead and show you out this right now. Okay, so first thing we're going to do, guys, I'm actually maybe going to zoom out a little bit so you can see what's happening here, but I'm actually going to split things up. Okay, but before I do that, I'm actually going to have the products here, and I'm going to have the advert. I want to have an advert, so I want to have an image, right? And this image is going to have a class name. So let's go ahead and say class name. Let's go ahead and pop this above. Actually, no, we'll pop it there. I'll say image, class name, And this one is going to have the, it's going to say after the medium, I want it to go ahead and become a column span full, right? So not this, column span full, right? It looks really, really nice, okay? So let's go ahead and do this. And that's basically how after the medium screens, it always takes up a full width because it's saying column span full, okay? And then what I'm going to say is I'm going to copy this link, so you guys can feel free to copy that when you get time. And now if we go to the bottom, because it's going to get added to the bottom, you can see, look, it's being applied to the bottom over here, okay? So I want to go ahead and introduce this, and the way to do that is I'm going to split up the products. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to splice the products and start applying them in a different way. So I'm going to say products dot splice, and all this means is basically like slice, right? So I'm going to cut the sort of products. So I'm only going to basically select, let's say 0 to 4, okay? And then I basically map through it. So I can very easily integrate this into what I'm doing at the moment. Here I just say products, and I just say dot slice, right? Slice 0 to 4, and this will go ahead and only show me the first 4 products, okay? So now you can see that we've got the first 4 products and then the banner, right? So looking clean, right? So we've got the first 4 and then the banner. But I want to go a step further now. So after this image, I want to go ahead and say, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and show some more products. So I'm going to have another div, right? And I'm going to show the following products from 4 to 5. Okay, so I'm just going to paste this out. It's the same snippet with the slices 4 to 5. And now you can see after that, I've got another image coming up. So this is showing one item, right? But notice how this one item right now, it doesn't take up much room, okay? So the way I can make this take up more room, and for example, take up a 2 span here, is by doing the following. I can say div class name, right? Now let's go ahead and do this, right? Now I'm going to go ahead and say class name, and here I'll say mod, and then I'm going to say, MD, and I'm going to say, let's go ahead and check this out, MD column, and then we're going to say span 2, okay? Now it says after the medium breakpoint, span across 2. So this means on the small, span across 1, but after medium hits, span across 2. And you see how now it's spanning across 2, right? Looking very clean right now, okay? So we're gonna say MD span across 2, and then after the extra large, okay, we don't actually need to apply it. We can keep it as that. Nice, looks very clean at this point, okay? And then the final one I'm gonna do is go ahead and show the rest of the products underneath, okay? So underneath this div, I'm gonna go ahead and just simply pop out the rest of the products. So 5 to products.length basically says show the rest of them out, okay? So let's go ahead and check this one out. So look at that, looks clean, right? And look at that, look how lovely the support is from the Papa fam, right? I love that. We don't let any negativity in here, guys. We're gonna keep this positive. But look at this, guys. We just gone ahead and created, I'm not sure what's happening there. That's actually just a little bit of a bug. There we go. So you can see here right now, look at this beautiful layout right now, okay? And you see this, how we've got that 2 span, we've got this, and also how when we change the 3 fit, looks so nice. And I want to show you, that's actually the row dense coming in here, right? So by doing that grid column flow row dense, if I didn't have this, look what actually happens. It just goes ahead and finds the sort of space there. But by doing row dense, it basically says, no, use up all the space, right? So densely populate that grid, right? So that's how you go ahead and do that. So now what we're going to do is we're going to push this code to our GitHub. Okay, so I'll show you how we can do that right now. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead, log into my GitHub. So I'm going to go ahead and say log into GitHub. Oops, not GitHub, 1S. It's going to github.com. Okay, so what you want to do is simply go ahead. We're going to use Vercel to go ahead and push to our GitHub. Okay, so what you want to do is go to your GitHub, and we're going to go ahead and click sign in. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and go into my Chrome. So I'm going to go ahead and actually use Chrome right now. So hopefully computer doesn't burn on me and crash, right? But we're going to go ahead and open up Chrome, and I'm going to go ahead and say GitHub. Okay, so GitHub, and I'm going to go ahead and all you need to do is simply log into your GitHub. Let's go ahead and open this up. Nice. And once you've got your GitHub open, you want to go ahead and simply click on add new repository, right? Click on new repo, and then you want to go ahead and type in a repo name. So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and type in Amazon, and let's just type in let's just type in YouTube, okay? And I'm going to make it, in this case, I'll make it private, Okay, so it's up to you guys. I'm going to make this one private. And then what we're going to do is we're going to click create repo. Okay, so this is going to be incredibly simple once you just need to follow these steps to deploy. Okay, so we are deploying the app right now. Okay, guys, right now we're going to go ahead and click git remote add origin. And we're going to go ahead and do the same thing here. I'm going to say git remote add origin. And it says remote origin already exists. Oh, because I've already actually pushed it to this one. Actually, no, I haven't. Not yet. Sorry. So in case I get this one, so you won't get this issue. I've already done this because I've set something else. But if you have already got something else in play, you can do set URL. Okay, so mine isn't actually there, which is fine. We can do that. That's fine. So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and say git remote set URL. And then I'm going to go ahead and add in my repo like so. But you guys just need to do the add origin. It's just because I've already set it up. Okay, once you've done that, you need to just do the following steps. Okay, git add all. This will add all the files to your staging. So if you type in git status, you should see a green light with everything inside of it. Okay, then what you want to do, guys, is type in git commit -m. Okay, and I'll make this super big for you. We're going to do git commit -m. Okay, and then here I'm going to have a message in quotes, and I'm going to say, let's just say app built. Okay, and I'm going to hit enter, and this will commit to GitHub. Okay, and then what I do is I type in git push. Okay, and this will go ahead and it will push. So you need to go ahead and simply find your GitHub repo, do git remote add origin, pop it in here. Okay, and then what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and say git add all, and then you're going to do git push and just push it to your branch. Okay, once you've done that, all you need to do, guys, is go over to Vercel dashboard like so. Go ahead and click on new project, and then what you'll see is that build come up. All right, so you're going to click on import, and then you want to simply go ahead, and we don't need to worry about the environment variables for now, but you can go ahead and simply do deploy. Okay, you're going to click on deploy, and then this will go ahead and do the way you need to do it. Okay, so this will go ahead and fetch it, deploy it. It will give you a URL. So let's break this down. So the first thing I want to do is I want to figure out the authentication. So right now, when I click on hello Sunny Sanger, it just doesn't do anything. Okay, I want to have a login state. So we're going to begin this build with the authentication portion. Now, as I mentioned, we're going to be using something called NextAuth. So you can go ahead and Google it if you want to check it out, and you can go ahead and see NextAuth.js. Right now, this is the authentication platform for Next.js, and you can either use this or Firebase. But today I'm going to be showing you how to use NextAuth and the benefit of using this over Firebase is it's a lot easier to get the user's authenticated state on the server side render. Okay, so here we're going to click on get started, and the way it works with authentication in Next.js is the setup is actually incredibly simple, to be honest. Firstly, we need to install NextAuth. So you're going to go ahead and copy NextAuth, and I'm going to go ahead and introduce a second panel. Okay, so a second terminal at the bottom over here. Now, once I've got this open, I'm simply going to go ahead and type in yarn add, and I'm going to type in NextAuth. Okay, this is going to go ahead and pull in the NextAuth dependency into my project. Okay, so that shouldn't take too long. Once that's done, the next step to go ahead and get this set up. So yarn add, and then we go NextAuth. So that's gone ahead and added it, and that's looking perfect. So I'm going to go ahead and continue on. Command J to hide our terminal. Go back over here and Command B, and let's open up our file tree. Now the magic point here is actually going to be in the pages. Okay, so when we're using Next.js, so guys, when we do use Next.js, rather than setting up a separate kind of express server, typically when we have a React app, we just have the front end, right? We just have a front end. But when we use Next.js, it actually bundles in a little hidden backend for us. And to access that backend portion, all we need to do is simply add in a folder called API, okay? So I'm gonna show you how simple it is to go ahead and do this, okay? So to get this working, all you need to do is inside of our pages folder, add in a new folder and call it API. Okay, this is going to be our API endpoint. So we're literally going to go ahead and have our own API endpoint working in this build right now. So we've got the API over here, and then what we're going to be doing is simply going ahead and adding in an additional folder called auth. So you click on API, click on add folder, and let's introduce auth. Okay, now it's a bit kind of quirky because it's kind of a nested folder structure, but what we're going to do then is we're going to add a new folder. Okay, and this new folder has a bit of an interesting name here. Okay, so what I recommend is you simply copy the folder name here. So it's literally going to have square bracket dot 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 NextAuth.js. Okay, in pages API auth. You see that? So all we have to do here is go ahead, click on auth, new, and then I'm going to go ahead and paste. So it's NextAuth.js. So now you can see, guys, inside of API, inside of auth, I have this file. Okay, and this is going to be responsible for handling all of the authentication inside of our application. Okay, now the next step is, honestly, it's actually not that difficult to get this up and running. Okay, the next step is a bit simple. What we do is we go ahead and we simply say, I'm going to go ahead and actually, you can pretty much copy this. Okay, so you can copy up the example that they have here, and we're just going to change around a few of these things. Okay, right now they have GitHub as your login provider. It's actually extremely easy to add in Facebook, GitHub, Google login. If you saw the Facebook build, I actually did Facebook login, right? And today I'm going to show you Google login, and then you can combine as many different types as you want, and it just works, right? So to change this to a Google sign-in, all we have to do is say providers.google. That's it, right? The next thing I'm going to do is I'm not going to connect to database here, so I'm going to get rid of this line. Right now, here you can see you can add more providers. So it's as easy as simply going ahead and copying this line and saying, rather than this, you can say GitHub, and then you provide the credentials. Now, each provider has a client ID and a client secret. Well, typically some of them require additional information, but in this case, it is pretty simple. Now here it says GitHub ID and GitHub secret. That's going to change, right? Here we're going to say Google ID, and this one is going to be Google secret. Okay, there we go. We got our Google ID and we've got our Google secret. This is a single underscore in case anyone's wondering. Okay, here we're going to see, now you might have never seen this syntax, process.env. This stands for environment variables. Now, why do you want to have something called an environment variable? It's because sometimes you have credentials that you don't want to share, right? Sometimes you don't want to share these credentials because they're private. Sometimes you can share some stuff, it's public, but in most cases, when you have secret keys or private keys, you don't want to share that with the rest of the world. Otherwise, everyone's going to be doing havoc, causing havoc inside of your database, okay? So this is going to help you out a ton. So we're going to do process.env, and then you've got Google ID and Google secret. Now, in order to populate these with variables, I've actually added in a beautiful little file for you, and it's actually a part of this starter template. So if you click on .env.local.example, you're going to see the example environment file that you will have, and inside of here you see Google ID where it says key goes here, and Google secret where key goes here, and then you also see NextAuth, and I've made it extremely easy for you. Okay, so you have a little comment saying authentication here. Now all you need to do, guys, is go ahead and rename this file and get rid of the example. Okay, get rid of the example, and now you can see we have this working. And the reason why my syntax highlighting is working, and if you want the same thing, you can go ahead and install the env plugin, okay, the env extension, and then you'll get nice little syntax highlighting inside of your environment file. Okay, so guys, here we have it, Google ID, Google secret. So we need to get these values. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to show you is if we go ahead and hit save on this file, and the first thing you want to do is just make sure that everything is working. Okay, so you want to make sure that you haven't actually broken anything at this point, right? Now how do we do that? Basically, you can see once we've added this environment file, I need to stop running my server and I need to run it again. And now what you should be able to see is you'll see this loaded env from env local. So this means it's loaded our environment files. So you should see that, and then you should see the JIT engine being initialized. Those are the two things I need you to look out for when you're setting this up. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do, okay, is we're going to go ahead and actually get our credentials. Now here is where Firebase makes it extremely easy to do that. Okay, so what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to go over to Firebase. So I'm going to head over to firebase.com, and we should be able to see this load up. So here you can see I'm going to go ahead and sign in to my account, and right now I'm going to go ahead and quickly log in to my Google account. So give me 1 second, guys, and I need you to go over to firebase.com and log in as well. All you need is a Gmail account. Okay, so it's extremely easy to get started, and this is going to be a crucial step Remember, a Gmail account is completely free and it's going to be extremely easy to go ahead and get set up. Now I just need to do my two-factor. One second. You guys might, and I do recommend, if you have any Google account, always enable two-factor authentication. Okay, guys, it's always good to have that for security purposes. In this case, I'm just loading mine up right now. There we go, and there we are. Now I am inside of my account, so you should be on this screen once you're in. Okay, so I'm going to click on Go to Console. Nice. And then once we've got this open, I'm going to go ahead and create a new project. So I'm going to click on Add a Project. For this one, I'm going to say Amazon, and I'm going to give it a little bit of a name, otherwise Google might go crazy at me. I'm going to say Amazon 2, and I'm just going to say YouTube. And I'm going to click Continue. I don't want to have Google Analytics, but you can if you'd like to, okay? So once this is set up, we're going to go ahead and get our credentials set up. Now, we are going to do two things when we do this, okay? We are going to set up a Firebase configuration file from this Firebase panel, and then we are going to be using that later when it comes to the Firebase portion of the build. But for now, what I need you to do is go to the little cog at the top left. Once this loads up, click it, click Project Settings, okay? Now, once this is open, you need to go ahead and click on this little web icon over here, okay? So here I'm going to go ahead and type in Amazon, or let's just say Amazon, Amazon to YouTube, okay? And we're not going to set up Firebase hosting because right now we're doing Vercel for our deployments, okay? Right, let's keep going, guys. And now what we're going to do is click Continue to Console. Awesome. Okay, and then I'm going to click on Config, and I'm going to copy this config right here. Okay, so this is the magic config that I need. So what I'm going to do right now is head back over to my code. I'm going to create a Firebase file. So I'm going to say Firebase.js. Okay. Now remember, I am moving at a speed which is going to be easy for you guys to go ahead and follow, and actually go ahead and pause whenever you need to when you're watching this back. Okay. So what I'm going to ask you to do is paste it in there. Right. So that's the first step. Step one of what we're doing. Right. So that's the first thing we're going to do. The next thing I want you to do is click on Authentication. Okay, now once we have Authentication tab open, click on Get Started. So once we've got the sign-in method loaded, we're going to click on Google. Okay, so I'm going to click on Google and click Enable. Now once we've done this, you just need to go ahead and add in your email. Perfect stuff. And I'm going to click on Save. Okay, now what we're going to do once this is done is we are going to go ahead and click on Google, and we're going to click on this Web SDK. Oop, where'd it go? Web SDK configuration. Now I'm going to go ahead and check something for a sec. Right. So this will give us some contents right now. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to go ahead and make it a little bit more smaller. Okay. So this will give you some configuration. So I'm going to show you it right now. And I'm going to hide one of the portions of the config, right? So down here right now, you should be able to see all of your configuration details. Okay, so there is a secret at the bottom, and then there's a web client ID. Now I'm not going to show my secret because this is private for everyone, so you should not be showing your secret as well. But I need you to copy the ID, and I need you to copy the secret. Okay, the ID doesn't matter about it. It doesn't matter too much. That can be public. So I'm going to copy this one, and what I want to do is I want to head over to my environment file. Now for the Google ID, I'm simply going to go ahead and paste it. No quotes around it, no nothing. I'm just going to paste it there, okay? Now for the Google secret, I'm going to do the same thing, and I'm going to go ahead and pop it in like so, okay? So I'm going to do the same thing for my secret. So I'm obviously not going to show the screen while I do that. And now I have my secret uploaded too, okay? So what I'm going to do is right now, I'm just going to do ... here so I can show you where I pasted it. But the goal is that you have your Google ID open, and then you have your secret pasted over here. And I just showed you where you can find your secret, okay? So once you've got that done, guys, what you need to do is go back over to your panel and close that off, okay? So I'm just gonna hide my secret quickly. Awesome stuff, right? So now we've done that, it all looks great, and you can see it says enabled, okay? So this bit says enabled, that's great. That means it is working, we can now use it. Right. So what we need to do now is go back here, and I'm going to go ahead and paste this and then close the file. Right. So you guys should have your secret key there. That should be secret to you. Do not share it. Do not post that around. That's secret to you. Then I'm going to close my environment file. Okay. Awesome stuff, guys. Now we have that up and running. What we need to do is, in order to load those new environment files back in, we have to stop our server and run it once more. Okay, right. So again, I don't see the tailwind, so I'm going to go ahead and save tailwind. So there we go. We can get our tailwind. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up my second terminal and I'm going to go ahead and say yarn add Firebase, because we're going to need Firebase for later on. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and install Firebase right now. And then at the top here, I'm going to go ahead and say import Firebase from Firebase. Okay, now this part, I'm going to go ahead and we're going to continue the Firebase portion over here in tomorrow's build, but that's where I want you to leave the Firebase file. Okay, so we've just installed the dependency, the Firebase dependency. So now what we're going to do is we are going to go over to our NextAuth authentication, and this looks pretty good, right? We have our Google secret being loaded in, we have our Google ID, everything looks the way it needs to look. Okay, so the next step in this build is we need to go ahead and actually check out let's go to our index, right? So inside of our index file. So this is where we can go ahead and have some of the magic happening. Okay, so firstly, where do we want to log in from for the user? So if we go over to our build, I want the user to be able to log in when they click on account and lists. Okay, oops, when they click on account and lists at the top, right? So when they click this, they should be able to be prompted with a sign-in page, right? And this sign-in page is provided by default by NextAuth authentication. You can customize it, but we're not going to go over the customization today, right? But you can add as many providers as you want, and then you can just sign in. It's incredibly powerful. Honestly, you guys are going to love it. I know you will, right? Almost at 400 likes, guys. Let's keep pumping that number up, right? So we're going to go over to our header now. So components header. Okay, now once you've got the header open, I'm going to go ahead and actually import a few things from that NextAuth library that I actually pulled in. So I'm importing sign in, sign out, and use session. So this is very important stuff. Okay, these are three very powerful functions that we will be using inside of this header. Okay, so firstly, what I want to do is I want to click on the sign in. Right now, how do I sign in? Okay, so firstly, like I said, we want to have it so when we click on that, that top part where it says hello Sunny Sangha, I don't want to click on the p tag. I want to click on the overall div. So I'm going to do an on click, right? And I'm simply going to say sign in. Okay, I'm simply going to say sign in, right? And now let's go ahead and actually see if this did anything to our application. Okay, so if I click on this hello Sunny Sangha account and lists, let's wait for it. Okay, we're not seeing anything. Oh yeah, there we go. Sign in with Google. Perfect, right? Now we've got, thank you so much, Daisy Rel. Thank you so much for the 11, I think it's dirhams. Thank you so much for that. Really, really appreciate the donation. Thank you. Then we're going to click sign in with Google. Now this is the interesting part here. We see redirect URI mismatch. Okay, so here is where you have to go ahead and update some configuration details in the Google sort of side of things. Okay, so they give you a URL. You want to copy this URL. Okay, copy this URL and keep this page open because we're going to need this callback function. Okay, so I'm going to copy this URL and then I'm going to go ahead and paste it into a new tab. Okay. And then I'm going to go ahead and sign in once again. I don't know why it doesn't, it for some reason, mine is not keeping me signed in, but anyway, we'll see how it goes. Let me go ahead and sign in one more time, guys. So you guys should just follow along. I think I'm going at a very good pace today so that you guys can go ahead and sign in with me. I'm going to have to do my two-factor again. Just logged in. I clicked that link that we found earlier, and this is where we get to. Okay, well, okay, I've exposed something, but that's fine. So now you can see the URIs portion over here. Okay, so what you want to do here is you want to click on add URI. Now here, I want to go ahead and copy the local host example, but I'm going to go ahead and change this to 3000. Okay, so once you're on this screen, we're going to go ahead and hit the 3000 like this. Okay, then we've got the authorized redirect URIs. So at this point, right, we're going to go ahead and where we had our build, so where we had this error, I want to copy this top URI. And this is very important, right? Because what this is doing is it's going into that API auth folder that we set up. And NextAuth is, it's set up a bunch of this stuff like callback Google, going a bit crazy there. And then we're going to go back to our config inside of a Google Cloud Platform. And here on, I want to click on add URI. And I'm going to go ahead and paste it in. So this will allow Google to basically say, this is permitted as okay, right? This isn't going to freak out. This is a secure, safe thing that I'm allowing you to do. Okay. So we need to go ahead and enable that. So I've just gone ahead and added that in. Let's click save and let's just see now we've got HTTP 3000 and we have our authorized redirect URI. So now what we do is we go back to our localhost 3000 and we check it out again. Okay, now let's check this out. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and click on account and lists. Okay, click on account and lists and then sign in with Google. Okay, so I'm going to click this and now you can see, boom, we get this. This is awesome. This is what you should be seeing right now. Okay, so what we just did is we gave Google the all clear to say you can continue on. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is sign in one more time because you know how my computer is doing today. So I'm going to go ahead and sign in again. All right, so now I've signed in. Okay, so it just redirected me back to this page. Okay, so now we've signed in, but how do I know that I've signed in, right? In order to get that signed in state, right, we have to do a step. Okay, so the step that we need to go ahead and do is go over to _app.js. Okay, so here what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and actually introduce something which will allow us to access that authentication state across pages inside of our application. Okay, so in order to do that, what I need to do is I first need to import a special dependency. So I need to import provider, but we've already got something as provider. So I need to import, change the name as auth provider. Okay, so here you can see it says import provider as auth provider from NextAuth/client. Okay, then what I want to do is I want to copy our auth provider and I'm simply going to go ahead and paste it. Okay, now I need to go ahead and wrap the rest of this stuff inside. Okay, so I need to go ahead and push it above it like so. Now there is an attribute that we need to go ahead and include here. So I need to say the session is equal to page props.session. Okay, now what we just did here, guys, is we gave our entire application access to NextAuth, the authentication state. Okay, so we said basically now that that authentication state can be used throughout this, throughout this Next.js build. Okay, so and as you can see, this is called a higher order component because it's in a higher order than the children below it. Okay, so now we've basically power upped our apps. So now I'm going to go into index.js. Now I want to test something, right? I want to see if this is working and if I'm not, I'm not talking crap basically, right? Let's go to our header. And then what I'm going to do is, you remember this use session, right? So inside of header, what we can actually do to check if we are signed in now is we can go ahead and pull in our use session hook, right? And the way we do it is we say const session, and this, bear in mind, this is in brackets because we get two things. We get the session and loading. We don't actually care about the loading state for now. We're going to say equals use session. Okay, and we've already imported it. This session will include a few things. So if I type in session dot, right, what this will include right here is two things: a user, and the user will have an email, image, and name. Okay, so we can use this information now to go ahead and actually get everything up and running and working the way we need to, right? So now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and test if this is actually working. So I want to basically modify this now. So rather than just saying hello Sunny all the time, right, I want to say, if I'm not logged in, I want it to say sign in. And if I am logged in, I want it to say hello and then my name of whoever is signed in. Okay, so let's go ahead and kill this. So what I'm going to do now is go over to that header, right? So where it says hello Sunny Sangha, what I'm actually going to say is I'm going to change this entire line. So I'm going to remove this line, do a new line, and I'm going to go ahead and say, I'm going to do an optional here. I'm going to say, if there is a session, then what I want to do is I'm going to do backticks so I can do some string interpolation. I'm going to say hello, and then we can include a JavaScript variable. And then here I'm going to say session.user.name. I love this song. It's such a jam when you're coding, right? So we're going to say hello session name. Otherwise, I'm going to say sign in. Okay. And then hit save. So now if I go back, I am actually signed in. So we should see on a refresh, it should say hello Sunny Sangha. Okay. Now, how do I check if there is how can I sign out now? Okay. So if I want to sign out, right? So we want to test all of this in action now. What I can do is on the on click, I can actually include something here. I can say, okay, if there is no session, then I want to sign in. Otherwise, I want to do the opposite. I want to sign out. Okay. So on the click, if there is no session, sign in. Otherwise, sign out. Okay. Hit save on that. Now, if we go back, guys, check this out. Okay. I'm going to refresh my page. And at the top right now, you can see it says hello Sunny Sangha. If I click it, boom, it just signed me out. Okay. If I click sign in once more, it's taking me to the sign in page. If I click sign in, now I can choose to sign in. And then if I go ahead and sign in, now it says, hello, Sunny Sanga. Now guys, that is literally as simple as it is, right? If you want to access the session state, you use the useSession hook. And guys, if you want to use it on the server-side render, which I'm going to show you in just a sec, then we use it getSession. I'm going to show you how to do all that. But guys, that was easy, right? That's literally so easy. Smash the thumbs up button if you thought that was easy. And guys, you can add as many authentication providers as you want into that, and it will literally work. It's incredibly powerful, right? Oh, this is a jam. Right, let's carry on, guys. So now we have our authenticated state. Now I do want to show something cool to you, okay? So let's say I want to have, you know, multiple authentication providers, and this is actually a challenge extension that you can do, okay? So if you watched the Facebook build, I showed you how to do the Facebook portion of the login with NextAuth. But what is so easy here, guys, is if I go back to my NextAuth authentication and I simply copy and paste it. Imagine this, I say it changes to Facebook, for example, and I click save. Right then, now when I click sign in, you see how it just pops up as another option, right? So imagine I had Facebook here, Facebook, and I provided some credentials. I'm not sure if it will work unless I provide actual credentials, but let's test it out anyway. I'm going to click on sign in, and you can see, look, sign in with Google, sign in with Facebook. All you have to do is go ahead and provide the correct credentials. It does the rest, and then the variables are available in session.user and so forth. Now that is so powerful. I don't care. That is so easy to use, and it is just, it's so nice, guys. Okay, so that's incredible stuff, and I really am a fan of NextAuth authentication after doing this stuff, because you can see for yourself how much it enhances your build. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and implement the basket page. Okay, so we're actually firstly going to have, you know, add to basket functionality. And so firstly, well done, guys. We just finished authentication. So boom, it's not even 45 minutes, and we just sort of ran through that, right? We killed that so quick. So this is, yeah, we're going to keep on going at that speed, right? And it feels like we're not rushing either, right? So now if we click on the basket, the goal is to have the checkout page come available. So the first mission here is, let's break it down. I want to click this and be redirected to a checkout page. Okay, so let's go ahead and solve that one first. So what I want to do is I want to go ahead and to add a page, I'm going to close the API, but index.js is where we have our home page. So if I want to add a checkout page, I simply add a page called checkout.js. Okay, and now notice how it's lowercase checkout, because this will literally correlate to the / link. It'll say / checkout. Okay, and that's what we're basically going to go ahead and build. So now I can use my snippets. I can say _RFCE, and then you can see the checkout. And I want to go ahead and keep the naming convention here. So in the file, I can have the normal capital C for the, you know, the sort of component. Now I'm going to click on checkout.js. And now inside of checkout, we've got some work to do, right? So now we're going to get back to hustling, building some of our stuff. So firstly, let's go ahead and test if this works. I'm just going to say H1, I am the checkout page. Okay, hit save. Now guys, my goal is to make it extremely easy for you guys to learn how to code. So let me know if I'm doing a good job with that, right? So I'm going to go ahead and click this, and now I'm going to go to / checkout and see if this is working. Okay, nice. We can see that I am the checkout page, right? This is looking great. Okay, so now I'm going to go ahead and click back. Nice, looking perfect, right? So what we're going to do now is we're actually going to start pulling in some of the components that we've already built. Okay, so to make this very simple, what I'm actually going to do is, remember, we are using Tailwind, so I'm going to make the background gray. So I'm going to say BG gray 100. The second thing I'm going to do is I'm going to import the header, right? And this is the beauty of doing component-based design. So here we're going to say import header from components header, and then as soon as I hit save, look, let's go back to that checkout page. So / checkout, and look at this. It's already starting to look a bit more like a page. And this is fully functional, right? So I want to go ahead and actually implement some kind of routing now. Okay, so I'm going to go back to this, and I'm just want to say H1 just to make it super clear. I'm going to say checkout page, right? Just so we can very clearly see that this is the checkout page. Now I want to have it, when I click Amazon, it takes me to the home page. When I click basket, it takes me to the checkout page. So let's handle routing. Okay, so I keep going to that one. All right, so in order to do routing here, I'm going to click into my header. Okay, and now when I click on the image inside of the header, I want to be able to basically route and push me to the home page. Okay, so in Next.js we have a built-in router. This allows us to redirect the user to whatever page we want to do it to, right? And it allows us to do it in a very efficient way. Okay, right, so we're going to go ahead and import use router from next/router. I'm going to go ahead and grab that. Then on the image, I'm going to say on click. This is the Amazon image. I'm going to say on click, and I'm going to do an inline function. Okay, then I'm going to say router dot push. So think of the root. Oh no, that should be lowercase. Oh, oopsie. Actually, so before this step, I need to actually get my router object. Okay, so get rid of this one. That's wrong. I need to go down here and I need to say const router equals use router because it's a hook. Okay, this will give me the router object. Now I can use it. So I'm going to say on click, and I'm going to say an anonymous like inline function, and then here I'm going to say router dot push. Okay, now think of your website as different pages being stacked on each other, right? This means that when you go ahead and say to a user that you're going to get redirected to the page over there, when they click the back icon, it's going to take them back to the page. So think of like pages being stacked up on each other, right? So you literally are pushing pages on top of each other. So that way, whenever the user clicks back or forward, like if they go ahead and go to a new page, it stacks the page on. If they click back, it just removes that page and they're back at the previous page. That's how it works, right? This is how it's pretty much a stack, right? So here I'm going to say router.push, and I'm going to say / to make it the home page. Okay. This is looking nice. Now you can use the link component, but in this case, I want to programmatically do it on the image. The link component is great for some text. Okay, so Bishao and a few others are saying, why don't you use next link? You can do that, but this is how you programmatically do it, right? So this is a very nice way of also knowing how to do it. You can use either or, really doesn't matter, right? In this case, I want to attach it to the image object. Okay. It's not confusing. That's extremely simple. Okay, so let's go ahead and click on the Amazon link now, and boom, takes me to the homepage. It's simple as that. On click routes me to the homepage, right? Routing.push homepage. Simple as that. Okay, and I want to do it the other way as well. When I click on the basket, I want it to take me to, you guessed it, the checkout page. So I go down now to my checkout, which is this div, because we've got the shopping cart icon. And I want the entire div to be a clickable. So I'm going to say on click of the entire div. Here I'm going to go ahead and say, again, inline function. And I'm going to say router.push. Oops, router.push. I'm going to say checkout / checkout. Okay, let's test this out, guys. Okay. So let's go ahead and do this right now. Hit save. And then now what we can see is we're going to go ahead and click on basket. Ah, there we go. Click on Amazon. Hey, there we go, guys. We got page routing, and we didn't have to install React Router or anything like that. Next.js already has a router inbuilt. Okay, so beautiful stuff. If you just learned something new, smash the thumbs up, subscribe if you haven't. So now we have the checkout page and we have our routing complete. Perfect stuff. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and actually build out some of the checkout page before we start on the Redux portion of the build. Okay, so you will be learning Redux today as well, guys. Right, so a lot of fun stuff to be learning. Okay, so for the checkout portion of the build, right, what we're going to do is I'm going to actually go ahead and have this next to it right here. So I'm going to go ahead and include my local host over here so you guys can see it as I build it. Awesome stuff. Look at this. Perfect. Okay, so now what I'm going to have is inside of our checkout page. So I'm going to go to my checkout page. And if you don't know that trick, it's Command P, and then you can go ahead and access your files. So that's a very handy trick, right, that you can go ahead and do is go ahead and introduce a main tag. Okay, so a main tag like so. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and introduce a main tag. Now, as you notice, across the Amazon pages, we have the main, the max width. So this is going to carry on as we proceed through our builds. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and say main on the class name, and I'm going to say when we hit the large screen, right? So I want it to be a flex box firstly on the large screen, and then I'm going to say max width screen 2XL. Okay, so I'm going to apply that same max width, and again, remember to center it, we say MX auto. Okay, and now you can see, where is it gone? Oh yeah, I don't actually have that H1 anymore, so that's fine. So if I type in H1 hello, so you can see now my hello it kind of, you see how it gets cut off there, right? So that's very good. Whereas before it was going ahead and getting pushed over there. So you see now it has a max width applied to it. Okay. So that's awesome. That's looking great. The next thing I'm going to do is we are going to have a left and a right portion on this page. So I'm going to go ahead and demonstrate that, what I mean by that. Okay. So here you can see on this page, this is the official Amazon page on sunnysanga.com, right? So not the official, but you know, the clone version. So we have the left-hand side of the page. So this is my left-hand side. And then we have the right-hand side of the page. So these are going to be two separate divs, right? So, and notice how I said on the large screen, we have flex. And this is because on the large screen, I want it to be in a row. So I want it to be like this, okay? But on a small screen, I want it to actually be stacked like this. So that way on a phone, it would be a lot easier to navigate, okay? Now you can feel free to put subtitle at the top. That's completely fine. You can, you know, go ahead and customize to your heart's content. But I'm going to go ahead and show you how to do this, okay? So Tailwind, yes, I love the fact you guys are falling in love with Tailwind. This is incredible. So I'm going to go ahead and comment in two things. I'm going to say the left-hand section and I'm going to say the right section, okay? This is so fun, guys. I'm loving this, right? So now what I'm going to say is I'm going to go ahead and say for the left side, we're going to have a div, right? So I, you know, always containerize your stuff. Even on the right-hand side, we'll have a div, okay? So for the left-hand side, inside of our div, first thing I'm going to do is have an image tag. This is going to be no normal image tag. It's going to be the one from next image, right? Then I'm going to go ahead and have the source. Now this is going to represent the advert. This is going to be a nice little, you know, Amazon advert that pops up. So this is going to be the following sort of attributes are going to apply here. So I'm going to go ahead and paste in these attributes. So you've got the source, which says links papareact.com IKJ, width 1020, height 250. Okay. The final thing I want to do is keep the aspect ratio. So I'm going to say object fit contain. Right, and that's just a nice little hack that you can do to keep your aspect ratio solid. Right, now you can see if we go ahead and resize, looks great. And you see how it doesn't max out, still sticks to my left-hand side of the screen. That's what I want. Okay. Oh, this is a jam. This always gets me like kind of pumped up when we're coding. Okay. The next section is going to be for the shopping basket. So you can see whenever you're starting to build this stuff, always think of containers. So this is a div, right? It very clearly is some kind of container here, okay? Because it has like a background around it. So I'm going to go ahead and say div, okay? So inside of this one, I'm going to say div. Okay, awesome. Nice. And then inside of here, I'm going to have a H1 tag, right? So I'm going to have an H1 tag. And here what you can see is it says shopping basket. Otherwise, if the basket is empty, it will say your Amazon basket is empty. Okay. So for now, I'm going to go ahead and say your shopping basket. And then once we implement the Redux portion, I will go ahead and show you how to do that. Okay. So this is looking pretty good at the moment. For the div that is surrounding, we're going to go ahead and apply a few things. I want this div to take up the majority of the space. So this left div, I want it to take up the majority of space. I'm going to say flex grow. And then I'm going to say a margin of 5, and I want to give it a shadow of small. Okay. So you can see right now, it's just very kind of like a little bit hard to see at the moment, but you can see a very subtle shadow has been applied to that div. Okay. Looking pretty good. Okay. So the next thing we're going to do is we are going to go ahead and where we have the shopping basket, that div, I'm going to apply a few classes to that one. I'm going to say that's a flex container. Oops. Flex container. This is a flex column. Okay. Padding of 5 should be applied. And here I want to do a space between all the Y components of 10 with a background of white. Okay. And as you can see now, we've got the padding being applied. And then we will see once the sort of children components are inside of there, they're going to have a spacing between them of 10. Okay. So it's going to go ahead and help us out. We have a H1 tag here. I'm going to go ahead and say class name. And then here I'm going to say, let's make this it's a little bit too small right now. Okay, so I'm going to do text 3XL, hit save, and you can see immediately that jumps up in size. I want to do a border on the bottom, and I'm going to give that a width of 1, so it's pretty much by itself. And then I say padding bottom of 4. Okay, and there we go. Look at that, it's starting to look clean, right? You see how quick it can come together, right? So this is looking great at the moment. Okay. Nice. This is looking really, really good at the moment. Okay, so keep up with me, guys. We're going to move a little bit quick here. I think we're moving at a very good pace right now. Right. So now what we have is the next portion where we have the items underneath. Now we don't have any items underneath, right? So what I need to now solve is the Redux portion of the build. So the Redux portion of the build is where we need to go ahead and basically have the ability, so when we click add product to basket, it's going to store the item in some kind of global store that the app can then reference and pull information from, right? So think of Redux as a global store around our application. Now I'm going to go ahead and I love to just, draw this out for you guys. So always kind of helps you out, I think, with a visual representation of what I'm talking about. So think of Redux as this right here. Okay, so I don't think I can actually, oh no, I need to actually activate a quick feature. Okay, never mind, that's fine. So think of Redux, guys, as a global store. Okay, so if we ever need a variable that we need access to throughout our application, we don't always want to prop drill, and prop drilling occurs when we have a variable at a higher sort of component, and then say we need that variable at a component which is used way down the tree, right? We have to kind of pass it through as a prop to every level. That's not efficient, right? We don't want to do that, and that's going to cause a problem called prop drilling. So instead what we do is we introduce something called the Redux store, or you can use Recoil or whatever you want. But Redux is something which is mostly known in the commercial and production environments. So I'm going to teach you that today. Now, I've already done a lot of the legwork and set this up for you. But basically what we're going to do is we're going to have a basket slice, right? So that global store called Redux, right, which basically has all of this information inside of it, we're going to push some information into a part of that. And the part of that is going to be called the basket slice, okay? And basically, let's go ahead and show you how to do that. So inside of our code, I'm going to give you a run through of how I've set this up. So where we have the pages right here, right? So let's go ahead and check this out. So we have slices, right? So I've already set this up for you. If you click on app store, this is where you can see I've set up your Redux store. Okay, so here we basically have that global store. So this essentially is the global store setup, okay? And inside of our global store, so this is inside of the reducer, we have one slice. So think of an onion. Onions have multiple slices inside of it. So you could have, like you could have user slice, a basket slice, and all of these slices contain information which is relevant to that slice. For example, items in the basket belongs, you guessed it, in the basket slice, okay? So let's go ahead and do that right now. So inside of the basket slice, which I've already set up for you, you just need to click into slice, basket slice, and now you can check this one out. And we're using the Redux toolkit today, which is incredibly simple to use. Here is the initial state of that basket slice. So the basket slice has a global items variable, okay? And this is how we basically create the slice. So we create a slice, and then we name it. So in this case, we're naming it basket. Okay, so we're naming it basket. And then we pass in the initial state as an argument. Okay, this basically gives the slice its initial set of variables. Okay, so the next thing we need to do is provide something called actions. Now, we can't just simply go ahead and say change a variable in the global store or change a variable in that slice. We have to do something called dispatching an action. So let's say I want to go ahead and add an item to a basket. I can't just go ahead and just push an item into a basket. I have to create an action. In this case, it's going to be add to basket. And that will contain, as an argument, it will have the object inside of it, so the item inside of it. So I will do add to basket with the item, and then I will dispatch that action, and then the global store, for example, that basket slice, will then pick up that action, and then we can do something with it. So I'm going to show you how we can do that very simply, okay? So here we have two actions. So this is where our actions exist, okay? So these are our actions. We've got the add to basket and remove from basket. And here you can see we export them as basket slice actions, so that way we can use them throughout the rest of the application, okay? So here you can see we've got our two actions set up, and these come with two things, the state and the action itself. Now the action itself actually has something called a payload inside of it. So when you want to go ahead and push an item inside, it will be inside the action.payload. But we're going to explain all this in a second. The final step is when we have this global store, how do I then pull a piece of information from it, right? So we have this amazingly useful basket slice now, but I want to go ahead and actually fetch those items from the basket. So we use something called a selector. A selector means that we can go ahead and, create a very useful little function, and then we can go ahead and call it whenever we need to grab that information, and it should just go ahead inside that slice, fetch it down, and then we can use it, okay? So extremely simple to use once we go ahead and do it. Remember, don't quit when it gets tough, right? Now, you might find Redux a little bit tricky in the beginning, but trust me, Make it your best friend, because this is where you will stand out against the junior developers, right? So here is the selectors, and the syntax is simply select and then whatever we want to go ahead and pull. So in this case, select items, access is the state, which is the global state, goes into state, goes into the basket slice, which is basically named here. And then we're going to get the items variable, which is this one here. Okay. So I'm going to show you how to do all this. This is the setup, and I've done all of this for you. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and hit save here. Now we have the select items. This looks great. So what I'm going to do now is go over to my homepage, right? So we're going to go over to the product feed, because this is where we're going to go ahead and implement some of those features. So we're going to go inside of our product. So right now, where we have the add to basket button, right now we have no on click, right? Nothing is special is happening when we are using this right now. But what we want to have is when we click it, I want to add something to the basket. Okay. So how do I get that working in the way that we need to? Right, so it's actually pretty simple, to be honest. Okay, then what we can do here is we can go ahead and actually, firstly, I'm going to make a inline function here. So I'm going to go ahead and say on click, I want to go ahead and trigger a local function, which I'm going to write in a second, and call it add item to basket. So I need to actually make this function. So I'm going to go up to the top of my code above the return, and I'm going to say const add to item to basket, and then we're just going to do a little arrow function. Okay, so here is a function that gets triggered whenever I click the add item to basket. Okay, now inside of add item to basket, what do I want to do? Remember, I said if you want to go ahead and push an item to that global store, we have to dispatch an action, right? So we're dispatching the add to basket action, right? So I'm going to show you how we do it. So the first thing we need is the special dispatch. Think of it as a gun that you shoot into that global store, right? That's how I like to think of it. So in this case, we've got const, and I'm going to say dispatch equals use dispatch. It's a very handy little hook provided by React Redux, the little toolkit. Okay, so we're going to do use dispatch. This gives us a special gun that we can go ahead and shoot actions into Redux. Okay, so we've got this dispatch now. The second thing I need to do is import the action add to basket. So I'm going to click on add to basket over here, and then we can go ahead and check that out. Now, what I'm going to do is I would love to show you the Redux toolkit, the Redux sort of dev tools. If you're using Chrome, install something called Redux dev tools. I'm not going to open it now because it kills my RAM whenever I'm using, whenever I'm live, but use something called Redux dev tools. Open the inspector, and then when you click add to basket, see where it's actually going ahead and showing you all the sort of, actions that are being dispatched. It's incredibly useful. I promise you, very, very handy stuff. Okay. So we've got add to basket here. I'm going to copy that. Now, when I click add item to basket, remember this function gets triggered off. So I'm going to go into this code right here. And this is where I want to push the item into the store. Okay. So what I'm going to do is, let's think about the product. The product that comes through with these props. So essentially these props are the product that we're going to add to the basket. Okay. So this is the product right here. So it's an object which has all of these props inside of it. Okay. So this is our product, right? This is the product that we're going to add to the basket. Then what I'm going to say is dispatch. So dispatch, and then I'm going to go ahead and say add to basket. So I'm dispatching an action, and the payload of that action, remember I said you can pass in an argument, anything you want, right, inside of this action. So I'm going to pass in the product, right? So here what we're doing is we're basically sending the product as an action to the Redux store, right? And basically the basket slice, right? That's exactly what we're doing right now. So we're dispatching an action into the Redux store, and we're passing the product inside of it. Okay. So that's how we do that. Now, okay, we've shot an action up, right? We've shot an action up. And then how do we go ahead and actually do something with that action? Okay. So now the next step is we go into our basket slice. And then here, once we're inside of the basket slice, let me go ahead and grab my basket slice. What we can do here is we can open up our add to basket, and all we need to do is the state.items, right? So here what I'm doing is I'm manipulating the items in the global store, and this uses something called immutable JS under the hood. So don't worry if you ever think, you shouldn't change a variable like that. It's actually doing something very clever under the hood. Okay. So we're going to do state.items, and we're going to say equals. Pay attention here, guys. we're going to pass in, remember the data structure is currently an array. So I'm going to pass in an array, okay? And what I want to do is I want to keep whatever is currently in there, right? So what we do is we say spread whatever the current items are. So this is basically going to ensure that we don't lose whatever items. We're basically just, you know, we're copying the current store, right? This is exactly the same as what we typically do, right? This is exactly the same as the way that we currently do it. I'm going to hit a comma, and then I'm going to say the item that we're going to add is the action payload. So you see how it comes through here? And the payload actually contains that product that we passed in. So what I'm going to do to make it extremely simple is here, right? So this is my product over here, okay? So you can see this is where I dispatch the product, and then Redux picks up on that. And then remember, it basically goes through to here, and this product is available over here, action.payload. So this product is being passed through as the payload, right? So I hope that makes sense, right? So I'm going to go ahead and hit save. And now this is actually adding the item to the basket. But how can we prove that, right? How can we actually go ahead and prove that it is currently inside the basket, right? The way that we can do this is we can go ahead and close our basket slice, go into our header. And remember guys, I want to go ahead and pull our items from the basket now. So I've already got this, you know, whole process of when we've gone ahead and pushed it into the Redux store. So inside the header, oh, we have the Papa Fam going. That's good. All right, so inside of the header now, I'm going to pull the items from the global store. So I'm going to say const items equals. And remember, I told you about the concept called a selector. A selector is where we can go ahead and grab some information from that global store, in particular, the basket slice of the global store. So I'm going to go ahead and grab it, and I'm going to say use selector, which is a very handy hook that they give us. Right? And then all I need to say is the selector that I'm after. So in this case, the selector was called select items, right? And then you see how I imported it from our basket slice. Okay. So now if I hit save, this is the items in the basket. So here's where the genius part comes in, guys. I can go down to where we have the hard-coded 0. So right now we have a hard-coded 0 inside the basket. And I can go ahead and say, okay, I want this to be items dot length, right? So items dot length. And now what this will do, guys, is it will go ahead and give me the length of the number of items in the basket. Okay, so let's go ahead and hit save. Now somebody says, why not simply do items dot push? Because you should always do an immutable update to an object, right? You shouldn't ever kind of change the current object. So this is the sort of standard of how you should manipulate variables. It's just something to know and practice, and there are reasons for it, but I'm not going to get too far into it. Okay, so right now we've just gone ahead and implemented all of the moving parts. So if we've done this correctly, guys, when I click on add to basket, it should dispatch an add to basket action, which will then go ahead and push an item into the store, which we are basically selecting over here. And then we should go ahead and say items.length, which would change this number to a 1. Boom, there we go, guys. It worked, right? And if I go ahead and keep on adding stuff, look at that, guys. It is literally adding it to the basket. Incredible stuff. That is working. Everything is just as we needed it. Okay, so what we can do now to go ahead and ensure that this is not fake, that this is actually what he's not lying when he's doing this, is I can go ahead and actually, you know, start rendering this out on the page. Okay, so what I can do is, and typically what I would say is console log it, right? And then that's going to help you out. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into my basket. And this is where I want to render out the basket content. So you can see we have 6 items over here. And the beautiful thing about Next.js is it does something called fast refresh, which means we don't lose our state, which makes it extremely easy to code and not lose our state. Okay, so here I'm going to go into my checkout page, and then we can go ahead and, so at the bottom over here underneath the shopping basket, I'm going to go ahead and render out the items. Okay, so where we have the checkout, what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to go ahead and pull in the item. So remember, if I want to do a select from the Redux store, we say const items. So I'm going to say const items equals use selector. Oops, use selector. There we go. Select items. Okay, perfect. Okay, so now we have our items. And then what I'm going to do is underneath. So right now, this is where we have the shopping basket. But I want to do another little upgrade here, right? I want to basically, if I don't have items in the basket, I want to not say your shopping basket, but I want to say your basket is empty. Okay, so here what I can say is items.length, right? If it is equal to 0, then I want to say your Amazon basket is empty. Okay, otherwise, right, I want to say shopping basket. And if I hit save on this, then we can see it says shopping basket, right? But if I go ahead and refresh, because it's non-persistent, it's going to say now we have no items in our Redux basket. Your Amazon basket is empty. Okay, so if I go ahead and add a few items to the basket, we've added 3 items, click my shopping basket, and now it says shopping basket. Great stuff, right? This is looking good. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and map through everything. So we're going to go outside of our H1, go into a new line outside the H1, and then I want to say JSX items.map. Okay, now for every single, what have I done here? Items.map. For every single item, right? And what we can actually do is put in parentheses and also get the index. And this basically is that the count. So it'll be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as we go ahead and pull it through. I'm going to go ahead and do a return. So parentheses. And then I'm going to render out a checkout product item. Now the checkout product item is basically going to be this item right here. So each of these different things is going to be called something like a checkout. It's going to be the checkout product component. Okay. So now what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and render out the checkout product. So I'm going to type in checkout product. Now, obviously we don't have this built. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and say checkout product. So I'm going to go into my components, create a component called checkout product.js. Okay, there we go. Now I'm going to do underscore RFCE, and this is going to represent a checkout product. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and say, where is it going? Checkout product. There we go. Checkout product, like so. Nice. So here, what I want to do is I'm going to accept a few props. So checkout product accepts some kind of props, right? So here, what we should be able to do is destructure. And then the props that it is going to accept are the following props. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and copy and paste this in. So these are the props that I want to accept: ID, title, price, rating, description, category, image, and has prime. Right. So let's check this out. So now I'm going to go ahead and say checkout.js. Now here what I do is I simply map through our products in the checkout page, and item has all of that information inside of it. Right, so inside of checkout.js, what I can do now is firstly, remember, whenever you're mapping through an item array or anything like that, when you're mapping through something in React, always include a unique key. Now, if you don't have a unique key, you can use the index, but it's not the best thing to use. But worst case, you can do it, okay? But I'm not going to say you shouldn't do it in every build, but this time we'll do it for this one, right? But what we can say is key, and then I'm going to go ahead and say I, and then afterwards, let's go ahead and pull in the rest of the props. So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and say the rest of the props are going to be ID equals item.id, title equals item.title. And you can go ahead and destructure it here if you want to, so you don't have to say item dot, but this looks a little bit clean. Okay, so that's awesome. We're pulling through the products. And then I'm going to go ahead and import checkout product. Okay, so firstly, I'm going to go up to the top of my code, and I'm going to simply go ahead and I'll copy this line, and I'll go ahead and rename this to become checkout product. Okay, so now we have our checkout product variable, right? So if I go through to the checkout product now, what we should be able to see, if I go ahead and open out checkout product, now what we should be able to see is all of our stuff being pulled through. So all we need to do now is build out the checkout product, okay? So the checkout product is going to consist of a few things. We've got the left side, the middle, and the right side, okay? So what I've actually decided to do here is do a grid system. And this is, believe it or not, this is 5 grid, like this is a column. These are 5 columns here, right? So it looks like 3 columns that you might have, right? You have like the 1, the 2, and then you have the 3. Okay, so you have the sort of, you know, 1 column here, and then you have a second column, which means you have 1, 2, 3. But in fact, what this is really is 5 columns, and the middle one takes up 3. Right? That's what I've decided to do here. Okay. Let's go ahead and carry on. What we're going to do now is inside of this, we're going to firstly have the image, right? But I'm going to, like I said, it's going to have a grid system. So we're going to say grid, and then it's going to say grid columns 5. Okay, grid columns 5. And then we're going to have an image tag. This is going to be a Next.js image tag. So I'm going to go ahead and say image tag, pull it in from our image like so. Okay. And then here I'll say the source is the image prop that came through. And then we have the height and width. Now the height we're going to set to 200. The width we're going to set to 200. Let's go ahead and say 200. And then we're going to do our object fit contain because we like to keep our aspect ratios. We don't ever want anything stretched. Nice. You can see some products, right? This is looking good, right? This is looking very nice already, right? So now what we're going to do is you can see the reason why it's chucked over here is because its columns are 5. So it's assumed that this is in the first column, right? So now what I'm going to do is build out the middle section. Okay. The middle section is this section over here. And I want this section to span across the 3 of 5 columns. So this is going to be the middle section. And here I want to have a div, right? Which basically has a span of 3. So it's going to span across 3 of the 5 available columns. So I'm going to say column span of 3. And on the left and right, I want a margin of 5. So as you can see, it's pushed away from this and it's pushed away from this. So that's with MX5. Okay. Now here I'm going to pop in a P and title. Now look how beautiful everything starts to pop in. So look at that. The title pops in. All right. So we've got our title here. And then I'm going to have the stars. Now remember, we did a nice little trick yesterday with the stars. So I'm going to do the same thing here. So I'm going to go ahead and say array. And then I'm going to say rating. So we pass in the array rating. And this is to go ahead and remember this little trick that we did yesterday. And then what we do is we say array.fill.map. And then remember, we don't care about the value, but we do care about the index. And I'm going to map through these values and return the star icon. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop in the star icon here. Okay, and this we should be around parentheses. And the star icon, I'm going to go ahead and pull in from React, from the hero icons. Okay. So here what we've just done is we should now be able to see the relevant star icon from the basket. So this has a 5-star rating. So if I pull this in, we should be able to see a 5-star rating, which means that our styling here isn't correct. Okay, so we need to go to our div and say class name flex. And now, once we've gone ahead and figured everything correctly, then we should be able to see it all popping in as and when it's needed. Okay, but for now we see a height of 5, yellow text. There we go. Okay, so this is looking okay at the moment. We'll fix this in just a sec. And yeah, so we have our div there. And then after this, we're going to have a P tag. And the P tag is going to have the description inside of it. So after, we're going to go ahead and pop in the description. Okay, now the description comes in like so. Now, obviously, this looks a bit messy. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and style this a little bit. I'm going to say the class name here should be, let's go ahead and say it should be extra small text. Right, because we don't need to spam out that section. Margin top of 2 because it's too close to the top star. Right, oops. Let's go ahead and do it inside of here. That'll help us out. Margin top of 2, margin bottom of 2, which means that we can just do our little, you know, rather than saying this, we can go ahead and say margin Y of 2, and that'll do the same effect. And then we're going to say line clamp of 2. Okay, actually, we'll give it 3 in this case, right? So now it should clamp it after 3 lines. So that's starting to look pretty good. Right, so I'm starting to like the look of this, and I do want to check one thing quickly. I just want to go ahead and grab this over here and just double check that I've entered this in correctly. Okay, we're good. Yep. Nice. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and where do we have our description? Awesome. And then we have our currency. So the next thing I need is the currency package. Okay, so currency is, remember, we used it yesterday for, it's called React Currency Formatter. And this is how we represent images on the screen. Okay, so we've got the currency here, right? Now for the currency, I'm going to say the quantity is the price of the prop that we passed in. So here I'm going to say quantity, and this is going to be the price. And then what I want to do is say the currency is actually going to be GBP, because you can change it up if you want, but I'm going to be using GBP. There we go. The price is now coming in. Awesome. Looks great. All right, this is looking very nice so far. And then we want to go ahead and just check on, okay, great, looking good. Okay, so then the final thing that I want to do is we've got the currency here, and I'm going to go ahead and do the prime. Okay, so we're going to say, we're going to have a little bit of JSX and say if it has prime. So if this person, or no, sorry, if that item has prime delivery, then I'm going to go ahead and return a div, and this div will have the class of the following. It's going to say a flex with the items in the center. And I want to have space between the X components of 2. Okay, then this div is going to go ahead and say, I'm going to pop in an image tag, and this image tag is going to be that little prime logo. So I'm going to go ahead and pop in this. Now you can go ahead and optimize this a little bit if you want with that Next.js image tag, but I'm going to show you how we can do a mix if you want to, if you need to. Right, now remember, whenever you have this, I'm going to say loading is lazy. Okay, now we should see for anything that has prime delivery, let's go ahead and double check. Let's say this one has prime delivery, so I'm going to click that. Then we should be able to see. So right now we can't see the has prime, right? Which means we're most likely not passing in that prop correctly at this point, right? But before we go ahead and scrap that one off, right? We're going to go ahead and firstly add in free next day delivery, right? And I'm going to give a class name here of text extra small because I don't want it to be too big, extra small, and I want to do text gray of 500. Now I am going to check through to see if I'm passing through these props correctly. Okay, so how do we do that? We go to our checkout and let's just double check that we're passing everything through. So here we have the item, right? Now the item, let's go ahead and double check it. So inside of checkout, we have our product being mapped through. Awesome stuff. And then we have the items as so. Okay, this is looking great. And then what we need to double check is that when we're actually adding the item to the basket, so let's move over to product. Let's make sure that we're actually pushing in all the things. So here is the problem, right? So here we weren't actually passing in all of the relevant things, right? So this is a problem that you're gonna have to be aware of. What we wanna do is actually pass in all of the appropriate things. So right now I was adding in not all of the product details. So here I wanna say ID, title, pricing, description, category, image, and has prime. So in order to get a correct look at this, now we refresh, go back to our Amazon, add the items. So we've got 1 star, 2 star, 5 star. Go back and boom, now we have all the relevant information. Okay, so very important to not miss that step. Okay, but that's a very easy thing to debug. If you do want to check how to debug it, you can always console log to see what props you're passing through. Okay, so let's keep on nailing it, guys. Check out product. Let's carry on. So now we've got the next day delivery section looking amazing at this point, right? And then we're gonna have the button. Now remember, we have that beautiful little functionality. So if we go underneath this div, and then we're gonna include a button. Remember, we created our own little class name, right? Remember that custom class name of button. And then we're also gonna say margin top of auto. So that way it kind of spaces itself out. And this will just say add to basket. And you can guess what we're going to do there, right? So I'm going to go ahead and do some kind of add to basket functionality there. Oops, sorry, no, this is not what I was doing. Sorry, this is the wrong thing. I've kind of got that bit mixed up. So we need to go back to our product, and there we go. So the right hand side, this bit, what we actually want to do is 2 buttons. I got it confused. We need 2 buttons on the right hand side. So what I actually want to do is after the has prime, what we're going to do is go out of this. So we're just going to go to the ending div, a line up from the ending div. So here we're going to have the write, add, and remove buttons. Okay, so it's going to say write, add, and remove buttons, like so. Hit save, and then we've got the div. Okay, awesome. I'm going to have 2 buttons in here. One is going to say add to basket, and one is going to say remove from basket. So I'm going to go ahead and paste it, and one is going to say remove from basket. Nice, looking good. Okay, so this is looking great. What I can then do is do my double cursor trick. So if you click option and click in 2 places, you now get double cursors. And here I'm going to say button. So nice little trick for you. And now they get the button styling. Okay, now in order to get them looking the way we need to, I'm going to go to the outer div, go ahead and say class name equals, right? And stick with me, guys, we are almost there. Okay, we're going to say class name equals flex column. Okay, and then we're going to go ahead and say space y of 2. Right, so this is looking great at the moment. Space y of 2, my of auto, so margin on the y-axis auto, and then I'm also going to say justify self on end. Okay, so there's a little trick to kind of place it in a nice way. Okay, so it's looking pretty good, right? So now you can see, look at this, guys. Go ahead and mess around with it, and you can see it looks amazing, right? So this is looking great at the moment. Right, so everything's looking great. Now the thing that we're missing is this right hand side portion. Okay, so firstly I want to go ahead and actually hook up the add to basket functionality, which we already pretty much did earlier, right? So we're going to do the same principle here, and we'll say on click add item to basket. So it's going to be a local function, add item to basket. Go ahead and copy the file name, go up to the top, and then what we do is we go above this and we go ahead and say const add item to basket, and this is going to be an inline function. There we go. And here what I'm going to do is very similar to what we did before. Remember, we need to dispatch something, so I need the dispatch gun. That's what I like to think of it, right? Dispatch gun. And then we say equals use a dispatch, a very handy hook to get hold of that dispatch object. So I'm going to go ahead and we push that, or we pulled in the dispatch, and I also need to import the add to basket. And this time I'm going to import the remove from basket. We haven't yet coded it, but we will do that. Okay. So let's go ahead and check it. So the reason why it says add to basket here is because I'm going to allow you to add in a second one. So if you want to add a second one, a third one, a fourth one, you can go ahead and add more in. If you don't want to, you can just have remove from basket. It's okay. Right. But I'm just showing you how you can do both. Okay. Let's go ahead and check this one out. Right. So now what we're going to say is we're going to go ahead and click on dispatch. Okay, so this is going to go ahead and say dispatch, and then here I say add the item to basket. So add item to basket, open parentheses, and instead, usually before I created the product beforehand, we can do it again. We can say const product. Let's go ahead and say const product equals, and what I'm going to do here, and the product itself is going to be all of these things over here. Okay, so it's going to be the ID, the title, all that stuff. Great. And then we're going to add the item to the basket, and it's going to be this product. Okay, so again, this is where we push it into the Redux store. So push item into Redux. Nice. And then if I was to go ahead and click add to item to basket now, boom, we added another one to the basket. If I click men's cotton jacket, boom. Okay, the next thing we're going to do is go ahead and say on click, oops, out of this, we're going to say on click, remove item from basket. Okay, so this is the next one. We're going to say const remove item from basket. Okay, now here what we're going to do is create another inline function, and this one is going to be at the top. So we're going to say const remove item from basket. It's going to be another inline arrow function. Okay, and then here what we're going to say is dispatch, and we're going to do a remove item from basket. So remove from basket action is going to get submitted. But here what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to pass in as an argument the ID as an object. Okay, so it's going to be ID as an object. So all I want to do is I want to pass in the ID, and then I'm going to have the logic inside of the basket slice, which will go ahead and find the item and remove it from the basket. So we're going to build that right now. Okay, so this will go ahead and say remove the item from Redux. Okay, we're going to implement the remove item from a basket functionality. So I'm going to hit save. I'm going to go to my basket slice. Okay, now inside the basket slice, guys, what we're going to do is implement a bit of logic here. Now this bit is actually pretty interesting. Okay, so we have a problem here. We need to go ahead and find, right, the item with the ID of where we click add remove from basket. So when I click this, I have an ID. So I need to go ahead and do a bit of JavaScript now to go ahead and say, okay, search for it. So what we're going to do is we're going to search through that list and find something called the index, right? So what I do is I say const index equals, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to find the index of that item. So see if it exists inside that list. So I'm going to say state.items, right, to go ahead and go through the Redux items and say find the index. This is a ES6 function. And then what we do here is we go through every single basket item. Now for every single basket item, I need to check against something, right? Because remember, we're trying to find something which matches the ID that we clicked to remove from. Okay, so what am I checking? I'm checking against the basket items ID. So the item that we're iterating through, I'm checking against that one, and I'm checking if that is equal to the ID that we pass in. And remember what I said. When we pass in this ID, it comes through as the action.payload. So here I can say action.payload.id. Okay, so that line in itself is going to go through and find the item. Okay, so this is just going to refresh, which means you lost the state. For now, that's fine. But for now, let's focus on this, right? So we're going to go ahead and say const index equals find this, right? So this will go ahead and go through that list. And if it finds it, it's going to go ahead and do what we do. Now, this is actually kind of easier for you guys to see because it's a bit more personal with me. So maybe this will help you out when we're doing this. The next thing I'm going to do is say let index, right? new basket. So I need to create a copy of the current basket. And this is very important because I'm going to be changing the current basket, and then it's going to go ahead and do its thing. So we're going to say, make a copy of the current basket. So make a copy, so an array with state.item. So this is basically a copy of the basket, and we're going to be able to change this one as we need to. And now this is the important part. Okay. If it found the item that we were trying to remove, this index will be greater than 0. So obviously, if it was in the 3rd place in that list, it would be there at the 3rd place, right? If it wasn't found in the list, it returns something, it returns a -1 value. So what we can do now is we can go ahead and say, if the index is greater than or equal to 0, then we have an item. So the item exists in the basket, the item exists in the basket. Remove it, basically. Okay. Else, the item doesn't exist. And in that case, what I can do is I can say console.warn, for example, to provide some useful information. And I can basically go ahead and pop in something like this. I say cannot remove the product as it's not in the basket. Okay. And you probably wouldn't reach this point because it won't even show you the product on the page in the first place. But it's good to, you know, showcase yourself like that. So what I'm going to do here is where it says the item exists in the basket, remove it. At this point, I'm going to say new basket. So with the copy dot splice. Now, what we're doing here, splice is a very interesting function. It's going to go ahead and go to the index that we found, right? Remember, we click remove item from basket and we have the ID that we passed in, right? We go ahead and we check if that ID exists in the list. If the item exists in the list, it will give us a number of where it exists in the list. So what I'm doing is I'm splicing that point in this. Splicing basically just means cutting it out, right? So I'm going to that point in the list and I'm cutting it by 1. Which means that it basically just removes it from the basket. That's essentially what it's doing, okay? And then the final bit of logic to this, to make everything work, is we just say state.items equals a new basket. Because what actually happens here is it cuts it out, and then what we're doing is we're assigning the items, so the global store, to that basket, the new basket, which has the item removed. That is how we do it, okay? That's how we do it, and that's going to be awesome. So let's go ahead and hit save. Okay, so let's go ahead and check this out now to see if all of this hard work went ahead and fixed our issue. Use the filter array. The filter array will get rid of all of the items with that ID. So you don't want to use filter. Lots of people make this mistake. If you do filter, it gets rid of every single item with the ID. You don't want to do that, right? That's why you don't want to do it. So now you can go ahead and check this one out. So what we're going to do now is click on Amazon. Click on some items over here. Let's go ahead and pop this in. Nice. And then what I'm going to do is go ahead and click on the basket. Now, if I click on remove from basket, boom, it worked, right? That we can add items to basket and I can remove them from the basket. I can remove it from the basket and add as many as I want, remove as many as I want until your Amazon basket is empty. Awesome stuff, guys. So the state work is working. Everything is looking great, right? So everything is looking amazing right now. The next step, what we're going to do is implement this subtotal section on the right-hand side. Okay, so how do we implement that section? We go back to the checkout product. Okay, so the checkout product is got the add to basket, remove from basket section. And then what we have is we go back to checkout, we go back to the checkout page. So where we had the checkout page, let me go ahead and just double check where we had this checkout page. Now, if I go and click on the right-hand side, so what we're going to do now is we're inside the checkout page. So I'm going to build out this portion over here. Okay. So I'm going to click on, I'm going to say items.length. So items.length. So if you're Rishabh, you can feel free to check out papareact.com to check it out. Okay. So items.length, if it's greater than 0, then I want to go ahead and render out that, you know, if we don't have any items in the checkout, so if I remove everything, I don't want to show it, right? But if we do have items there, then I want to show it, okay? Then click this out, go ahead and click on the basket. There we go. So I'm going to go ahead and build this now. So if we do have items, then what we should see is I'm going to just put a React fragment because we're going to have siblings here. So this is the same thing as a div basically, right? It's no different to a div, right? And then I'm going to say h2, okay? And then here I'm going to say, okay, I want to have the subtotal. Okay, so subtotal. Okay, so let's go ahead and do subtotal. And I'm going to add an item to the basket so I can test this as we build it. So you can see the subtotal is appearing at the bottom right now. Cool. So we've got the subtotal. And then what I'm actually going to do here is implement a bit of cool logic. So I'm going to say this OpenJSX. I'm going to say items.length. Okay, because we want to see how many. I'm going to wrap this in brackets so it looks pretty nice. So now you can see 2, right? So then what we're going to do is we're going to say 2 items, right? And then I'm going to go ahead and do the following. I'm going to say colon. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to do a JSX sort of space. So I'll show you that afterwards. But all I'm going to do is actually span in something. So I'm going to span, right, a currency, right? So I'm going to span in the currency. So just bear with me. I know it can be a little bit kind of crazy there. We're going to span in a currency. So now it says you cannot find currency. All we need to do is go ahead and import our stuff at the top. So let's go ahead and import the currency at the top. Cannot find the variable total. Oh, interesting. Okay, so I'm going to show you how we implement the total in just a sec. All right, so we can comment that one out for now, but we're going to prep ourselves and we're going to say font should be bold here. Okay, so the total of the items in the basket, so like this, for example, I'm going to create a really nice little function which is going to make it make it work. Okay, so that's going to be awesome. So now what I'm going to do is actually have a button underneath the H2. So I'm going to have a button underneath this H2. For the H2 as well, I'm going to have a class name. So while we're doing that, I'm going to have a class name of white space no wrap. Okay. And then what we're going to do is going to have a button. And then here I'm going to say, okay, if there is a session, all right? So if there was a session, so what I want to do is I want to protect it. If you're not logged in, you're not allowed to check out. Okay. So that's what I want to do. If you are logged in, then you're allowed to check out. So I'm going to say, if there is no session, then it's going to say sign in to check out, right? Because we need a user when we sort of check out. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense, right? Otherwise, it will say proceed to checkout. Okay, so right now it says cannot find variable session. So what we need to do at the top is pull in our session. Remember, we were using, we created our authentication portion at the beginning of today's build. So I'm going to go ahead and say const session equals use a session, import that from NextAuth, and then go ahead and hit save. Looks great. And see right now it says sign in to checkout. Okay, that's perfect. We're not signed in at the moment, which is fine. We can go ahead and do that. Now what I want to do is if we're not signed in, I want to have this gray look. Otherwise I want it to be a button. So the way we can do that is we can say class name equals, by default it's a button. All right, so we're going to get the nice styling. But remember, if it's grayed out, then what I'm going to do is very simple to implement this. All we do is we get rid of this. We go ahead and pop in these, and we put our little sort of back ticks instead. And then we go ahead and say JSX. And then what we're going to do here is we're going to say, firstly, I want to do margin top of 2. So we're going to, push a bit of spacing a little bit. Okay. And then here I'm going to say, if there was no session, right, then I'm going to apply the following styles. So this is how we apply those styles. We say from gray 300. So I'm going to get a gradient to gray 500, right? And then I'm going to say border should be gray 200, and the text should be gray 300. Okay. And I'm going to do cursor not allowed, right? Well, that means that we're going to get a nice little cursor which says you can't click this, right? If I hit save now, boom, you see how it changed to sign in to checkout. Look at that. That's nice. That's very clean, right? So it's extremely nice and clean to see. Okay. So what we're going to do now is I will toggle actually word wrap. So let's go ahead and toggle word wrap. There we go. Nice. So now what we're going to do is we have the sign in to checkout. Cool. Looks great. So what I'm actually going to do now is for this button, I'm going to go ahead and say it's disabled if there is no session. So we're actually going to disable the button as well, because otherwise it can actually be clicked. Okay. So now what we need to do is actually have that little, the 132, right? So I actually have that number. But before I do, I'm going to style the div. So I'm going to say class name equals flex column. I want it to use up the full space. And I want the background to be white. Let's hit save, and you can already see a nice little improvement. give it a padding of 10. Padding always makes things look super clean. So padding of 10. And there you go. And then I'm going to give it a shadow of MD. So shadow of MD medium. There we go. It looks nice now, guys. And now look what we should see. We should see, oh, look how clean that looks. All right, so it looks super nice, right? So check this out, guys. So now we've got the subtotal happening here, right? So what we're going to do now is we're going to go ahead and actually have the price, okay? So what we do is where we have a selector to pull in the items, what we can do is we can actually create any selector we want. So what if we want to have a selector which, rather than giving the, let's go ahead and toggle word wrap here. I should actually just enable this by default. So rather than having just selecting all the items, what if I wanted to like implement something better, which said export. So let's go ahead and make a new one. So it's export const select total. Okay. And what this is going to do is it's going to have access to the state. But what we're doing here is I'm going to teach you guys something called a reduce. Now, our mission right now is to go through the items inside of our global store and basically calculate the total. So I want to go through every item and accumulate all of the prices into one number. So this is where we use something called a reduce ES6 function. And this is going to go ahead and calculate and accumulate all of those values up into one value. And that's going to be available as a selector that I can easily access whenever I need to. So incredibly powerful stuff, right? So now what I'm going to say is state.basket.items. And then what we do is we say .reduce, right? Now this syntax right here is an interesting one. So you're going to have to pay attention here. This gives us two things. So open up your parentheses. It gives you a total, which we can decide what we want to set as. So what I can do is I put a comma at the end and I say the total is going to start at 0. And then we actually get the item for everything every time we loop through. Remember, we're looping through all the items, okay? So what this does is we loop through every single item and we're saying the total should get added to, and we're going to add up the item.price. So think about what's happening here, okay? So look at this, guys, and this should make a bit of sense as to what's going on. So we're reducing through, which basically we're iterating through all the items in the list. We have a total which starts at a price of 0. And then every single time we iterate, we're saying total equals basically to add on the item price to the total. Okay, this will go ahead and bubble up and then go ahead and, you know, create it. Select total. I'm going to grab this and you guessed it. We're going to go back to our checkout page. I'm going to say const total equals use selector select total. And now this will give me that total. Yeah. So now what we can do is we can go down to our code and then we can go ahead and uncomment this. And now what we should see, guys, is if I hit save on this and we go ahead and add some items to the basket. Let's go ahead and add a few things to this basket. Go ahead and do this. Boom, we get a total, right? Now, if I want a little bit of spacing to the left of that, right? You can do it two ways, right? But I'm going to go ahead and show you a little hacky way. You can go ahead and add a space like that. Or you can do a margin left. However you want to do it, it's completely fine. But there you go, guys. Now look at this. Completely responsive. And it actually goes ahead and works. Now I want to show you something. If we sign in, we should be able to see proceed to checkout. So let's go ahead and refresh. We will lose our state, but we're going to go ahead and sign in. I'm going to sign in as papareact.team. And then boom, we should add a few products to the items, add a few items to the basket. Sorry, let's go ahead and add a few. There we go. Basket is there. And now it says proceed to checkout. Right, and look at this. If I remove an item from the basket, that total is always going to reflect the latest value and it's calculated based on the items in the basket. So incredible stuff. And then once I click proceed to checkout, we're going to go ahead and, you know, we'll implement that in tomorrow's build. But guys, with that said, we just went ahead and built the checkout page with Redux. We have authentication with NextAuth. That's incredible. Everything is working the way we need it. This is looking amazing. Now, all you need to do next, if you are carrying on from yesterday's build, you would have already pushed your code to Vercel, okay? So if you don't know how to deploy to GitHub, check out yesterday's video. All you're going to need to do is push this code if you're connected to Vercel, and it will go ahead and redeploy your application, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and show you how you can go ahead and do this right now. So once we go ahead and once we've got our code up and running, now what we do is we hit Command J, And then I've got my code over here. So I'm just going to double check if I got my remote. So I'm going to say git remote -v. You don't need to do this, but there we go. I've got mine connected to the right repo. Perfect stuff. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say git add all. Okay, so it's going to add all my stuff. So I'm going to say git status, and this will see, you should see everything green because I'm going to go ahead and push these files. And then I'm going to go ahead and say git commit -m, and I'm just going to say something like, you know, let's just say day 3. Okay, push it. Git push, and this will go ahead and push it to my GitHub. Okay, so if you've got this connected to your Vercel, then it would trigger a redeployment. Vercel, once it's connected. So I'm going to go ahead and log into my Vercel account quickly, and I will show you how I have this set up. So I'm going to do a quick login. There we go. And now once I've got Vercel open, you can see Amazon YouTube is connected over here. So if I click on this right now, you can see, look, it's deploying the latest version. Okay, so and then you will be able to get a link. So in this case, I've got my link over here. Let's go ahead and check it out. Let's go ahead and see if it just did it right now. It's saying deploying right now. So it's building it out right now. Boom, it just done it. Look, created 1 minute ago. So now if I go to the deployment, we should be able to see, if I click on the domain, you should get your URL, and let's just double check it. If I add to basket, boom, I'm adding to the basket. It works. I have to sign in to do the checkout. That's great, okay? But remember guys, just bear in mind, I will warn you of one thing. When you do this step, right, when you do your authentication, you're gonna get this error. So if I click sign in now, and I click sign in with Google, look what happens. This is from the Vercel deployment. Wait for it. We're going to go ahead and sign in with Google. You're going to get this invalid request error. This is because we have a missing parameter, which is client ID. Think about what we're missing here. Okay, this is very important. We added in 2 environment variables. Okay, when we did the deployment. So those environment variables are local to your machine, which means in Vercel, we need to upload those variables as well. So I'm going to show you how you can push those variables to Vercel to make it work and everything work together. Okay, so right now I'm going to go to Amazon to YouTube over here. I'm going to go to settings, and then we go down to environment variables. Now over here, you've got the add new function. So you've got the name of the variable and the value. So in this case, what I would say to you is go ahead, open up your code. So I'm going to go ahead, push this on the left, push this on the right. So here on the left, I have the environment variable screen. And here I'm going to go ahead and open up my environment file. Okay. So right now, I'm not going to show the entire key because you guys are going to see it all. But oh, well, I mean, oh, it doesn't matter now. You guys can't see it all. That's fine. Oh, don't worry. Can never get away with this. But there you go. I'm going to copy my secret. I'm going to go ahead and say pop the value of the secret there. And then for the example, I'm going to say Google_ID. Okay. And then I'm going to go ahead and say add. Right. So this is the first one that's added. The second one, I'm going to do Google secret. I'm going to pop this here. And then I'm going to go ahead and pop this value in. And then do like so. Boom. And I'm going to go ahead and hit add. Okay, so I've just added in those 2 environment variables into the build. Okay, so now we have the Google secret and Google ID. This is crucial. If you do not do this, it will not work. Okay, so make sure you do this. Let's go ahead and see if this will work right now with Google secret and Google ID. So to trigger a redeployment, all you're gonna have to do is click on deployments. And then where we have the most recent build, which was, let's just see, 4 minutes ago. So let's go ahead and click this and just click on redeploy. Okay, and then you can go ahead and click redeploy, and this will trigger off your deployment once again. Okay, this will build out your application once again, and this domain right here can actually become your domain that you're going to add to your NextAuth. So what I mean by that is, as you can see in NextAuth URL, we are currently referencing your local host. Now, once you deploy your app, you're going to get a URL. You need to put that URL as your NextAuth URL, and the same goes for your host down here. And then what I would recommend is that you go ahead and get your own domain name. So I do sunnysanga.com, and then these are my values for sunnysanga.com. On the local machine, they're the local host, but on Vercel, I use the domain name. But if you don't want to buy a domain name, you can simply use your domain name here to be the values. Okay, so take your time, take your time with this step. If you get stuck, the Facebook group is where you can go to go ahead and ask for help. Okay. So let's go ahead and see what happens. Now, most likely what's going to happen is it will deploy, and then it will say on the Google side, we have not allowed that sort of redirect URI. So remember, we have to allow it access to that URI before. So we're going to have to do the same thing again. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and open this up one more time let's go ahead and click overview. Let's go ahead and click Amazon 2. And then it says created 1 minute ago. Awesome stuff. I'm going to click on that deployment, but you also get a nice little domain over here. So we're going to click this domain. Okay. This looks good. I can add to basket. It's there. I can click sign in. Great. And if I click sign in with Google, let's see what it says. Okay. Let's go ahead and click sign in with Google. And then here we go. This is the next area. You're going to get redirect URI mismatch. Okay. So for this one, you need to go ahead and do the same thing, right? It's very simple to fix this error. Don't freak out. You just copy this link. Remember, you visit this link, and then we have to add in these. So I'll show you how to do it right now. We go ahead and go back to the Google Cloud platform. So let's go back to our page over on Google Cloud. And then I'm just going to go ahead and make sure I'm signed in to the correct app. So let me go ahead and just quickly sign into the correct app. Okay, so here we do it. We have it right here. Okay, so this is where we add in that URI. So this was the link we had to include. So this one right here, all the way up until callback Google. Okay, so I'm going to copy this link. I'm going to go to my client, and I'm going to say, okay, let's go ahead and add a URI. Hit paste, and you can see it's quite lengthy, but it's okay. Right, it's okay. And then once we do that, I'm also going to go into here. I'm going to copy it, but I'm going to get rid of all of the additional things. So it should just go up to the point where it says API. So it's just Vercel.app, right? And you can have the cleaner one if you want. You can have all of that stuff to just use this one, right? That is in the one that you have on your side. Just get rid of everything up to Vercel app. Then click save. Okay. Now, once this is done, right? And remember, these steps are the ones I just want you to take your time with it. Okay. Just take your time with it, and things will be okay. Then you can click back to go back to your original website. Okay, and then you can try it again. So let's go ahead and let's sign in with Google. Click sign in with Google, and then boom, and now it works. Okay, so do you see how it's very important to make sure you follow these steps carefully? Then we have the authentication working, and it looks great. Okay, so if I click on add to basket, there we go. You should get this. This is where you need to get to for your homework to be considered complete. Okay, so your authentication should work. And it's also very essential that you follow those steps. We have a few more environment variables that we're going to need to tinker with, right? So remember, do not get frustrated. Take your time with this end step, because it's not difficult. It's just you need to take your time with it. Okay, so you can go ahead and just ask for help in the Facebook group or watch this back slowly. But I pretty much went ahead and showed you how to do it now, so you can go ahead and get up to speed with that. So remember, do not forget the environment step at the end where you add in those custom environment variables. It's crucial that you do that step. Okay, so we pretty much had all the authentication happening. So we don't have this screen. We simply had the ability to add items to the basket. We had our authentication flow, and then we had this screen right here. So I'm going to hook it up so that way when we press proceed to checkout, it goes ahead and creates a Stripe session. Okay, so I'm going to show you guys what we're going to be using. So it's called Stripe session checkout. Okay, so this is what we're going to be using. Okay, so it's actually going to be called a Stripe checkout. Now, you guys can feel free to look at this website. I always love to show you, what the actual sort of reference is to the place that we're looking for. So this is what we're actually going to be doing. So you see that page that we landed on earlier, right? You can go ahead and theme it as you want, but that page belongs to Stripe. Okay, so that's actually a page that they build, right? What we're doing is we're passing, when we have items in our basket, we click checkout, we pass the items from our basket to Stripe. Stripe then returns to us a checkout session, and then we redirect our user to that session. The user fills out their card details, all of their address and all that good stuff. And then once it goes through, it can either succeed or it can either, fail or be canceled. In which case we provide the URLs as to where the user is going to go after, but they're going to get redirected back to our website after that. So you see what actually happens. They start our website, they get redirected to Stripe, and then they come back to our website after the payment's done. That's how it works. Okay. So you can go ahead and pretty much click accept a payment or have a look yourself. But I'm going to show you guys a quick rough intro as to where you can begin if you get stuck. This is the reference to the Stripe documentation that you can follow. But I'm going to dumb it down and, you know, make it super simple. But this is basically where you can follow. And all you need to do is click on React for the instructions and then pretty much follow it along. Now you're going to see different parts where you're going to see things like server side or client side bits of code, right? So let me see if I can show you. And also when it has the example, make sure you click on node. But wherever you see node, that's actually backend code. And wherever you see React, that's actually front-end code. So I'm going to go ahead and make it extremely clear. But I think the best way to show you guys is pretty much to go ahead and just start. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is go ahead and install Stripe. So this is the command that they're telling us to do. I'm not using npm, so I'm going to go ahead and click the dependency, go to my code, hit Command J to bring up my terminal, and then instead I'm going to do yarn add Stripe. Okay, so this will go ahead and pull in the Stripe dependencies into my project. Okay, so now let's give that a second while that's loading up. What we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and check out the rest of what's going on. Okay. All right. So you see here, we need a checkout button. Now we do already have a checkout button, but notice theirs has a row of link, right? So this is always good to have the correct syntax. So what we're going to do right now is go ahead and add in that missing syntax. So I'm going to go to my checkout page like so. I'm going to hide this terminal now because it's already installed. And then you see we've got the button which says proceed to checkout. So I'm going to go ahead and add in the row of link to this button. Okay, so you should always be syntactically correct, right? And then that's going to help you out. So this is going to be, you know, your SEO needs to be on point as well. And SEO, if you don't know what that is, that's your page ranking in Google, how you basically get, you know, pushed up in top of the ranks, right? So that way people actually land on your site. Okay, so that's the first thing, right? We did that. The second part is, you see we have another dependency called Stripe and Stripe.js. Now the good thing is that we don't actually have to, you know, worry too much about installing dependencies on client side or server side, because Next.js kind of, you know, it covers everything, right? And I'll explain as to what I mean by that, but it keeps it very simple when we're installing our dependencies. And the way that we're going to do it today is all we have to simply do is go ahead and copy @stripe/stripe.js. Okay, so we're going to copy that, open Command J. I'm going to type in yarn add stripe/stripe.js. Okay, so we added in Stripe and then we also added in stripe/stripe.js. They're not the same, they're two different things, right? So you see, if you're using Node.js on the server, which we are, you need to install both the Stripe and Stripe.js packages, right? So you see Stripe is used on the server side and Stripe.js provides methods for client side, right? So I'll explain what's going on there and we'll make it super simple in just a sec. Okay, so the first step is we need to go ahead and configure our sort of front end code. Okay, so we can hide this with Command J. And then what I'm going to do is go ahead and actually pull up my local host. So I'm going to go ahead and say local host. Okay, there we go. Let's go ahead and pull up the local host. Nice. Wait a second. Let me go ahead and actually pull this through right now. Right. There we go. This is looking great. We have our local host up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull this one over onto this side. So that way, you know, we can have our nice little coding set up in place. Okay, great. Let me up the music a little bit. There we go. All right, we'll get into a little flow state together, guys. So now if I go ahead and add some items to the basket, there you go. You can see it's all added then. And this is where we want to be to. So when I click this button now, I want to do something and I want to go ahead and create a checkout state. Right, so I want to go ahead and create a checkout state. To be honest, that button should have been sort of, you know, should have been checked out, but that's fine. All right, so we want to go ahead and create a checkout state when this button is when this button is pressed. So the way we do it is we need to create an on-click function, okay? And this on-click function needs to go ahead and trigger off some kind of, you know, some kind of create checkout session function, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and create a function called create checkout session. So I need to go ahead and create this. So I'm going to go to the top. I'm going to say const checkout, create checkout session, and then we have our function. So remember, like I said, guys, the way it works is the user clicks proceed to checkout, then we send the basket items and a bunch of other information over to Stripe. Right now, how do we do all of that? I'll show you how we do that. But we need to go ahead and send it over to Stripe, and then it will create a session and then we can go ahead and redirect the user to that session, okay? So I'm going to show you how we can do all of this stuff. So the first thing we need to do is go ahead and actually at the top of the page, we need to have something called a Stripe promise. So I'm going to say const Stripe promise equals load Stripe, right? I need to import that from Stripe /Stripe.js. And what we need to do here, guys, is we need to pass in something called a public key. Okay, so we need to install something called a public key, and what the public key is for is our public key, which means it can be visible to everyone else, but we're still going to store it in the environment files, and this public key is going to be used to get access to our Stripe account. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and reduce the music a bit because this one's going to get a little bit more intense. So we're going to go to our environment.local, okay, and inside of here, what you need to do, so this is available in the starter template, but your keys are going to be different to mine, but your public key is the one that needs to go here. Okay, so what you need to do is need to log into Stripe. So I'm just going to log into Stripe right now. Stripe is a payment processor that we're going to be using today. If none of you have ever heard of Stripe before, it's an awesome payment platform, and you can see it's a great way to accept card payments. If you're wondering who it's used by, Deliveroo, Booking.com, Zero, a lot of amazing places, Monzo, that like it's huge, especially in the UK. It's massive. So we use Stripe all over the place. Okay, now I'm going to click on start now, and I've actually already got an account for Stripe, so I'm going to go ahead and hit sign in, right? So I'm going to quickly sign in, but you can go ahead and create a free Stripe account, and it won't take long. You should just need to go ahead and enter in a few basic credentials. What you should see, there's going to be an option to create a new store. Okay, so all you need to do is go ahead and create a new store. It's completely free and simple to do that. And then give me 1 second. I'll show you how you can get the credentials once you are logged in. So I need to do one of those little capture tests, right, guys? Let's spot the traffic lights. Don't you all love this game? I'm not gonna lie, it kind of gets on my nerves, but yeah, you know, it's all right. It's what it is. Let's go ahead and see if I'm in the correct one. So once you're inside, you want to go ahead and go to the top. I've got a few different ones, but you're going to click on new account. I've already got one. I'm going to go ahead and go into my Amazon demo. So this is the one that I'm using today, the Amazon demo. Okay. Now, once we are in here, okay, as I was typing in load Stripe, it automatically pops in. That's just built into VS Code. Okay. And then you hit enter. But if it doesn't come up, don't worry. Okay. Don't rely on that as a shortcut, but it's probably just a local problem. Okay, so now what we need to do is, you see the publishable key down here, right? But the place where we're all going to find it consistently is if you go to developers on the left, and then you need to go over to API keys. Okay, this one. So publishable key is our public key. Okay, this is because it's the one that we can allow to be published. We don't care about it being shown, right? So I'm going to click on copy. So this is the key that I care about right now. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and go back to my code, and I'm going to go to my environment file, and I'm going to go ahead and paste it in there, right, like that. Okay, so you've got primary key, and then you can test it out, right? So you've got the Stripe public key like so. And what I'm also going to do is I'm going to grab my secret key. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and click reveal right now, and then I'm going to copy my key that popped up. So it's a very simple copy. And I'm going to go into my secret key area in my environment variable, and then I'm going to paste it. So I'm going to show you a little section of it, so it's fine. Okay, so now you can see I've got my public key and I've got my secret key. Okay, so this one here, right? So that looks pretty good. Now we don't need to worry about the signing secret yet. Okay, so this is still, everything is looking pretty good. So this gives us access to our Stripe account now. So we've got all of our keys set up. So now I can save this. I can close the environment file, and I'm going to go ahead and open up my localhost 3000 once again, right? So now what we're going to do is we have our load Stripe. So what I'm going to say is process.env.stripe, okay? And it's going to be _public _key, okay? So this was actually referring to this one over here, right? So Stripe public key. Okay. Oh, actually, so what we need to do here is for this one, only for the Stripe public key. Can you notice how I'm not using uppercase here, right? So for the key that I need to be public, there's a special way that I need to pull it into our Next.js, right? So the way I need to do it is go to my next.config.js, and inside of here, just for the public key, okay? I've stressed this point enough, right? I can't stress it enough. You do not put private details inside of your next config.js, because I know so many people are saying this. do not put your private secret keys in next.config.js because it will be exposed publicly to the web. Okay, so you don't do that. Here we're going to say environment, environment. And then what you do is you say Stripe. So this is the one that I'm using. So Stripe underscore public underscore key. And then in here, we say process.environment.stripe. And this is the capitalized one, stripe.public key. So do you see what we're doing here, right? We're actually feeding. So remember, our environment file is located here. Okay. And then what we're doing is we're using a variable from there to feed it into our Next.js config. This gives us a Next.js environment variable called Stripe public key, and it correctly exposes it on Next.js. That's the way that you have to do it, okay? So go ahead and hit save. And we don't care because this is a public key. It's a publishable key. It doesn't matter, right? So with that bit said, we can go to checkout.js, and now I will have access to the Stripe public key, okay? So if you try and use the capitalized one, it's not going to work, all right? So you have to be careful with that, okay? So now what I'm going to do is go ahead and do Command J. And I'm going to go ahead and actually restart my server. In this case, I wasn't running the server, but I'm going to go ahead and restart my server again. So I'm going to say yarn run dev. I actually had another build running. Okay. And now there's a few things you want to look out for here. Okay. You want to see that it loads in some environment files. If it doesn't, you need to go ahead and make sure that works. Right. And then the next thing you want to do is make sure your Tailwind is kicking off. If your Tailwind is not kicking off, go into your Tailwind config file and hit save. Okay. Hit save on that, and then you should be able to see in just a second. There you go. You have enabled the JIT engine. Shiva Rathi, thank you so much for that lovely donation. Coming in clutch already with the donations. Okay, awesome stuff. So now we have our connection to Stripe initialized. Okay, so this right here, we've got Stripe promise over here. So now what we're going to do is we can use the Stripe promise. So I'm going to go to the checkout page. So checkout.js. Okay. And then I'm going to go ahead and cut that off. There we go. Nice. So now inside of the checkout page, what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and say const. I'm going to say Stripe equals await Stripe promise. Okay. So here I'm saying await Stripe promise. And what this is going to do, guys, is it's going to go ahead and pull in a Stripe variable that I can use, right, to go ahead and do what I need to do. Okay, so this is gonna asynchronously load it, but we have to load it in this form. Otherwise, you don't want to have this inside of your render. Otherwise, you're gonna load tons and tons of Stripe instances. Okay, yeah, sorry about that. We're gonna hide the terminal. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and get our instance. So now we've got access to a Stripe JS variable. Okay, the next step is to go ahead and say call your back. Okay, so the next end is gonna go ahead and call the backend to create a checkout session. Okay, now what backend are we talking about? This is actually our own backend that we need to now go ahead and create. Okay, and what we also need to do is, because we're using await here, I need to chuck in an async. Okay, if you chuck in an await without an async, it will not work. Right, so JM Ninja, good catch, dude. Right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to create a checkout session. Now, how do we do this? Okay, so Stripe are quite strict about this. We need to go ahead and actually have a specific endpoint. So inside of API, so here are our pages, right? So I'm going to close everything that I don't necessarily need. And now here you've got the pages. Now pages is where we have all of our stuff. So we have index, checkout page, but we also have our API. Okay, so where we have the API over here, we're going to go ahead and hit this. And then inside of here, you can see it's a little bit messy, but you want to make sure you just click on the API and then click add new file. Okay. Now here, what I'm going to say is I'm going to do create-checkout-session.js. Okay. So this is going to be the backend, the sort of backend endpoint. So the endpoint here is actually going to be, you see, it's not inside the auth folder, it's inside the API folder. So pay close attention to this. Okay. So now we're going to go ahead and if you have to make a call to this, the call would literally be the host name /API/create checkout session. Okay, so it'd be something like this: create checkout session. So you can basically fetch from that endpoint now. Okay, so how do we then go ahead and create an API endpoint? Well, Next.js actually make this quite easy for us. Okay, so all we have to do is go ahead and do the following. So if you ever worked with Express or anything like that, you'll be pretty familiar with what's happening with this one. But this is actually all you need to actually say that this is an endpoint in Next.js, okay? So let me go ahead and make this actually a bit bigger right now because it's actually super small. All right, there we go. Right, so we've got the asynchronous sort of function over here, right? So this is going to be what is going to get called when we hit this endpoint, okay? So does that make sense so far, okay? So now what we need to do is go ahead and again initialize our Stripe endpoint, okay? So remember, here we have a backend code. Anything underneath API is a backend code, okay? So anything in this folder, right? Anything inside of this folder, API, is backend code. Anything inside of pages, which is not inside the API, example, this stuff, like index, checkout, this is all going to be front-end code. Okay, so this is front-end code, not back-end code, okay? And then API is back-end code, right? So that means it's running on the server. Now, what we're going to say is we're going to say const stripe equals require, and then here I say Stripe. So we're going to use a Stripe dependency. And then I'm going to also go ahead and add another parentheses. And this one is going to say process.environment.stripe secret key. So remember we had two keys that we set up, the public and the secret key. So here we're going to go ahead and do the Stripe secret key. Okay. Now this one we don't mind showing here. We don't have to load it in a special Next.js way. This is because it's a secret key and it's only loaded on the backend, which means it's never going to get exposed to the user's browser. Okay. So that's why we can go ahead and be sure that this is okay. All right. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead. We've got our Stripe object here. Now we need to go ahead and firstly, we are going to need a few things from the sort of request, right? So we need to actually, like I said, we need to pass all of the items from the front end to the Stripe checkout session. So let's carry on. What we're going to do now is we can use the Stripe sort of API to go ahead and create a checkout session, but I'm going to need a bit more details at the moment, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to first install something called Axios. Right, so Axios is something that we're going to use. So we've actually fixed this issue, so we can get rid of that. But we're going to use Axios. Now Axios is how we're going to make our sort of network calls. So I'm going to say yarn add Axios. Okay, right. So yarn add Axios. Now we've got Axios installed. Okay, so what we need to do now is actually make a request to this endpoint. Okay, so right now it doesn't do much, but we're going to soup it up so it has a little bit more power behind it. So what we're going to say now is we're going to say, okay, const, we're going to create a checkout session because remember, we want to send the user to one of these Stripe checkout sessions. Okay. Athava says, yo, Axios is one of my favorite libraries. Yeah, it's an awesome library for making requests. Now we're going to say await, right? And here I'm going to say Axios.post because it's a post request. Whenever you're doing any kind of API work, you need to make either a get, post, put, update. There's different types of API REST requests. The one that we're going to be doing today is post. Okay, so we're going to be pushing some information up with the request. And firstly, we need to specify what the URL is that we're making the request to. In this case, it's going to be /API/create checkout session. Right, so this will go towards this endpoint that we've created. Okay, so we're creating a little endpoint here. So this is some full stack development we're happening right now. We're going to hit a comma inside after the URL, and this is basically called the body. So when you make a post request, this is where you push some data up with that request, okay? So in our case, what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to push up some stuff. So I'm going to push up the items, and I'm also going to go ahead and push in the email because I want to actually have the user's email as well. So I'm going to say session, the items is actually going to be directly linked to this. So we can go ahead and just do items, oops. Let's do this items, and you can shorthand that if you want. And then here we're going to say email is session.user.email. Okay. Looking good, guys, right? So this means we're going to basically make a request to this backend endpoint. Check out, oops, little typo, thank you. So check out, create checkout session. And then here we're going to pass in two variables, the items and the email, right? So this is super important right now. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and make this request. And then what we're going to say is when we get the request, how do I access those items that I pass through, right? To access those items, what we can say is we can go ahead and it's actually part of the request.body. So I can do something called destructuring. So I can say destructure the items and the email out of the request.body. So this is going to go ahead and pull out the items and email from a request body. It's the same thing as saying .items and .email. Okay, it's the same thing as doing that, but we're pulling it now into two variables that I can use further down. Okay, so this is how I get those little variables. And to prove that that works, what we're actually going to say is console log items. I'm going to say console log email, right? And I'm going to show you how you can test this one out yourself. Right, so now this is getting triggered off when we hit create checkout session. Create checkout session is triggered on the on click, right? So I'm going to go to the Amazon. So I'm going to go to my home screen, and then I'm going to start adding some items to my basket. Let's go ahead and add a few things. Click my basket, and I'm going to go ahead and open up my terminal. Okay. And then what I need to do is obviously I need to sign in first. So I'm going to go ahead and finish my sign in flow. So let's go ahead and quickly sign in. So I'm going to go ahead and just knock out my sign in. It might have to do a quick two-factor authentication. So now I'm actually logged in. So I'm going to go ahead and add a few things. There we go. Add, boom, click on basket. And now we can see proceed to checkout. So I want you to pay close attention to the server that's running here, right? So this is where our server stuff is running. So the logs on the back end actually appear here. So if on the front end is my checkout and the back end is my checkout session, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and click that button. So I'm going to click the button, and that should trigger create checkout session, which should go ahead and make a call to the back end, right? And then what I'm doing on the back end is I'm just console logging. So here I should see a console log when I click proceed to checkout. Okay. So boom, there you go. I get a bunch of stuff, right? So if you see this, I get the email, which is the second part, console log email. And then on top of it, I get all the items. Well, these are two items. You see it's an array with an object inside. So these are the items. They're getting pushed over to the back end. Okay. Very important stuff that you understand this right now. Okay. So that's looking pretty good at this point. You can test it like this. Great, great, great. Okay. So let's go ahead and then close our terminal. So that's a good way of debugging if you ever get stuck and, you know, if you're not sure that you're pushing it to the back end correctly. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is we actually have to prepare our items. So we can't just push in the items over to, you know, Stripe. It doesn't just accept any old items. They have to be of a certain format, because imagine, think of it this way. If Stripe just accepted everyone's items, how the hell would they know where the name is, where the title, where the price of that object, or where it is in that object that's getting passed to them? So it has to be in their format. Okay. So I'm going to show you a nice little transformation that you can do, which turns the array that you just saw into the one that we need to transform for Stripe. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and show you that, how you can do that right now. So the way that we transform this is we say const transformed items, and this is the part where most likely I can guarantee someone is going to write a little typo, even me, all right? And this can cause a few problems. So really take your time with this right now, okay? So here I'm going to say items.map, okay? And then I'm going to go ahead and say, so open this up, and I'm going to say for every single item, I want to do a return. So be careful here, guys. So you see, I have a closing parentheses, but now what I'm going to do is I'm going to add in parentheses and then add in curly braces, and then I hit enter. Okay, so this is doing something called an implicit return. Okay, is price data. So this is actually what they expect from us. Inside the price data, so what we're doing is we're going through every item and I'm basically returning it back in the object. So what I'm doing is I'm taking every item and I'm kind of like shaping it into the item that Stripe expects and then throwing it back into an array, okay? And that array is called transformed items. So now I'm going to go ahead and say the price data, and I'm going to say currency is GBP, okay? You can change that to whatever you want, but make sure you keep it consistent. I'm going to do lowercase GBP, sorry. And then here I'll say product data, right? So if you do change that number, that value, remember it has to sort of, you know, be allowed from Stripe's end. Okay, so GBP is one of them, USD is another one, and I'm not sure about the rest, but you know, you just make sure you check up the values. I think it will come up if you actually input an incorrect one. The next bit of information we need to do is product data. Okay, so here what I do is I actually pass in something, and here I actually need to do two things. First, I'm going to put a name. Okay, so I'm going to say a name is going to be item.title. Okay, and I see people asking, is it possible to add in this, add in that? Guys, make it work first and then, you know, commit your code and then kind of try and improve it. Because trust me, if you mess up something here, you might get stuck in a little bit of a rabbit hole. Okay, so we've got name, item, title, and then here I'm going to say images, colon, and then here we actually need to pass in an array, but I only have one image. So it's going to be literally an array of one thing. So here I say item dot image, because images expect an array. Okay, so that's how we do that. And then what I'm going to say is I'm going to go outside of my product data. Okay, so outside the product data, and then where we on the same level as the currency. So in fact, what I could do is I could put it up here. I can say unit underscore amount. Right now in Stripe, they take every currency in its sub currency, which means that if I'm talking about pounds, it's going to be in pennies. And if I'm talking about US dollars, it's going to be in cents. Right. So what you can typically do for pounds, you take your total and you times it by 100, because there is 100 pennies in £1. Right. So whatever your sub currency is, you just have to do the conversion. In our case, it's pretty simple. You just go ahead and you simply go ahead and times it by 100. So here we say item dot price times by 100. Okay, so this is looking pretty good, guys. And then what we're going to do is we're outside the price data right now. Okay, so outside the price data, what we can do is, and I can actually put this above here, to be honest, so it'll make it easier for you. We can say description, right? So it's going to be the description is going to be item dot description. Okay, and then we're going to have quantity, and this is going to be 1. Now if you have implemented, right, you know, that sort of, you know, the quantity different sort of selections, this is where you have to be careful. Right now I just have a flat array, and even if I have 2 items, they're going to be separate objects in that array, hence each one will have a quantity of 1. If you add some logic in which groups things together, make sure you account for it here. Okay, so just take that and bear that in mind when you're doing this. So here we have a quantity of 1, so it'll map through every single one. And this is the new shape that we need to have our sort of items in. So transformed items now should look great, right? So this should be in the perfect shape that we expected it in. That's pretty good, right? So the next step is I need to communicate with Stripe to say, okay, here's my items, create the checkout session, okay? Right? So here what we need to do is we need to go to, and we need to say const session equals await, and here I'll say Stripe dot checkout, which is the checkout sessions that we're using. So this is all checkout sessions. So if you noticed here, it was accepting a payment and it was checkout sessions. So add a checkout button and so forth. So that page that you're looking at right there, that's a checkout session. Okay. So here we say stripe.checkout.sessions.create. Okay. And then here you pass open parentheses and then open the curly braces. Okay. Now, once we've got this open, a few details need to go inside of here, okay? So const session equals await stripe.checkout.sessions, right? So now what I need to do is go ahead and actually pass in a few different things. Now, if we go down here, I think they have it, so you can see roughly the same formatting and so forth. So you can see here, right? So they have an example at the bottom of the page where you can see a few different things that they're expecting, right? So something is payment method, types card, and then you've got a success URL and a cancel URL. Now think about that very carefully, right? What's happening there? If you come out of the checkout session, so this session, and you complete your payment, it will redirect you from Stripe. It needs to know where to go, right? If you don't tell it where to go, how the hell does Stripe know where to put you, right? So that's the success URL. The cancel URL is if anything goes wrong or if you cancel it. So if you click back, where does Stripe send you back to, okay? So really be careful about that. Upbeat, please don't spam, but because you've been awesome so far, dude. But the link for the website is, I think if you're asking for papareact.com, or just, be careful with that. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and add in the following. So the first thing we need to add in is the payment method type, right? So types, and this is an array, and we're going to accept card payments, right? So you can go ahead and look into what else you can add in, right? So that's the first thing. And then what we're going to do is we're going to pass in the line items, right? Line items is all the objects that we are going to be having on that order, right? So in this case, we've already transformed them already for us. So we can go ahead and just say line items is the transformed items. Really pretty simple, right? The next thing we're going to do is we're going to say mode is payments. We have to tell it a special mode, and this mode is we're trying to make a payment, okay? The next thing we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and give it a success URL, okay? So we're going to say success underscore URL, okay? Now here, what I'm going to do is use backticks, right? So this part is very important as well. This success URL, think about it. it changes, right? So if I'm locally developing, sort of, if you're developing on a local environment, it's going to be localhost 3000 / API, blah, blah, blah. But if you deploy it, it's going to be like sunnysanga.com /. So we need a place to set our host URL. So the way I've done it is if you go ahead and open up your environment variables, okay, so we're going to go ahead and go down to our environment file. And inside of here, I've got the host. You see this? Right? So this is very important. So here it's localhost, but on Vercel, when I set it, it will be the deployment URL. Very important to check that, okay? So this will be the deployment URL, okay? And so now we've got backticks. We're going to go ahead and say process.env.host, okay? / success. So we're going to create a page on our site called success. And I'm going to go ahead and create another one. Here we'll say cancel URL, okay? This is the next step, backticks. And then again, we say process.environment.host, okay? And then we say / and here I'm going to say checkout, okay? Because if I cancel, think about where I came from. I came from the checkout page, okay? And then what we're going to do is we can also pass in something called metadata. So this is just additional data that we want to pass along. Okay, so what I'm going to pass along is the email that we passed along with the request body, because you see what we're doing here. This is very important, guys. This email that we pass through as the metadata is extremely important because it's going to be part of the crucial operation which allows us to push information in from that Stripe page into the correct place in Firebase. Okay, so that's very important for later on. The metadata over here going into the metadata down here. Here we say images. I'm also going to pass in the images. But for images, you have to be a bit more careful. So I'm actually I only want the item image, but I want it all as an array, okay? So what I'm actually gonna say is JSON stringify, right? Well, actually, I'll show you a simpler way. I'll say items.map. For every single item, I'm gonna return the item image. And now because we're sending this across the internet, basically, I'm gonna simplify my life. I'm gonna say stringify, and this will go ahead and actually just basically make the array one massive string. That's the simple way of doing it, right? So it's going to go ahead and do it. And then that makes it easier when you're sending it across the web. And then the final part is deliveries, okay? So obviously we're building like a shipping website. So we need to go ahead and actually allow for deliveries. And if you don't include anything additional here, it won't ask you for the, like the collection or the address information. So what we need to do is we need to add in another line called shipping _address _ collection, right? And then we do : open curly braces, and let's fix that. And then basically inside of here, you have a key called allowed countries, right? So allowed countries. And then basically you include an array of the countries that you allow. Now, again, these are explicit, like these are special values, and if you do enter an incorrect one, check the logs, because it will scream at you and it'll give you a massive list of the ones you can use. The ones that I'm going to say is GB, so Great Britain. I'm going to say US, and I'm going to say Canada. Okay, so Great Britain, US, and Canada for this example. Okay, so we have these three countries that, let's say, we're going to ship to. And then the final thing is going to be like, how about if we want to add in shipping rates? So, like for next day delivery and so forth and things like that. So this is actually a very cool feature that you can do pretty easily inside of Stripe. So I'm going to show you how you can do that right now as well. So the way we can do it is if we go over to our Stripe, right, so we're heading back over to Stripe. Now we go down to, I believe it was, let's just double check. It's products. Yep. So you go into products and you click in shipping rates. Okay, so right here you can see I've already created one, but I'm going to go ahead and create another one as an example. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and create a shipping example. And here I'm going to say, let's go ahead and say something like it's going to be $6.99 for next day delivery, and it's going to be GBP. Okay, there we go, $6.99. And let's just say the description is going to be next day delivery. Let's just say next day shipping, we'll say. Yeah. And you can see now this is how it will come across on the bill, right? So you can see next day shipping, and you can even add in between 1 and 3 max business days, or, however you want to do it, right? So there you go. And obviously this is just the billing process. This doesn't actually ship anything, right? This is how you bill someone for it, right? So now what we're going to say is click save. Okay. And this is what we get to. Okay. So now we've just created a shipping rate. So what we can do is we can click on this over at the top, right? And I can click on copy. So this is the shipping rate ID, or you can get access to it over here, right? It's either or. So I'm going to go ahead and copy that. And now what I'm going to do is come over here to the Stripe checkout session and go to and add something called shipping_rates. And you can see that, this is actually takes an array, so you can add more than one shipping rate, and then you can go ahead and toggle between which one you want. Now I'm going to go ahead and just copy and paste my shipping rate inside of there. So now by default, they're going to get charged next day delivery, right? Because that's the only one that I've actually given them. Okay. So this is looking pretty good, right? Looking pretty nice at this point. So this is actually everything that we have and need to get this up and running. So everything looks pretty good there. Hopefully we haven't got any errors in our code, but that's pretty good. So make sure you take your time with that. And then, you know, like if you come into any errors, like I said, you can console log and check the terminal to see what's coming out. Okay, that's your way of debugging. The final step, whenever you make any API call, okay, you need to send a response back, because think about it. We're making a request to a backend API, right? API is just like some kind of endpoint that's on a server, and it needs to reply. Otherwise, that's just rude, right? As in, you need to reply when you have API calls. As in, genuinely, it's not rude, but you know how it is, right? You need to reply to that. So you have something called a response. Okay. So here I'm going to say res.status, right? 200, right? Which means 200 is okay. A 404 is not found. 500 is server error. You get used to these codes, right? So here I'm going to say return a JSON value. And then we're going to include some value here. And here what we need to do is we simply have to pass back an ID. And the ID is actually something called session ID. Okay, so here I say session.id. So this is what we're going to return. Think about what's happening here. I told you that we're going to create one of those checkout pages. So the session pages. So one of these pages, remember, we pass a bunch of information over, we give it to Stripe, and it gives us back the ID. Now I can redirect the user somewhere, right? So what I'm going to do is I hit save on this file, go back to my checkout page, to the front end now, and this is where that call was happening, right? So checkout session now should actually receive some kind of ID, right? So what we need to do on the front end is go ahead and actually, let's say we need to redirect the user or customer to checkout, right? And in fact, it's going to be the Stripe checkout. Okay, so here what I want to do is I'm going to say const result, because we're going to get some kind of result out of this. And then I'm going to say await, right? Stripe dot redirect to checkout. Okay, and what I do here is I pass in an object, and part of that object, I say the key is session ID. And then the value I'm going to give it is going to be the checkout session. And remember, as part of the response, it's not just ID. You actually have to say .data.id. Okay. So it comes back inside of a data variable, because that's where the request actually happens. Okay. So this will go ahead and redirect the user to a checkout page. Okay. So once this is done, what we can actually do in the meantime is I can actually go ahead and say if there was a result. So if for any reason result had an error, right? So you see, that's why we captured it as a const there. Then I can go ahead and alert it on the screen, right? So there could be a number of reasons where it could go wrong, and then you can do dot message. Okay. And that's the message that comes back. Cool. This is looking great. Okay. And then because this is a one-liner, you can actually go ahead and just simple do a one line and say if alert. There you go. Cool. So think about what's happening now. So it's going to go ahead and make a request to our backend. Our backend creates a checkout session, comes back to the user, so the front end, and then the front end redirects them to the checkout page. Okay. So at that point, it's in Stripe's hand, and then it's down to the success and cancel URL. So now what I'm going to do is go to my checkout page, and what I want you guys to do, because we changed a bunch of environment variables, done a bunch of stuff, just for safety, go ahead and restart your server at this point. Make sure, do your little check, make sure your environment variables are being loaded back in. So now you can see we get a bunch of Node.js warnings. Don't worry about that, because we haven't set a few config stuff. Don't worry. JIT engine, perfect. Okay, nice. This is good. Hide that. And now what I can do is go ahead and add a few items to the basket. Okay, now guys, moment of truth. Moment of truth. You know what? Let's get real intense right now. All right. So we've done a bit of work here. We added in our first API endpoint. I clicked on a few things, you know. So now what I'm hoping to do when I click this magic button is that it goes ahead, creates a request on our backend. So it's going to make a connection to our API backend. and it's going to pass the information. Then we're going to create a checkout session on the back end, return it to the front end, right? And then from the result, we get an ID. And then from the checkout session, we get an ID that we can use, and we're going to redirect the user there. So if we've done it all good and we haven't messed up anywhere, we should be redirected when I click this magic button. Okay, hopefully. All right, now let's go ahead and click the button. Oh, okay. Oh my God, there we go. Nice. Look at that, guys. That is awesome. Check that out, guys. So hopefully you get to this point as well. And yeah, that's incredible. We have the items already in there, and that was the first time bang as well. Amazing stuff. So you should see your store name at the top, and it should say test mode. And basically, if you want to switch it to the live mode, remember in test mode, it won't charge any card, but no card will go through unless it's like a specific card. So you want to do 42424242. That's the test card details. But in this case, what we can do is I can go ahead and enter a bunch of details in. So I'm going to go ahead and enter in a bunch of random stuff here. So you can say a@a.com. And then even for the shipping address and all that stuff, you can go ahead and add in some random stuff. I'm not going to show it on the screen right now in case autofill comes in. So I'm going to go ahead and pop in some details and then pop in a few card details. And this is what I do when I'm testing, right? You can literally do the same thing. I just do this. So 424242, that's the magic card details that you want to use. And these are known as the Stripe details, okay? So the sort of Stripe checkout details. Now, when I click pay, it's going to do one of two things. It's either going to throw me back to our checkout page, in which case something went wrong, or it's going to redirect me to /success, right? And because we don't have a page called /success, I should see a 404 from Next.js. Okay, so I'm going to hit processing and wait for it. And this is £195. Okay, so remember that, £195.23. Right, so processing. Ooh, suspense. Okay, went through. 404. Nice, right? And this is because it threw us back to the success page. That's awesome. Let's make sure it actually went ahead and processed the payment. So I'm going to go back to my store, go to payments, and we should see £195. There you go. Boom. And here's the items in Stripe. So you see we sent the items over to Stripe. We even had the next day shipping of $6.99. Amazing stuff. Smash the thumbs up button if that is damn awesome, because that is pretty powerful. Didn't take long to set up, and you can imagine how powerful of an app now you can go ahead and build. Like, that's honestly an e-commerce, like that's the start of an e-commerce app right there, right? You can go ahead and do that. Netflix, we did the subscription side of things. Here we did the payment side of things. You know how your boy does it. We cover all the grounds on this channel, and yeah, I hope you guys like that, right? Let's go and get back into our flow state. Let's go. It worked, right? That's awesome stuff, right? So now we need to build the success page, but just when we thought that was it, right? Just when we thought that was all, right? So what actually happens here is I'm going to go ahead and actually draw this one out for you guys. Okay, here's our checkout page, okay? Here's the one that we had, and then here you can see it had a proceed to checkout, okay? So we hit the proceed to checkout button, and then what we did is it redirected us, over to Stripe, okay? So it redirected us to a Stripe checkout session. Okay, so this is a Stripe checkout session over here, right? So we entered in all of our card details. We done card details, and then we got a nice little check, and then it redirected us over to the success page, right? So this is back on our app, and it redirected us to another page, and this is back over on our application. So technically it's over there, but you know, so this is our app again, and this is going to be the /success page. Okay, so it's going to be /success. Okay, so this is what happened. We had our checkout page, redirect us to Stripe, hit the success, and all good. Now, how do we know, right? Because all it did was a redirect. So we do not actually have any information on our end as to, like, did the payment, yes, for the user, it went through, but I want to go ahead and actually kind of push that order into a database somewhere, right? So imagine our database, we have a magic database over here. Right, so let's just say we have a Firebase database down here, right? what I ideally want is I check out, I do a Stripe checkout session, it pushes a value into the database when it succeeds, and then it redirects the user. That would be the ideal situation, okay? And guys, yeah, Nark, very good point. Just so you know, the redirect status code is 302. That's a very handy little point, right? So that would be the ideal situation. We check out, hit a Stripe checkout session, we push the value into Firebase database, and then we get redirected to the success page, okay? What is really happening right now is Stripe proceeds to, it completes its checkout, and it does actually fire off a bunch of these things called events, right? But we're not doing anything with these events, and we're not listening to these events. Now, this is something called a webhook, okay? So these are called webhooks. And now whenever Stripe does anything, whenever it creates a customer, whenever it, creates a new payment, whenever a payment succeeds, it fires off these events into this webhook, right? Now, right now, we don't have anything listening on the webhook. So it does nothing with that information, right? So now we are building out our first webhook. So get excited. This part is actually very intricate. Take your time with it once again, because it's very important that you get this bit right, okay? Now with this webhook, we can have a bunch of information being passed to it, right? So when this kind of, process happens, we can get some information from the webhook, right? So why is that so important? Because you see how this is the missing piece to pushing information into the database. We cannot simply go to the /success page. We don't have any information once we're over here, okay? I don't have any of the order information. And you might be thinking, yeah, but you can go ahead and, pull it from your store or local storage. You should never do that because, you don't know the state of what happened at the checkout session. So Stripe actually handles this for us. We just need to go ahead and provide some code that can go ahead and work with the webhook that goes ahead and does what we need it to, okay? So this is the ideal scenario that we're going to build out. We have a checkout, we hit proceed to checkout, takes us to a Stripe checkout session. We fill out our details, hit, complete or proceed, or proceed to payment or whatever it is, and then it's going to go ahead and trigger a webhook on behind the scenes, and then inside of that webhook we're going to go ahead and push this order into Firebase, and then it redirects the user to success, right? Where it actually does both of these at the same time, okay? So let's build our first webhook, okay? Now in order to mimic a webhook, right, because remember these are real events that we need to listen to, we can't just tap into wherever Stripe is doing their magic and go ahead and, use their webhook. Like, as in we can't just, use their stuff. We have to kind of use a local emulator when we're developing this stuff. So what we need to do, Jason says 12 more likes to hit 400. Let's go, guys. So what we need to do now is use the Stripe CLI, right? So I'm going to go ahead and show you guys how we can use something called the Stripe CLI to actually go ahead and set this up. So I'm going to go ahead and go to the Stripe CLI, and then here, this is again the page that you want to find Stripe CLI over here, and you can see there's a bunch of stuff about webhooks and all sorts, right? They have a nice little GIF you can check and watch. But what we're going to do is you've got a bunch of different steps as to how you want to install your Stripe CLI. Okay, so right now here, what we're going to do is we've got Homebrew as an option. So if you know what Homebrew is, right, but what I would recommend is I'm going to show you how to do it with Mac. Okay, so for the Mac, what you want to do is download the latest kind of edition. So I'm going to go ahead and click this to go ahead and open this up. And in this case, I have a x86 64 bit Mac, not the new Apple RAM one. So I would click this and download it. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and download this file right now. Okay, then what I want to do is you can see it says unzip the file, blah, blah, blah. And then it says optionally install the binary in a location where you can execute it globally, right? So there's a few different ways. You can literally use any of these methods to install it, right? So what I want you to do is I want you to copy this, right? And then what I want you to do is open up your terminal, right? So open this up, and then I want you to go ahead and type in cd, and then copy that in. So cd user local bin, and then I want you to press open dot. Okay, now check this out, right? Then once you've got this up, you can see I've already got my Stripe in there. But what you can actually do is, what I would want you to is, you won't actually have Stripe in there, right? So what you would want to do is go ahead and open your downloads. So I'm just going to make sure I haven't got anything in my downloads, right? So what you want to do is open up your downloads. You'll have a Stripe folder inside your downloads. Unzip it, okay? And then once you've got that sort of file selected, what you will have is the following. Okay, so I'm not going to show everything in my downloads. Let's just go ahead and show this bit. So what you can see is right now I'm showing my downloads at the bottom here. So you'll see a Stripe download, right? So you have a little kind of file. You guys should be able to see what's going on there. But that's basically, you want to drag that into that folder, right? And then you can go ahead and see it. It will say, do you want to replace it, whatever. In this case, I'm not going to go ahead and replace it, but you guys will go ahead and add it in, okay? Once that's done, you've just installed Stripe onto your machine as the CLI command, okay? Homebrew is another easy way to do it, okay? So definitely make sure you're checking it out. So now what we're going to do is we need to log in with the Stripe account, all right? So to test that this all worked, open up your terminal, simply type in Stripe. Okay, now if you see that, you're in. It means you've set up your CLI work correctly, because it says the official command line tool to interact with Stripe. Nice. So then what we're going to do is we're going to type in Stripe login. Okay. And then hit enter. And then this is the part you have to pay attention to. It says your pairing code is blah, 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 like some random few strings. So I'm going to hit enter to open the browser. Okay. And then my browser just opened up on the screen. You see this one here? So I've gone ahead and entered in a passcode. And oops, let me go ahead and pop in a correct passcode right now. Okay, awesome stuff. So what you should see is this. You should see allow Stripe to access your account information. Now I have made this mistake before, so definitely check this one out, right? Do not click like the wrong store, right? Because I did it and I was wondering why the hell I wasn't getting the right events, right? I'm telling you because I made this mistake, right? So I've got my Papa Amazon demo here, right? So you want to make sure this matches whatever you see in your command line. So in this case, it says Trump Fresh Champ Golden. So you can see that's authenticated, right? So now what I'm going to do is click allow access. Done. Okay. Oh, sorry about that. I screamed into the mic, right? So that's amazing stuff. All right. So look, you see it's authenticated. Now, this is the incredibly important part, right? Actually, no, not yet. Not yet. Not yet. This is good. Okay. So you see this, right? It says the Stripe CLI is configured with the account ID. This key will expire in 90 days. Okay. So remember that. It's just a handy thing. Right, so now if I can click this, and then we go, and then I'm going to go ahead and go down. It says run your first command. So you can do that stuff, but we're not going to do that, right? The bit that I'm going to do now is take you back over to the code, right? So I'm going to go ahead and run this emulator. Like I said, we're going to emulate to get, to develop a solution to this. We're going to fake listening to these events, right? So we're going to actually, well, we're not actually faking it. We're forwarding the events to our local development, right? So what we actually do here is what we're going to say is Command J to open up our server. Okay. And then inside the correct directory, what you need to go ahead and do, guys, is just go ahead and type in. So I'm going to just check my command. It was actually listen here. So it's here, Stripe listen to, listen -- forward to, and then it's localhost. Right. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this in. One sec. Let me make it clearly for you. Okay. This one here, Stripe listen -- forward to localhost 3000 and then API / webhook. Now we don't actually have our webhook stuff coded up right now, right? But this is what we're going to have. So Stripe listen forward to, right? So you can see this, everything looks pretty good, right? But if I try and run this now, you see what's going to, it says getting ready. Your webhook signing secret is this, right? But we don't actually have an API webhook yet. So we need to create that API endpoint. But this is the important part, this little secret. Okay, so this secret, we're going to copy it. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and copy this secret. And then what we want to do is go over to our environment file. Now this secret, bear in mind, okay guys, this secret has a tendency to change because it's local development, right? So if the terminal session changes or if it dies out, that secret might change. So just make sure that that variable is what you expect it to be, okay? So you're going to go ahead and copy that. And then I'm going to go ahead and go to my environment files. And this is where, again, just don't rush, take your time, okay? Open your environment files here. And then I'm going to go into where I've got the Stripe signing secret. I'm going to paste it in. Okay, so you see how now we've got all of our credentials nicely looking pretty good over here, right? So we've got the signing secret, which means we've just changed our environment file, which means I am going to have to restart my local server. So this is looking pretty good right now. So I'm going to go ahead and close my server and run it one more time. So we're going to go ahead and create, and you can see, don't worry if you see all this stuff for now. That's fine. You're going to get, this is kind of two listeners. We've got a server running and we've got this stuff happening on the left. And again, I haven't got my JIT. Sort of make sure if you don't get your JIT, get your JIT. There we go. Okay, looking good. So now what I want to do is create the webhook. Okay, so this is the bit where I need your full attention, guys, full attention. So what I'm going to do here is create another file inside of my API, not inside the auth, inside of API. And this one is going to be called webhook. Now you can call this one whatever you want. I'm just going to call it webhook for simplicity. But webhooks technically have more than one event that gets fired to them, right? So, but what we're doing is we're just going to call our endpoint webhook, and we're just going to listen to one specific event, which is when the payment checkout succeeds, right? But know that you can, you can have different endpoints for the different webhook events that get fired off, right? Okay, let's check this one out. In a sort of traditional Express app, you have, app.get, app.post, right? When you're using Next.js, the way that you check if it's get or post is you simply say if request.method is a post request. So this is how you do it inside of Next.js, right? And then if you want to check for get as well, you can do, you can check for the get requests. So rather than, like the Express way of doing app.get, app.post and so forth, in this case, this is how you do it in Next.js. Okay, nice. Okay, so this is looking pretty good at the moment. I think we're almost at 500 likes. Let's keep pushing, guys. Oh, just as I said that, the song came on. Nice. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and pre-fill some of the things at the top that I need to focus on, okay? So at the top of the page, I need to do a few things. Now, just bear with me, okay? So we're gonna need a package called micro, and I'm gonna show you why in just a bit, but I'm gonna go ahead and we've got our forwarding happening on the right, so I'm gonna cut that for now because I don't need it just yet. Okay, I'm gonna say yarn add micro, okay? Yarn add micro. And then what we're gonna do is this is gonna go ahead and install it. And then I'm also gonna need something called Firebase admin, okay? So yarn add Firebase admin. And this basically is because, remember guys, anything inside of the API folder is on the back end, right? So technically think of it this way, anything inside the API folder is running Node.js, not normal JavaScript, right? There are differences, right? Don't worry, they're very similar, but there are differences, which means that your dependencies, so if you try and use the regular Firebase dependency inside of the Node.js files, you're gonna notice you're gonna get crazy errors. It doesn't work, right? That's because you need to use the Node.js dependency, right? There are two separate dependencies. So the Firebase admin dependency is ran on the server side because the server side is secure, right? Your user isn't on the server. They're not sitting on top of the server. That's secure, hidden away behind, your Vercel deployment. So that bit's safe. So what we can do is the Firebase admin, we can install it, and then we can actually interact with our database through that SDK, okay? So I'm gonna show you how to do all of that now as well, okay? So what we need to do is the first thing I'm gonna do is say import buffer from micro. This is gonna be used for later on, okay? So I'm just gonna go ahead and prepare ourselves for now. Don't worry, you're probably wondering what the heck is that for? I'll explain that one in a bit. And then what we're gonna say is we're gonna say import all as admin from Firebase admin. Oops, Firebase admin. There we go, okay? And then what I'm gonna say, one second guys. Okay. Nice. So now what we're gonna do is we've imported everything as admin from Firebase admin. And then what I'm gonna say is let, right? So we've got our sort of admin, but what we need to do is we need to authenticate our admin. So the admin technically has access to everything, okay? So it actually has access to everything. Okay, nice. So what we're gonna do now is, but we have to give it the special permission so that it can go ahead and actually go into the database and do what it needs to do. If you can't just say, as the admin, it doesn't know how to get access to your account. And you're probably wondering, yeah, but we did a Firebase config over here. That's different. That's the front end. This is the back end, right? So what we need is something called we need a special JSON file, which gives us access to all of this information. So we're going to go ahead and get access to our Firebase database right now. So I'm going to go over to Firebase right now. So we're going to go to over to our console. And this is the console that we saw yesterday. Now what you want to do is click on project overview. No, it's not this one. It was in, where's it gone? Firebase database. I think it was in project settings. Yep, it's in project settings. So you want to click the little cog and then you want to click on project settings. Cool. And then what you want to do is go to service accounts. Okay. Very important step, service accounts. Nice. And now what you want to do here, guys, is you want to go ahead and you see this is what we're about to do right now. So we've just imported Firebase admin. We did that over here. So we imported everything as Firebase admin. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and we need to get a service account. So we actually need the service account.json file. Okay. So we need this special file over here. So what I'm going to say now is, and then we can initialize the application with it. So I'm going to click on generate new private key. Okay. So I'm going to click on generate key and then it's going to basically go ahead and download a file. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and grab that file right now. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and actually grab the file that it downloaded. So if you didn't see what I did, I clicked generate new private key and it downloaded a file. Okay, so I'm going to quickly grab that file right now. 1 second. And that is simply like, it's got some squiggly, you know, weird naming to it, but it's .json. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull that into my code. So you guys can't see my screen yet, I know. Don't worry. I'm going to pull that next to my Firebase.js, right? So give me 1 second. And I will show you guys the screen. Do not freak out. Okay, awesome. Nice. So now what you can do is you can get this screen. Okay, so you should be able to get this. This was the long, like, you know, weird JSON that you're gonna get, right? So what I want you to do, right? And don't worry if you're late to the party, you can go ahead and follow this afterwards. But what I want you to do now is I want you to go ahead and rename this file, right? Because it's a bit messy, right? I'm just gonna say permissions .json. That's a bit nicer, right? This is going to be permissions.json. And this file is going to be the sort of, you know, the magic to letting us, you know, have access to that backend database, right? Great. Okay, so we have our permission JSON file. So now what I'm going to do is go over to our, so we have that already set up. Now I'm going to go back into my webhook. Now inside the webhook, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say const service account. Okay. Equals require, and what I'm going to do is pass in the directory for, so I'm going to go upper directory, upper directory, upper directory, till I get to the permissions.json. Okay, so you see what we're doing? We're actually going to go ahead and get that file, right? So we're going to go ahead and get that file, and you can do an import statement. I'm showing you both here. So you can do import from, but in this case, I'm showing you how to do it this way. And then I'm going to say const, and we need to initialize our app. But on the back end, remember, you need to be careful of double initialization. You don't want to initialize your app twice, right? So I'm going to show you how to protect against that as well. So here we say const app equals admin.apps.length, right? So this means if there is no app already initialized, then I want to go ahead and initialize the app. So I'm going to say admin.initialize app, and I basically pass in an object. And inside that object, I say, okay, for the credential, I'm going to go ahead and say admin.credential.certificate. And that certificate that I'm going to use is the service account one. So I'm using this, okay? And then because we're doing a sort of, you know, an optional here, ternary operator, we're going to go ahead and say, or we're going to use the admin app that was already configured. Okay, so I've got my Rocket working here. 1 second, let me close that. There. Right, or we're going to go ahead and say, well, I've done some silly mistake here. 1 second, or admin app, admin.app. There we go. Hit save. Nice, right? This looks good at the moment. Okay, so we've got the app, and then we've got, and remember, if you're running into any issues, just take your time and go ahead and, you know, we can debug it afterwards in Facebook, right? So that's what the Facebook group is all about. So we've got the app, and we're initializing it if there is no app already initialized. Otherwise, use the app that has been initialized, okay? So this is looking good at the moment. So the next step that we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and say, let's go ahead and say at the top, we're going to go ahead and pull in our Stripe. Right, so we've got our Firebase. This is basically secure. Let's go ahead and say all of this is actually secure a connection to Firebase. yeah, from the backend. Okay, that's that bit. And then what we're going to do here is actually go ahead and connect, or sort of, let's go ahead and say establish connection to Stripe. So what I'm going to do here is go ahead and say const Stripe equals require Stripe. So I'm going to use that Stripe dependency that we had earlier. And then as a second argument, I'm going to say process.environments. We're using our environment files, Stripe underscore secret underscore key. Okay. So I'm using my secret key here. Okay. So it's looking great. We've got the Stripe being initialized over here. And the next thing I want to do is get the endpoint secret. So here I'm going to say const endpoint secret. And this is going to be the endpoint secret that when we set up our listener. So remember that emulator, right? So I'm going to say process.env. Don't worry, Juliana. Take your time and debug it after the session, okay? Stripe signing secret, right? So signing secret. And remember, this is an environment variable that we set up earlier, okay? So then we can go ahead and check that. And then what we want to do is we're going to go ahead and say, this is where we actually go ahead and sort of do the next more complicated part, okay? So guys, this is where I want you to, you know, take your time with it, right? Really take your time with it. So now we're going to go ahead and say, if the request method is a post, now this bit, guys, just stick with me on, okay? So this bit is basically part of verifying. What we need to do, right, is whenever that webhook gets triggered off, right? So remember the webhook that we spoke about earlier? So this one right here, whenever this webhook, so remember we check out, we have the Stripe checkout session and we get pushed to the success page, but then a webhook gets fired in between that. Whenever this happens, we need to verify that and to say like, how do I know that this event is from Stripe, right? So they use something called certificates, right? So we need to verify that this is actually a genuine event. Otherwise, anyone could just, you know, send an event to us and then, you know, like cause havoc, right? They could literally send an event in the perfect shape and format and then they, you know, all sorts of craziness can happen. So what we're going to do now is we're going to say const session equals event dot data, dot data object. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong thing. The first thing we need to do is say const request buffer. Okay, so what we actually need to do is const request buffer equals await buffer request. Okay, so this, again, just stick with me on this. Okay, so we're pulling in a buffer from before we had this micro package. And this is because what we need to do is generate something called a certificate. Okay. So we actually need to kind of get all these, we need to consume the stream, so that request as a buffer of information. So that's for anyone who wanted to know that. Otherwise, don't worry. All right, so here we say const payload equals request buffer dot string. Okay. Oh, we say toString, sorry, toString. And then what we say is const sig, right? And this is basically going to represent a signature. And then here we say rec.headers. So basically just copy this one out. Rec.headers Stripe signature. Okay. Now, if you are wondering how the hell is he finding all this stuff, what's going on here? Like, he might be just making this up. I don't know if he's, you know, talking crap. Then basically what you can do is go ahead and check out the Stripe page over, where's it gone? Over here. Oh, basically you can go ahead and check out the documentation and type in webhook. And then you'll see connecting webhooks and all this other stuff. And this is basically where you'll see it. You'll see loads of, you'll see a few different, yeah, here you go. So you see, like, this is basically what you're going to get. But I've done a modification of it, which will make it easier to work with Next.js. Okay. So we've got const payload, and this is where the signature is built. And then we're going to have this empty variable called event, because we're going to use this event afterwards, but it's a let because I'm going to change it. Okay. So I'm going to change this one in a second. All right. So let's continue on, guys. Moving on strong. We're going to go ahead and say try, because this is a bit where it can fail. All right, and this is basically what we're doing here is we're saying verify that the event posted came from Stripe. So remember that webhook, just verify that it actually came from Stripe. And the way we do that is we say event equals stripe.webhooks.construct event. And then here what we do is we pass in three things. We're going to pass in the payload, we're going to pass in the signature, and we're going to pass in our endpoint secret. So this is actually going to be, you know, the sort of emulator that we're using. Okay. And then we're going to say catch the error if there was any errors for whatever reason, I want to catch it, right? So here what we say is I'm just going to do a very simple return here and say return res.status of 400, and then I'm going to say send a message saying webhook error, and then I'm just going to go ahead and say error.message. Nice. Okay. And then what I actually want to do is I want to kind of have some feedback. So I'm going to say console.log. I'm just going to go ahead and pop in an error. When it comes back, I'm going to say, whoa, error. And then I actually just want to have the error message in case it kind of, you know, freaks out. I want to see it in my terminal. Okay. So we're going to verify that the event came from Stripe. Okay. So guys, remember, this is a bit where it gets a bit tricky. Don't fall off. Do not quit. Hit the like button and just keep on smiling. Don't worry. It's a learning curve. It's intense. Okay. So this is where we verify that the event came from Stripe. The next thing we can do, right? If it gets past this phase, the event is going to be legit. All right. So what we now need to do is handle the special, it's called a checkout session completed event. Right, and think about where that's coming from. That's coming from that minute that we go ahead and complete the Stripe checkout session, it fires off that checkout session completed event, right? So I'm going to go ahead and check on that right now. Okay, so here I'm going to say if the event dot type, right, is equal to checkout dot session dot completed. Right, so if the if the event type is equal to checkout session completed, then what I want to do is go ahead and say const session equals event dot data dot object. Okay, so I'm going to pull out an object from it, right? So we've got the session actually here. And then what you want to do is you just want to fulfill the order, right? So think about what this means, right? So you want to fulfill the order at this point. So once we go ahead and verify that all of this is legit and we have the order content, so the session, I need to fulfill the order, which basically means put it inside of a database. So that way you can show your user that it's there. You can push that database, you know, you can show it on a screen for, you know, the department inside your company, which is responsible for, you know, shipping the actual product. You need to store the information somewhere, right? Yes, it's stored in Stripe, but you need to store it as well. And we want to store it somewhere so that way we can actually go ahead and have it here. Now, this is one way of doing it. You can go ahead and pull it straight from Stripe, but this is just an example of how we're going to do it. So we're going to fulfill the order at this point. Okay. All right. So now what we're going to do is we're going to create a function. We're going to simplify this a bit. We're going to create a function outside of all of this called const fulfill order. Okay. Fulfill order. Okay. So I'm going to say fulfill order. And this is going to be an asynchronous function, which takes a session as an argument. Okay. So it's going to take a session as an argument. And then what I'm going to say is, we're going to do a console. You can do a console log at this point. So I'm just going to put a bit of code here to say fulfilling order. And then you can go ahead and comment out the session. You guys can have this uncommented if you want to, okay? So that way you know that you're hitting this point, right? So I would recommend that you honestly put that in when you're starting to do it. I'm not going to put it now because it's going to spam my terminal, right? But you can pretty much put that in. That's what helped me out in the beginning when I was kind of, you know, doing it. So now what I'm going to say is I'm going to go ahead and do return app dot. Remember, we initialized the app up here, right? We initialized the app over here. So now I'm going to say return app dot. Ammon says, loving the build. Awesome stuff, dude. So we're going to go ahead and connect to our Firestore DB right now. Okay. But before we do that, we're going to hop over to Firestore and just make sure that we've set it up. So we're going to go to Firestore database. And then I'm going to click on create database. Click in start in test mode. And obviously you can extend this build afterwards if you want to add in your security rules. I'm going to click enable. We can only fit so much into a session, so I'm going to make sure that we can just go ahead and do it. Now wait for this. Okay, now while that's loading, this can just not waste time. We're going to do app.firestore.collection. And basically the way I'm going to structure the DB is we're going to have a collection of users, okay? And then the document for every user is going to be, we're going to determine what document we're going to push this data into. And what data am I talking about? I'm talking about where to push that order information into, okay? So we're going to have a /users right? So it's going to be /users / and it's going to be session.metadata. So remember we pushed in metadata earlier into our order. That's where we're grabbing it now. So you see how it's important now, right? And then inside of that, we're going to say go into the collection for that user, go into their collection of orders, okay? And then after that, I'm going to say go into the document and the session ID, right? So what session ID am I talking about? This session ID. So this Stripe checkout session, okay? So go into that person's session ID, and then we're going to go ahead and set, right? So set means I want to go ahead and push some information into that location, right? So into that document. So I'm going to push an object in, and what I'm going to say is I'm going to push in an amount, and the amount is going to be the session amount total. So this is we do get information about that checkout session. So I'm just pulling into that. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to divide it by 100, because remember we used the sub currency. So I need to get it back to the regular reading currency when I push it in the database, right? So obviously if it was like £10, it would be times 100 in the checkout session. So I want to kind of get it back to our normal sort of £10 understanding, right? So there we go. And then here I'm going to say amount shipping is going to be the same thing. Okay. So this one's actually a bit more interesting. So this is a bit more nested. This one is session.total_details.amount_shipping. And then again, that's in the sub currency. So we go ahead and change it like so. And then remember the images, we done a JSON stringify. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is JSON.parse. And then I'm going to say session.metadata. So make sure you subscribe, guys, if you want to see that, right? Session.metadata.images. Okay. So now that I have that, this will give me the images back. So JSON stringify, the opposite is called JSON parse. It gives us back the JavaScript object. And then I'm going to go ahead and say timestamp. Okay. This one's very important, guys. So pay attention to this one. Here, what we do is we say admin. Okay. So I say admin. .firestore.filled value .server timestamp. Okay. And this basically is going to go ahead and get a time, right? Now, the reason why this is really important is because I'm in London. You guys might be watching from anywhere around the world, right? We need to have a synchronized time, right? So the way we can do that is if we all use the server's timestamp, then we're synchronized and we just render it out in our local time. That's the way we do it. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to use the server timestamp, and that's how you get it. So this will go ahead and push it into the DB, and then I click then, and I'm going to go ahead and do an inline function. And basically this is just for my sort of sanity. I'm going to say console log, and I'm just going to say, okay, if it was a success, I'm going to say success. And then I'm going to say order, and then I'm just going to put the session ID. So I'm going to say order session ID has been added to the database. Awesome, right? So this is the fulfill order function. Okay, so this is looking really good. Okay, so I'm going to go down now to fulfill the order. Okay, so here what we do is we say return, and then I'm going to go ahead and say fulfill the order, and I'm passing the session in as an argument. And the session, you see how we got it from the event that was dispatched. What event exactly? Remember, I'll keep on saying it. We created a checkout session, and then we entered in all the payment details. That dispatched a checkout event, which is which hits this webhook, and that's where we do this fulfill order stuff. Okay. So now what I'm going to say is I'm going to say .then. If it was successful, then I'm going to say then. I don't want to do anything with the response, to be honest. I don't care. So I'm going to say then I want to go ahead and say res.status of 200. So 200 means okay, right? Otherwise, I'm going to say catch, and I'm going to say get the error and do something with the error. So I'm going to go ahead and say get the error, and then with the error, I'm going to return. I'm going to say res.status. I'm going to say res.status of 400, which means there was an error. Send and webhook error. So I'm going to say webhook error, and then I'm going to pass in the error.message. Okay, guys, I know that was a lot. I know that was hefty, but we are almost there. Okay. Now there is one more final step to making this webhook work. So typically All of this code is for a normal Next.js kind of endpoint. Here we had the this is a typical Next.js kind of, endpoint, right? But sometimes we need to, not handle it in the Next.js way. So what you can do in Next.js is you can configure each endpoint with a config file, and you can change that config file by doing this. Now I'm going to change the API settings here, and I'm going to disable something called the body parser, right? Because what we actually need to do here is when we're handling a webhook, we don't want something called a body parser, right? Now, if you know what a body parser is, then great job. If you don't worry too much. But in this case, we just want to have the entire sort of, request as a stream rather than a sort of parsed object. So that's the kind of quick way to think of it, right? So now I'm going to go ahead and hit comma. And then I'm going to say external resolver. So this one, you can just go ahead and copy. External resolver is true. And that just simply means if we're basically going to send a request, this is being resolved not by us, but by Stripe. So when this sort of, when we go ahead and get an event and we sort of respond to it, this is actually going to be externally resolved. It's not handled by us, okay? This is looking pretty good, right? So now we need to test it, right? So we need to test to see if this is working, okay? So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to get our environment set up. So I'm going to hit Command J. I'm going to run our local emulator with Stripe listen. So remember this one, Stripe listen -- // localhost 3000 API webhook. Hit enter. It says getting ready. Okay, give it a second. Okay, it says the signing secret is here. You want to make sure that signing secret is the same. So in our case, let's go to our environment variable and let's just double check R4N4E. Yep, there we go. Similar, must be the same. All right. So this is now running. Okay, so pay attention to this server. Okay, now this is where we need to go ahead and check it out. So I'm going to go to my local host, and obviously we haven't built out the success page yet, but that doesn't matter at this point in time just yet. What I'm going to do now is we are logged in, so I'm going to add items to the basket. I'm going to click my basket. Okay, great. Now I'm going to click proceed to checkout. Now we should see some kind of event here when I create this session. So if I proceed to checkout, okay, so can you see what's actually happened here? It says payment intent created. So you can see this is correct right now because it's starting to pick up those events. Remember I said, as soon as you do anything in that sort of, it's not just the checkout complete, it's also any other event hits this webhook. Okay. So this is showing us that it's coming through. Okay. This is coming through right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to fill out these details. So I'm just going to hide my screen quickly while I fill out these details. Okay. So now let's go back to our screen and let's have a look. Okay. So you might see this error where it says failed to post, context deadline exceeded, client timeout. Don't worry about that. Honestly, it's okay. I've tested it thoroughly. It's all right for now. It's working, right? So what we're going to do now is I'm going to click on pay. So pay, when I click pay, a few things are going to happen, okay? It's going to, process a payment through Stripe, which should go ahead and trigger a webhook to go ahead and get fired off. Then I'm going to go ahead and fulfill the order, which means I should get a message in here saying, everything, it should go ahead and add that sort of order to the Firebase database, and it should say success. Order has been added to DB. I should then see an order over here in Firebase, which means we've fulfilled our order. Okay. So now I'm going to click pay, and let's just see, hopefully first time. Okay. Charge succeeded. Payment intent created. Checkout session completed. So you can see it says checkout session completed. And now, oh, there we go, guys. Look on the server, success. So look, you see the webhook fired off, and on our server, it hit the server and it said order has been added to the database. Okay. And then it redirected us to the success page, which we haven't built yet. Amazing. This is looking so cool right now. Okay. Then let's go back and refresh and hit the like button. There we go. That's how you do it. That is how you do it. First time. that was intense, but we did it. Smash the thumbs up button, and now we can see papareact.team. That's my email. Orders. You can see the order come through, the amount for the order, the shipping of $6.99, the images for the items, and the timestamp. Wow. right? This is incredible. Guys, remember, if you're making it right now, keep on going. You will get so much satisfaction when you get all of this working and it's on your portfolio. Okay, but now we've got the orders in the database, which means we are fulfilling orders, right? So obviously this is running. And again, don't worry if you get this error, where it says error refer to post, context deadline exceeded. Do not worry about it, right? We can go ahead and check that one out, right? So now we have this looking great. Okay, now what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and create the success page. Okay, so let's create the success page. Let's get back into React. Okay, so we're going to close out the API for now. We're going to create a new page called success.js, right? And guys, we're succeeding right now, right? We're doing well. This is good. Let's carry on, right? So this is the success page right here. And what we want to do is go into this and hit, we're going to say the background should be gray. So BG gray 100. And then we're going to say this should be the height of the screen. Oops. Okay. And now we should be able to see this page will actually not be a 404 anymore, but it'll be a gray page. Okay. And if you don't believe me, I'm going to make it green just for, just for the hell of it. There we go. Light green. Right. So it's gray now. Nice. So now what we're going to do is go ahead and say, we're going to import our header. Right, so we're gonna have our header component like so, and we should see our Amazon header component pop in. Boom. That's what I love about reusable components. The page comes together so quick because you just reuse your components. It's just incredibly powerful, right? So we've got the main popping in over here. So now I'm gonna go ahead and we've got the main. Now this page right here for the success page is, if I go ahead and try and get a demo for you, let me go ahead and actually try and get you a quick page example. We want to get this page built up where it says, thank you, your order has been confirmed. So this is what I'm trying to build right now. Okay. So what we want to do is we have a sort of a main, and then inside of that, I'm going to have a div, right? But the main section right now, remember all of our pages so far have been following a max width principle. So it's going to be a max width, and we're going to say the screen should be a large, so slightly smaller. So you can see like a max width of large. That's why on a small screen, it's taking the full width, but on a large screen, it maxes out. And then we're also going to say MX Auto to center the contents. Awesome. And then inside we've got a div, which is going to contain everything that we see. And then I am going to have a check circle icon, which is going to represent this. Right. I'm going to import it like so. Good stuff. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to just do a 3/4 split. There we go. And it helps us out. Okay. Now inside of here, guys, I've got a few different sections. This itself is a div. Right. And then we've got the underneath contents. Right. So inside of this, I've got another div, and inside of here, I've got a circle, the check circle icon. Okay. And this is going to have a class name, and this is going to be a green color. So I'm going to say text is green because an icon is actually a bit of text, really. It's like an SVG, but you can style it with the text principle. Okay. So then you can do that. Okay. We've got our tick. Nice. And now what I'm going to do is go ahead and say H1. And then we'll say your order has been confirmed. Boom. Nice. Okay. H1 class name. There we go. Great stuff. And then here I'll say text is a 3XL. Tailwind is just so clutch. Honestly, it comes in so handy, right? So then this div is going to be a class name. It's going to be a flex div. We're going to center the item. So item center. And then I'm going to go ahead and say space. Oops. Space between the X components. So you see right now they're touching too much. I want a space of 2. And I want a margin at the bottom of 5. So that way whenever we introduce something next to it, it's going to have a bit of space. Now for the parent div, right, we're going to go ahead and drop the class name. And here we're going to say flex. I want to use the full width. So I'm going to say flex column, because by default it will use up the full width. And then we'll say give it a padding of 10, because right now it looks too cramped up. So hit a padding of 10. You can see it looks a bit better. And I want the background of this container to be white. Okay. Nice. Great. We got Qatar in the house. What's up? All right. This is looking good. Looking good. And then we've got the div. Nice. And then outside the div, I'm going to have a P tag. Inside that P tag, I'm going to have a thank you message. So you can go ahead and have a thank you message or whatever you want to have. I've got a thank you message here. Okay. Looks great. And now you can see, look, on a small screen, on a big screen, looking pretty nice. Same thing over here. Awesome stuff. And then outside the P tag, I'm going to have a button. And then here we're going to say, go to my orders. Okay. Then this is going to have a class name of button. Because remember, we have our predefined styling utility. We created our own custom utility. We've been reusing it throughout the days. So that's where that's coming from. And then margin top of 8 to push it from the P text above it. All right. Looks good. Okay. So the final step, guys, is that when I click this button, I want to get redirected to the My Orders page. Okay, so it's going to be /orders, right? So all I need to do is do a redirect on this click, right? And I wonder how many likes we're at, guys. Are we hitting 600 yet? I think we're close. I think we're damn close, right? So when I click this, if I want to do a redirect, how do I do that? I say on click, and then I'm going to say inline arrow function. But before we do that, let's actually go ahead and import the router. Okay. So here I'll say const router. Right, we've got the router, right? So we've imported this. Nice, we've got the router here. And then what I'm going to say is on click, I'm going to do router.push. Oops, we need to do an inline function. I'm going to router.push and I'm going to push the orders page. So /orders. Awesome. Nice, looks good. Okay, so when I click this button, technically now, it should actually say a 404. Okay, great, because I don't have that page built, right? So that's correct. I don't have this page built, so that's what we expected. So what I'm now going to do is go ahead and create an orders page. We are getting there, guys. We are moving now. We are moving fast. So what does the orders page look like? The orders page looks something like this. Oh, please sign in to see your orders. I forgot to sign in. Let me go ahead and quickly sign in. All right, so I'm going to quickly do my sign in. So this is going to be the orders screen, okay? This one right here. Okay, so let's go ahead and build this out now. And this will be interacting. This is going to have a combination of our Firebase information and I'm going to pull information from Stripe. So I'm going to combine the best of two worlds and then I'm going to show it on the screen, okay? So underscore RFCE. We're going to change this to a capital. There we go, orders. And now let's go ahead and see what we're doing, okay? So for the orders, I'm going to change the main, the div, sorry, this should be a div. I'm going to firstly pop in the header and then hit save and then let's refresh our page. So we should see a header now. Nice. So we are currently on the orders page, okay? This is looking good. Oh, I like this one. Nice. Right. And then what I'm going to say is a H1, okay? And then here I want to do, so I'm going to say this is going to be a main tag, sorry. It's going to be a main tag. This is going to be the body, right? So this is what we're building right now, guys. We've got a H1 tag. And then inside the H tag, I'm going to say your orders, okay? And then the div over here, I'm going to say the class name is going to be max width screen large. Remember that we said we want it to be a max width, right? We're going to constrain the width. So max width large. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and say MX auto to center it. Nice. And then I'm going to say a padding of 10. Okay. This is looking good, guys. And then for the H1, I'm going to say a class name of text 3XL. Okay. Hit save. We've got text 3XL. Now I'm going to hide that one. There we go. Looking good. And then I'm going to say border bottom, margin bottom of 2, padding bottom of 1. And I want to give it a border yellow. Oops, border yellow of 400. Okay, looks good. I'll wait for a sec. Ah, there we go. Look at that. That looks clean. Look how nice that the little things in front end that make it work, you know. All right. So let's carry on. So now we've got the orders looking great. And then I'm going to go ahead and say if there is a session. So you see how before it actually said, please sign in to show your orders, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and do the same principle. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and do, I'm going to go ahead and pull my session in. Remember how we done that in the previous previous video? We used the use session hook. So I'm going to go ahead and pull that in right now. And this will give us the user's logged in state. So now what I can do is I can say if there is a session, then I want to show H2 tag saying orders dot length. Right, orders, oops, no. Actually, you know what? Before I do this, I'm going to show you something. We're actually going to pass in orders as a prop here. Right, so we're going to do a server-side render to prefetch the orders. Okay, so I will show you that in a sec, but we haven't already done that yet. Okay, so right now, all of these orders are prefetched. So this is server-side rendering. Okay, so it's going to do some prefetching here, so that way there's no, there's no lag or anything like that. Okay. So here I'll say, if there is a session, then I want to render a H2 tag, and that H2 tag will say, let's just say some orders, right? So in this case, let's just say like X orders, because this needs to be replaced with a number, right? Otherwise, if you're not logged in, it's going to say H2, and it's going to say, please sign in to see your orders. Hit save. Okay, so now it says X orders, so it doesn't actually have the orders in there yet. Okay, and then what I need to do is I need to go ahead and render this out. Okay, so we're going to prep it. So the div that containing all that information is going to have a class name. The class name is going to be a margin top of 5 and a space between all the Y components of 4, and that gives all of this spacing between all of this stuff. Okay, right, nice. So now what we're going to do, guys, is we need those orders. So how do I get them orders? I do a server-side render. Okay, so in order to do a server-side render, remember, a server-side render is very important. It's before the user hits the page. Remember, they make the request, it hits the server first. We can get a bunch of information at this point, and we can pre-render the page up, right? So what's actually happening is we're going to fetch a bunch of data beforehand, and then we're going to render the page, and then the user delivers it. So by the time the user sees the page, it's fully rendered with the information that's needed. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and do that right now. Okay, so I'm going to say export async function. We're going to say get server side props, and this gives us something called the context. Okay, now the context, we're going to need to do a few things here. So I need to have access to Stripe, and I need to have access to the user's authenticated state. Right, so this is where NextAuth came in and a few other things. JM Ninja says get server side props. Yes, you guessed it, dude. Right, so I'm going to say const Stripe equals require. Remember, anything in the get server side props is basically Node.js. Okay, so remember that anything in the get server side props is basically Node.js. Okay, so you need to have your node dependencies here. So I'm going to say const require. Well, it's similar. I mean, let's just kind of think about it very similar. Okay, ignore that. Keep it simple for now. Say const Stripe, and then here I'll say process.env.stripe secret key. Okay, nice. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and say we need to get the users logged in creds, or the credentials. Yeah. Oops. Yeah. Nice. Get. Nice. And then what we're going to do, we're going to say const session equals, and rather than using use session on the front end, on the server render, we say get session. And all we need to do is pass in the context. The context contains the request, the response, all that other stuff, right? Nice. So now what we do is we say if there is no session, then what we do is we actually end it there. We just say return a bunch of empty props. So we just say return some props which are empty. Okay, we don't want to continue on with execution if it's empty. Okay, so what I can do is I can simplify this to basically go ahead and do that. No, actually, let's keep it nice and neat. There we go. Okay, so if there is no session, we're going to end it there. Otherwise, if there is someone logged in, then let's go ahead and continue on. We're going to say const. Pranav says, let me go fill my bowl. Exactly, dude. Stay hydrated. Const Stripe orders equals await. Right? Remember, this is an asynchronous function. Right? So now we're going to say await DB. So I need to import the DB from our local Firebase file. Okay, so now we need to go ahead and set up our Firebase file. Right, so remember I said we set up a Firebase file before, but now I'm going to go ahead and set up a Firebase file on the front end. So let me go back to Firebase, and this is where we left off yesterday. Okay, so we need to go ahead and initialize the app on the front end. So we say, remember, we want to double check in case we have a double initialization. So we say if there are any apps already, right, then if there is not any apps already, then we want to initialize the Firebase app. So we say initialize the app with the Firebase config. And remember, we got the config yesterday from the Firebase dashboard. Otherwise, if it was already initialized, we say get firebase.app. Okay, looking good, right? Thank you so much, Sachin. And then here I'll say const db equals app.firestore. So I'm basically getting access to the DB here. And then I'm going to do an export default this time because I don't actually need anything else here. So there you go. I've got my DB coming from my Firebase file. Okay. And then I'm going to go back to orders. And now inside of my orders, what I want to do is I want to go ahead and say await DB dot. And I'm going to go and access that collection. So remember the collection that we were pushing information to? Now I'm just fetching it. Right, so I'm going into it on the front end now and I'm fetching this. So I'm going to say go into the collection of users, go into the document for the session user.email. Oh, session dot user.email. Oh, god damn it. What am I doing? Session.user.email. Yeah. And then we're going to go ahead and say, let me toggle word wrap so you guys can see. There we go. Okay, so session.user.email, and then I'm going to go ahead and say dot collection of orders. So we're going into the orders, and I'm actually going to order them by order by, and I'm going to order them by the timestamp, right? And this is a built-in function into Firebase. So we're going to order by descending, so the most recent orders are going to come to the top. And now instead of on snapshot as to what we're used to, we're going to type in get. Okay, so we're simply going to get the information here. Okay, so this will go into that place and get the information for us. So this will get all the orders. So these are the Stripe orders from the database. And then what I'm going to do here now is I'm going to go ahead and actually get the orders from. So this is the Stripe orders from the Firebase database. So I'm going to say Firebase DB. And now I'm going to go ahead and get access to Stripes. So this is Stripe orders. And what I'm doing is I'm getting information from both. And then I'm going to go ahead and, present it on the front end. Okay. Here I'll say const orders equals await. And now this is a clever thing we're doing, right? When you have an array that you want to go through, right? Because we fetched a bunch of Firebase documents, but now I want to go through every single Firebase document and get the sort of corresponding Stripe information from Stripe API. So I need to go through a loop and I need to make a request on each one. So that's actually going to make a promise for each one, and because each one is an asynchronous request. So I wrap the entire thing in something called a promise.all, right? And that means that it will wait until all those promises are resolved, then it will proceed. Okay, so really important stuff to understand that. Here I'll say await promise.all, open parentheses, and here I'll say Stripe orders docs.map, and I'm going to say map every single asynchronous order. Okay, so I'm going to do a parentheses, map every single asynchronous order, and return parentheses, curly braces. Right, so we're implicitly returning an object, right? And I'm going to go ahead and get the following. So I'm going to get the order ID, and then I'm going to get the amount. So I'm going to say the amount is order.data. This is actually from Firebase, so amount. And then we've got a bunch of other information. So I'm going to go ahead and paste this in right here. So we've got the amount shipping. There's the amount shipping, and we have the timestamp. Oops, let's go ahead and introduce timestamp. Now, timestamp's an interesting one. So when you have a Firebase timestamp, if you're doing any kind of API work, it's not as simple as you expect to go ahead and send a timestamp across. You may send it across if you stringify it, but you lose the actual date, sort of the format of the object or the format of the variable, right? The data type. So what I recommend you do is you translate it to something called a Unix. A Unix value is simply like a string of, it's like a number, right? So it's like a long number, and I'm not going to get into how Unix works, but it's like you can convert that number back to the actual date, okay? It's to do with epoch and stuff like that, in case anyone cares, right? But here I'm going to go ahead and get the timestamp, and we're using something called moment, right? So what I need to do is import moment and install moment, right? So import moment, and I'm going to go ahead and do yarn add. So I'm going to go ahead and cut my emulator for now and just say yarn add moment. Okay, so this will go ahead and add a moment into my code. Good stuff, right? And then what I'm going to do is go back down, and type in, I'm going to say items. Okay. Now for the items, what I'm doing is I'm opening up some parentheses, and this is because what I want to do is I want to fetch some information and then access it. And this is asynchronous. So it's a little trick for you guys. So I'm going to go to Stripe, go to checkout, go to sessions, right? Go to list line items. And this basically goes into a session and gives me the items that came back. And all I need to do is pass in an order ID, and I can pass in an optional sort of set of parameters. So this is an object afterwards, and I say limit 100. Okay. And then what I can do is after all of this, so outside of the parentheses, I can go ahead and say dot data. Right. So look what's actually happened there, guys. Okay. So it's a very interesting line of code, that one. Right. So, oops, let me go back to here. Right. Check this out. So here you can say items. So this is actually an asynchronous call that will return some information, and then I'm accessing the data, and that's being mapped to the items key, right? So very interesting one. If you ever want to do that, that's how you do it, right? And then once all of that's done, so you see the entire sort of promise is done. So we access the Firebase DB, then we use those orders from the Firebase DB to go ahead and sort of, you know, add on to the information. So we now have the Firebase orders sort of, you know, souped up with the Stripe information, right? So now we have the line items as they actually came through, okay? So what I can do now is I can say return props, and I can say orders are going to be part of the props. And this will then mean that the orders come through as a prop. So now I have the orders through as a prop to our orders component, which means I can now map through the orders. Okay. So if you want to prove that this actually works, you can just go ahead and say console log orders. And then if we go ahead and pop this to the side, okay, like so, and we can go ahead and do an inspect. Nice. And then here I'm going to go ahead and say console. And now you can see if I go ahead and refresh, it says DB is not defined. Okay, so I need to firstly pull in my DB. So I'm going to go ahead and import my DB. If it's not there, just do a simple import to go ahead and pull it from your Firebase file. Okay, let's do another refresh. Cannot read property email of undefined. Okay, interesting. Let's check this one out. So session.user, get session is the context. There we go. So let's check this one out. If there is no session, session.user.email. Right. So this is an interesting bug. So we've got doc session user email. Okay, cool. So let's actually debug this a little bit. Okay. So we've got the session here. Oh, okay, got it. The reason being is because await, we need to do await get session. Otherwise it was a promise it was trying to access. There we go. So you see debugging happens to all of us, guys. Okay, cool. So now what I'm gonna do is inspect. And then we're gonna go ahead and do console. And let's check out what we're actually getting. Okay, so can you see it's returning an array, right? And that array is the order. So this actually might be hard to see, but you see that's the array of the order. And inside of it now, we have the images for the object. We have the items inside the object. So you see everything kind of came back as we wanted it to. Okay, so can you see now here? There we go. This is all the objects. And this even has the images and so forth. So now we have all the information from the orders that we require. And yes, I do use Chrome when I'm actually coding, but Safari is better when I'm live streaming. Okay. Otherwise, Chrome just kills my RAM. We all know that Chrome loves RAM. All right. So now what I'm going to do is underneath here, it's orders, and we're going to protect ourselves with optional chain, and we're going to map through. The optional chain just means that if it's undefined for whatever reason, it's not going to freak out. Right. And then here I'm going to say map through every single order and return something. Okay. In this case, we're going to return an order, right? Right. We're going to return an order item. Okay. So I'm actually going to go ahead and create an order item. Oh, order component. Sorry. Order component. Right. So I'm going to create the order.js component. Okay. Order.js component. Boom. Underscore RFCE. Nice. Right. Looking good, guys. Looking good. And then now, well, we have the order. Let's go ahead and open up our order. Okay. And this order is going to take in a bunch of different props. Okay. So what I'm going to do here, is I'm going to go ahead and actually say that it takes in all of these sort of props here. So ID, amount, amount shipping, items, timestamp, and images. And if I go back to my orders.js, what I'm going to do in this case is I'm going to destructure. All right, wait for it. I'm going to so I'm going to destructure the item and pull out those values. Okay, so in the order item here, I'm going to go ahead and say, and right. So now I'm going to go ahead and do this, boom, and then I'm going to go ahead and pop in. So let's go ahead and pop in. So we're destructuring the ID, amount, shipping, items, timestamp, and images. Okay. So what I'm going to do is, you see it says cannot find order. That's fine. We're going to import it from order. There we go, from our order component. Hit refresh. It says please sign in to see your orders. Okay, that's fine, right? So we can go ahead and sign in. Sign in with Google, and hopefully it doesn't ask me again. Okay, good. There we go. I'm going to sign in. There we go. And this is X orders, cool. And now what I'm going to do is we get the destructuring here, and then basically I'm just going to pass everything through as a prop. And the key is going to be my ID in this case. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and pass in those values as so. Okay. So there you go. Looks great at the moment. And then over here for the order, this is where we need to style it out. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and wrap. There we go. So we're so close, guys. We're so close to the end, right? The deployment step is another little bit tricky because we have to go ahead and just do a few configuration things, but otherwise do not worry, we will get there. Okay, so the final order component, right? So I'm going to import the things that we might need, right? So we need moment and we need currency. So I'm going to go ahead and get those, moment and currency. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and start styling it out. Okay, so the parent div is going to be, and this is going to be fun now because you're going to see everything pop up. It's going to be relative because I'm going to have something absolutely positioned inside of it. Okay, and then I'm going to say border and rounded MD. Somebody said your computer has virus. No, it's not virus. It's just intense on the stream. There we go. But there we go. So nice. Then what we're going to say is we're going to have a div inside of this, and then we're going to go ahead and say for this one we're going to say class name is going to be flex, items are going to be center. So what I'm building right now, guys, is this. So I'm building this top portion at the moment. Okay, so I'm building this top portion at the top, right? So this bit at the top. And what I'm actually going to do, if we go back to our orders, rather than saying X orders, I'm going to say orders dot length. Look at this, guys, at one order. Nice. So we can see our order. And then here I'm going to say div. And then inside this we've got items center space of X of 10, right? Padding of 5. And then I'm going to go ahead and do background should be gray 100, and I want the text to be small. Oh no, oops. See, that's what happens when you start losing concentration. Then we're going to go pop this in there. And then I'm going to say the text should be gray. And it should be a shade of 600. Nice. So you can see right now we're building out the top portion. Okay. So here we're going to have a div. And right now you can see there's going to be 3 divs. It's going to be 1, 2, and possibly... No, it's going to be 1, 2, and then it's going to be p tags. Right. So we're going to have a div first. And this one's going to have a p. And this one's going to say order placed. I'm just going to do capitals. I'm going to say order placed. And it's going to be a class name of font, bold, text, extra small. Right? And then here I say moment.unix timestamp dot format. So I'm actually going to go ahead and change that Unix timestamp, the one that we used when we were sort of pushing it through the API. And we're going to format it to the following thing. We're going to say ddmmyy. And this is just gives it a date, which is a pretty format. You can change that if you want. Just check out moment docs, so the moment.js docs, and it will go ahead and work for you. Okay, so that looks pretty good, right? So then we've got the div done, and we've got another div, and this div is going to have a p tag, which is going to say total, and it's going to have a class name of, let's just say text extra small, and then I'm going to say font bold. Okay, and then we're going to have a p tag. And inside that p tag, I'm going to have the following. Okay, so I'm going to put 2 values in here. I'm going to have currency, and the first one is going to say amount, and the second one is amount shipping. And you can see, oh, sorry, quantity amount, and then the second currency is amount shipping. They're both GBP in my case, and then I'm going to have next day delivery next to this one. So you'll get this as the output after this. Okay, looking good, guys. And then after this div, we're going to have the number of items. So I'm going to have this one, 3 items. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and say items.length. Items.length, items. So I'm going to basically say like so many items. There we go. And for this one, I'm going to style it up a little bit different. I'm going to say the text should be extra small. Oh no, so let's just say small. Let's say white space, no wrap. I don't want it to have a wrap around. And then, but for the small screens and above, I want the text to be extra large. Okay. And then I want it to be self end, which means it's going to push itself all the way to the end. Okay. And then I'm going to say flex 1, so it should take up the majority of the room. Oops, wow. Flex 1. And I want it to do text right. So I want it to be positioned to the right, and I want it to be blue. Once we go ahead and apply all this together, check it out. Ba-boom. There we go, right? So you see how it's smaller, but on the bigger screens, it goes into a bigger size. All right, it looks pretty good. Nice. And then we're going to have, underneath that, we're going to have another one which says order ID. Right, so this one is going to say order number, and this is going to have in JSX the ID. Right, so you can see it's massive at the moment. So I'm going to go ahead and obviously make that a little bit nicer. So we're going to say class name should be absolute. So right now I want that to be in the top corner like so, and I want it to truncate after a certain size. Okay, so here we're going to say absolute, right, and I'm going to say top 2, right of 2, width should be 40 and no more on the mobile. See that? And then we get this horrible nastiness, right? And I'm going to say large should be width of 72. So I'll change it, don't worry, width of 72. And then I'm going to add in truncate. Truncate means if it's bigger, start cutting it off. You see that? And then it stops wrapping around, right? So that's how we do it. And then I'm going to say the text should be extra small. And I want it to be white space, no wrap. Nice. Okay, so now you'll see it will grow accordingly. And then on the big screen, there you go. There we go. It looks pretty good, right? Right, so we've got the P tag here. And then I'm going to go ahead and say div. And here I'm going to have and this is where we have the images, guys. So I'm going to have these pictures now, okay? So I'm going to have a div with a div inside of it. And the div at the top is going to have a class name of P of 5, right? And overreacted that. Learn from signing, now have my own channel. Awesome stuff, dude. And I'm going to say on the small screens and above, so on the bigger screens, I'm going to give padding a 10, right? And then I'm going to go ahead and do, so we've got the div inside. And then what I'm going to say is for the div inside, I'm going to say that has a class name. So actually, let's just start rendering the images. I'm going to say for the images, I'm going to say map through every single image and return the following thing. I want to see an image tag. And for the source, I'm going to have the image itself. And then we can go ahead and style it up. Oh, I've made a typo. Don't do that. Image, hit save. Okay, so right now, obviously, I mean, it looks decent, but it's just huge. So there's a problem with that. So I'm going to give a class name to this. And I'm going to say, wait for it, class name equals, and I'm going to say height of 20, right? Object contain, and small screens in the, so anything above a small screen should be a height of 32, okay? And that should fix an element there. Okay, cool. Looking good, guys, looking good. And then the final step, you can probably beat me to it. It's actually flex. We're going to give it a space of X on the X axis of 6. And then I'm going to say overflow X auto, right? Which means that when it overflows, if we've got an order which is big enough, let me see if I've got one here. So like this one, for example, if it gets big enough, you can see it goes ahead and just scrolls across, right? So it looks pretty good there, right? Everything looks pretty good. Nice. Okay. So this is looking pretty, to be honest, I don't want to say it, but I think we might have just finished, right? So, and look at that, the music is awesome. So you know what, guys, let's go ahead and test out the entire build right now. So I'm gonna go ahead and make sure you smash the thumbs up button already, because this is crazy, right? So we might have honestly just finished the front end of this bit right now. Right, so you can ignore this bit for now. And I do want to show you a little hack, by the way. So right now when we refresh, notice how it has a little glitch at the top where it says sign in and then it says no sign in, right? So to get rid of that glitch, on whatever page you want to do it for, if we go to index.js, right, I'll show you how you get rid of that trick, right? So go to index.js, for example. Very handy little trick actually. And you can go ahead and say const session equals await get session, get the context behind it, and you just return that as a prop, right? Return it as a prop. And already, because we're going to be using the, I think anything underneath that after, will then have the session already loaded into it. So if I go back to my Amazon homepage, now notice when I refresh, there's no glitch there. You see that? It's already fetched. It fetched on the, see that? It fetched on the server, right? But it's page specific. So if I go to returns and orders, or, oh, we need to do that actually. We need to make that route to the page, returns and orders. So we'll go to your headers. We're almost done anyway. All right, so for the header, where has it gone? So inside of our header, we're gonna say on click of, where has it gone? Accounts and orders, this one. We'll say on click of accounts and orders, returns and orders, we're gonna say, if there is a session, so only if you're logged in, we wanna push them, otherwise don't push them to that page. You can do if you want, but it's up to you. It depends on how you wanna do UX. All right, to be honest, it's probably better because we actually do account for it. So yeah, let's do it. We still account for it. Rooters.push orders, there we go. Okay, and now if I go ahead and do it, so if I click on root returns and orders, there you go, nice, right? If I refresh this page, you can see how it glitches, right? So you need to just go ahead and add the same thing to that page and it will prevent the glitch from happening, right? So that's awesome stuff, right? It works really kind of simply and it works simple with that. Now, right, I want to go ahead and play some, you know, let's go ahead and get real. Where's it gone? Okay, there we go. Right, there we are. That's the one I was looking for. Okay, this is the moment of truth, guys. So we've done all the front end work, right? Now, don't get me wrong, we still have to do a deployment, but let's see if it works from end to end, right? It's a moment of truth, guys. Right, get ready for this. We're gonna do a test run first, and then we're gonna deploy. Okay, so first thing you want to do when you run this application now, Command J, you're going to start your listener for your Stripe webhooks. So it's getting ready. We have our webhook listener. We have our application running. All right. And then we're going to go ahead to our application. We are logged in, so everything is good on that front. Great stuff. And then we're going to go ahead and add a few items to the basket. Oh, it's getting me shivers right now. All right. And then we're going to click on proceed to checkout. Okay, so we can see 3 items in here. Okay, so if I proceed to checkout, 148. Okay, now it's 148 with $6.99 shipping. That's why it's 155. Everything has come through perfectly. I'm gonna go ahead and add in the details. 42424242 for the card details. Okay, right, let's do this, guys. Pay. What? Is it gonna work, guys? I'm not even gonna check the server logs. Okay, and if we see the order right now. Nice. That is so goddamn cool. Look at that, guys. That worked like, that was perfect. That was so perfect. That was a full run through. And the app is working. I thought that was amazing. That is so fun. Right, guys. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and try and do a deployment now. So I'm gonna firstly push this code. This is already hooked up to a GitHub account on Vercel. So it's already connected to my Vercel account. So what I'm gonna do now, guys, is I'm gonna go ahead and push this code. So I'm gonna say git add all, git commit. And we're going to say day 4 build. So there you go. And you can see now the 13 goes away because we've just committed all those files. And then I'm going to say git push. So this would push my code to my GitHub. Awesome stuff. All right. So now we're going to go ahead. We've deployed it. Okay. So I need to go ahead and check out on Vercel. So let's double check what's happening on Vercel. Okay. So now there's going to be a bunch of environment variables that I'm going to have to set up. Okay. So, all right. So now we've got the Amazon starter template. Where is it gone? This one right here. Okay. This is the one I'm looking for. Okay. So you can see this was just created a minute ago because we just deployed. Okay. So that's looking great. So if we go over to our deployments, we can see awesome stuff looking great. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is I want to go to my settings, right? I'm going to click environment variables, and here you can see I've got my Google secret and Google ID, but I'm going to go ahead and pop in the rest. Okay. So this is your final steps. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get my Stripe public key. So this is the first one. And then I'm going to go ahead and pop that in. I'm going to click add. And obviously I'm showing you, and then I'm going to deactivate this. So it's all good for me, but don't share your stuff. Stripe secret key goes here. I'm going to put in my secret key like so. There we go. Click add. And then I'm going to also put in, we've got the NextAuth URL. So this one we're going to have to configure in a sec. Same for the host, right? So these two things I'm going to have to configure in a sec. But what I want you to do actually to sort of save time is you want to click on your deployments. Okay. And then once this loads up, I want you to go to this URL. Okay. So not the short URL. I want the long URL. Okay. So I want the one which says, let's have a look. So if you click on Amazon to Amber, there you go, and you click sign in, you're going to get, and if I click on sign in, you see how it redirects me again. This is the URL that I care about. Amazon to this one. Okay, so you want to get the long ugly one, or you want to grab that long ugly one, and then you want to make that your URL. Okay, so in this case, what I'm doing, guys, is I'm saying for me it's going to be NextAuth underscore URL. Okay, and then I'm also going to say so this one, add it, there we go. And I'm also going to change this host. And if you do get a domain name, you can definitely go ahead. So for example, at this point, I was saying www.sunnysanga.com. But you, in this case, you're going to have to do, you know, the one that we've got here. I'm going to grab this value again. There we go. Okay. Awesome stuff. We're going to click add. Nice. Okay, so we've got Google ID, Google secret, Stripe public key, Stripe secret key, NextAuth URL, and the host. Okay, so now we should have everything in play. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to my overview, and there's still more to do, so don't worry, we're gonna get through this together. Okay, so I'm back to my application. I'm going to click visit. Okay, so this is the deployed app. So you see the long curly URL, not the short one, the long curly one. Okay, and now what I'm going to say is I'm going to go ahead and say sign in, and let's firstly check that this is all working. So sign in, and you can see the redirect is not working. It does not match the authorized one, so we have to go ahead and update this. I'll probably change that, actually. That's probably my bad. So let's go ahead and I'm in the wrong one, so I'm going to go into a different account. Let's go into the correct account. So you can use the short one, give it a try, but you know, like this is where you can trial and error, okay? My honest advice here would be if you've done this much work, then definitely go ahead and just get yourself a custom domain and put it on there, right? That's what I'd recommend. Okay, so then at this point, we've got the URIs. So I'm going to go ahead and pop in, oops. No, not that one. Nope. I'm going to go back to my sign in. Where did it go? Where was it? This one here. So it says HTTP request. I'm going to add this in the URL. So here, so in authorized redirect URIs, I'm going to pop it in there. Okay. And then for the URI, I'm going to go ahead and do it the same thing, but I'm going to get rid of everything past your app. Okay. I'm going to click save. Awesome. And then what I'm going to do is, let's try again now. I'm going to go back to my app. So let's go back again. Stick with me, guys. We are so close to the end now. Okay. So I'm going to click on sign in with Google. Okay. And boom. Okay, we get this. Now you can click puppetreact.team. Awesome stuff. Okay. Now, once you've done that, right, you can see it's all looking great. So I'm going to go ahead and add to basket, add to basket, add to basket. Click on this. Click proceed to checkout. Let's see if it worked. That means our secret keys have been set up correctly if it shifts us to a Stripe. If it doesn't, then it's not done correctly yet. Okay, so when I added those credentials in, I didn't trigger a redeployment. So that's probably why. Yep, that's why. So what I need to do is I need to go back to my build. I need to go to deployments and I need to go ahead and say redeploy. Nice. Okay, this will go ahead and redeploy the build with the new environment variables that I added in. Okay. Once you're done, you can change your NextAuth and your host environment variables to simply the one that you bought, right? So imagine if you bought like, let's imagine it was like, in this case, sunnysanger.com. You just need to go ahead and hook it up in the way that I'm going to show you afterwards. So I'll go ahead and show you how you can do it afterwards. But for now, let's go ahead and just get this up and running. But it's extremely easy to actually get up and running with hosting domain names. Okay, so let's go ahead and check this one out. Okay. We are almost done, guys. Almost there. Okay. Refresh. Let's see if it's done it. There we go. Created 1 minute ago. Now let's double check if it's doing what we need to do. Awesome stuff. Build done. Visit the page and hopefully the cache is done. Okay. Nice. Sign in. Okay, let's sign in one more time. And then I'm going to sign in with my account. So now we're going to click add to product, add to product. There we go. Add to basket, sorry. Proceed to checkout. And now we should see a redirect here. Okay. Let's double check what's happening. Something here has been changed. So it says integration, invalid value for Stripe API key should be a string, you specified undefined. Okay, so that's what's happening here. So we haven't passed in our environment variables correctly. So I just need to double check what our environment variables are and then if we've done it right. So let's go over here. Settings. And this final part is the bit where, again, you know, you have to like be patient, keep moving with it and just double check all your values. So in this case, we've got host. We've got yes, that's great. Now we are going to also do the Stripe signing secret in a sec. But we've got the Google ID, yes, Google secret. We've got NextAuth URL, yes. And this one is, let's just double check it. Stripe secret key, 51i, SX, blah, blah, blah. Okay, looking great. And then you got the public key, you got the Google secret key, nice. Okay, and then we've got the host key, which is looking good as well. Okay. And then what we do need to check as well is that the next config was set up correctly as well. So Stripe public key, that was working on our local, which means that it most likely is the correct over here. Okay, so once that's done, what you can do is, but basically I probably maybe made a little slip up here, but guys, what you want to do is do the same thing. I'm going to show you my build and we can go ahead and walk through it, the same approach. So here we go. So this is my build, same exact thing. I've just set up the environment variables to save us a bit of time. So here we go, the environment variables. So you see we've got all of our keys that you can see, and the final one that we were missing is Stripe secret key. Now I'm going to show you where you can find the secret key. So previously, the secret key that you guys were using was the one that you got from this Stripe listen to command. Okay, but the one that you actually need, guys, is this one over here. So you want to go over to Stripe. You're going to go over to Stripe. Okay, you're going to go to your developers and you want to click on Webhooks. Okay, now inside of Webhooks, you want to go ahead and do not worry about that when you're doing it. It's probably a minor little thing. You're going to click add endpoint, and then here your API endpoint. Okay, so this is where you want to go ahead and push in your endpoint. So in this case, what I've done before is do API webhook, but in the previous case when we had, you know, the sort of ugly URL that Vercel gave us, let me go ahead and show you. Nope, not that one. Nope, not that one. In this case, when we're on Vercel, so this one over here. Okay, then what we can actually do is change this round. So we go add endpoint, and then we go ahead and pop this in here, and we get rid of this and we say /API /webhook. Okay, and this is the webhook that will go ahead and receive the Stripe events. Okay, so now you can see this is how you replace it. So that way, obviously, we don't have an emulator once it's on Vercel. So now we're pushing it to this one instead. Select the events to send. Okay, so here we say checkout session completed. So now you can see this is how you want to configure it. Okay, then you hit add endpoint. Right now, what this is going to do is going to give you a signing secret. So we're going to click on the signing secret, copy it, go over to our Vercel deployment, and go ahead and pop it in there and say Stripe signing secret. Then what you want to do is head over to deployments, go ahead and redeploy, and it will work. Okay, so I've just made a little slip up on the other one. Like, it most likely one of the environment variables, a character was wrong when I copied and pasted it, but that is how we do it. Okay, so these are the values that you would want to do. Before we wrap up, let's go ahead and do a full run through of the app that we built. Let's check this one out, right? We're gonna go ahead and add in a bunch of the items. There we go. And I'm actually gonna sign in first. So let's do that first. That will make sense. And I'm gonna sign into my account. Okay, nice. And I'm gonna sign in like so. Awesome stuff. And then here, I'm gonna go ahead and add an item to basket, add this, nice. And then I'm gonna go ahead and check out. There we go, proceed to checkout. Great. And then here, once we're here, I'm gonna go ahead and add in the details, okay? So let's go ahead and pop in my details. So guys, now what you wanna do is click pay, and then we went ahead and have all of this, you know, we had all this working. This will trigger the webhook that we saw earlier, which will go ahead and, you know, hit our endpoint, our backend endpoint, push the information to Firebase. So we fulfill the order at this point, and then we get the thank you confirmation page. And then if I click go to my orders, we're gonna have our Firebase information combined with some Stripe information to represent our order. Incredible, incredible stuff, right? Really, really nice. So that's looking awesome, guys. But we learned so many different concepts in this build. I'm gonna go ahead and actually write them down right now, right? So we learned so many different things in this build, and I'm gonna go ahead and go over and list out everything that you guys learned in this build today, okay? So we went ahead and we learned Next.js, right? So we have Next.js, oops, again. We have Next.js, right? We learned about server-side rendering, so SSR, right? You learned about Redux, right? So you guys will actually got some use out of Redux. So you can put all of these things on your portfolio. We learned about Tailwind CSS, right? So how you can build amazingly responsive websites, right? So not only normal things, but we learned about responsive websites, right? So that's why our website looks crisp and looks so goddamn beautiful. We learned about NextAuth authentication. So we had NextAuth authentication. So this was authentication. Yeah, so this is looking amazing now. We have Google login. You also saw how simple it was to add in more providers. So some of you actually did it. You had Google, Facebook, GitHub login, incredible stuff, right? We learned about APIs, right? So we actually used the fake store API, right? So we learned about the fake store API. We had so much stuff inside of this build. We had hero icons for SVG icons, right? So SVG icons, it was looking great. And of course, everything underneath it, reactjs. right? So much stuff happening here. And obviously all of these things branch out into all sorts of stuff. Here we had, you know, we had Next Router, we had, you know, especially optimizing the images with Next Image, you know, the image component. We learned about, you know, good design. So yeah, and also guys, of course, we learned about webhooks, right? We learned about webhooks. We learned about Stripe, right? So Stripe checkouts. We did all of this good stuff, and we learned about Firebase. Right, so we had Firebase. Oh, this is crazy, guys. All of this in these days, you guys have picked up on. Now think about your CV now, right? Your CV is jacked. It's powerful, right? Yeah, guys, we absolutely crushed it. And guys, the Papa fam absolutely came through with this build. We crushed it, guys. What an incredible build that was. 6 hours building the Amazon Clone 2.0 experience with myself. You guys learned a ton throughout this build. Server-side rendering with Next.js, responsive website development with Tailwind CSS, and even webhook integration and payment processing with Stripe. An incredible amount of tech to learn, which means it's an incredible thing to add to your portfolio. Make sure you like the video to help push this out to as many developers out there as possible. Subscribe to see more content just like this. As always, guys, this is your boy Sunny, and I will see you in the next video. Peace.